Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. I'm going to call our meeting to order this evening, meeting 2023-1026R. It's Thursday, October 26th. Madam Brooks, thank you for a lot of people here. They didn't hear the musical selection, but it was Can't Stop This Feeling by Justin Timberlake. Apparently, I'm making it at the November 9th meeting, so I'll be sure to have something happening and fun. Please speak into the microphone. Mr. Kavanaugh, we're streaming.
Yes, we are, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Could you please call the roll of the City Commission and executive staff?
Commissioner Wasserman.
Here.
Commissioner Brody.
Here.
Commissioner Raley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Here.
Mayor Rydell.
Here.
City Manager Brooks.
Here.
City Attorney Piper.
Here.
I'm going to ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I would ask our newly minted Deputy Chief Fred Hofer to come to the dais and lead us in the pledge. Come on up here, Fred. Got a lot of people here supporting you, so we may as well make a show out of it. This meeting is being conducted live with a physical quorum present. We have public comment procedures. I turn to our city attorney to please explain the public comment procedures.
The material for today's meeting is available online at www.coconutcreek.net. Members of the public were advised in the notice for this meeting that they could address the City Commission by emailing comments not exceeding 400 words to commissioncomments@coconutcreek.net or by calling 954-973-6772 to leave up to a 3-minute comment on the city's dedicated public comment voicemail. The city provided a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments, which were published in the notice and on the city's website. In addition to all live public comment presented at today's meeting, all public comments that were received by email or phone message prior to 12 p.m. today will be included as part of the record for this meeting and will be considered by the City Commission before any action is taken.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. We have our first presentation of the evening, which on a busy evening is one of the most exciting. It's a ceremony recognizing the promotion of Captain Fred Hofer to Deputy Chief of Police. I turn to our Chief of Police to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Commission. You see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. This is what the city of Coconut Creek is all about on this special occasion. And I would like to thank all of them on behalf of Fred and his family for being here tonight and supporting him. Even though he has been deputy chief since the 14th, doing a heck of a job. This is the ceremonial formal night. So I'd like to invite Fred up onto the stage and I will read a brief introduction. Deputy Chief Fred Hofer started with the city of Coconut Creek back in 1997 as a firefighter EMT and was cross-trained as a police officer. He has earned a myriad of distinctions during his career here at the Coconut Creek Police Department to include FTO, Bicycle Patrol Officer, Firearms and Defensive Tactics Instructor, Trainer, SWAT Team Sniper, SWAT Team Leader, and SWAT Team Executive Officer. He was promoted to sergeant in 2011, where he supervised a patrol squad, our special enforcement team, the training unit, the SWAT team, and our canine team. After being promoted to the rank of lieutenant in 2016, he was part of the group that played an integral role in the agency earning its first ever accreditation from the Commission for Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation in October of 2018. He also supervised the newly formed employee development section, which was comprised of our training unit and internal affairs. In 2018, he was promoted to the rank of captain to oversee support services division. And then he went on to supervise both the operations division and special operations division as well. He's a graduate of the Southern Police Institute Command Officer Development School and the prestigious FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. Deputy Chief Hofer now oversees the operations division, support services, as well as professional standards, SWAT, and public information. Fred's favorite quote is from Ronald Reagan. The greatest leader is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He's the one who gets people to do the greatest things. Here to support Fred are his mother, Patricia, his fiance, Lori, and his daughters, Isabella Marie and Ashley. And with that, we'd like to invite Lori to the stage to do Fred's official badge pinning. Nicely done. We'd like to invite Fred's family up on the stage to get a family photo. And Mhm.
Everybody smile.
I don't. Well.
We're going to move to item number 2. We do have an evening this morning, so I do want to keep it along. Item number 2 is a proclamation recognizing October 23 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I know Tara's probably celebrating our deputy chief. Is she sticking here? Tara, you staying? She's in the back. So I'm going to turn to our vice mayor to read the proclamation.
Is she coming up?
Vice Mayor?
Okay. Whereas domestic intimate partner violence affects numerous individuals regardless of age, ability, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religious belief, socioeconomic status, and or race. And whereas domestic violence and intimate partner violence can have lifelong consequences emotionally, mentally, socially, spiritually, and physically. Violence harms the core of the human spirit and jeopardizes the future well-being of our communities. And whereas in 2022, there were 286 reported domestic violence offenses in the city of Coconut Creek, a 12.6 increase from 2021. And whereas we share a moral duty to identify, address, and stop intimate partner violence. And whereas National Domestic Violence Awareness Month brings attention to the significant impact this crime has on everyone. And whereas we encourage domestic violence victims and survivors to seek assistance from appropriate victim service organizations, such as the Coconut Creek Police Department's Victim Services Unit, Women in Distress of Broward County, and the Florida Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida hereby proclaims October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in the City of Coconut Creek, reaffirming this city's commitment to encourage everyone to support and participate in events and activities that focus attention on the problem of domestic violence and what can be done to help victims within our community and put an end to domestic violence. So it's witnessed and signed by the mayor and the vice mayor and the rest of the commission and attested by the city clerk.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd ask you to present it to Tara. And Tara, just as a point of privilege, and I always like saying this, we have a room full of people. We got a lot of people listening tonight, so I think it's important. I don't think people realize that our police department has you in the role of a victim advocate and that you are there for anybody in any capacity, especially this highly sensitive role. And I will say this to my colleagues, as somebody who is in the courthouse a lot, we have one of the most best examples, trainers, mentors in the world of victim advocacy. And I am reminded of that every day at work. So just so you all know, we really have the best of the best here in here. So Tara, do you want to say anything before the vice mayor presents it?
Sorry, I'm short. I just want to thank the commission, the city manager, and my chief for allowing me to do this job here in Coconut Creek and for constantly supporting our mission here.
Wonderful. Madam Vice Mayor. We're going to move on to proclamation number 3, a proclamation recognizing October 26, 2023 as Read for the Record Day. I believe we have Ken King here to accept. Ken, I'm going to read it myself because I had the pleasure of reading a lot of different places today.
Yes.
A book. So it was a great day. So whereas Jumpstart's Read for the Record Day is the largest shared reading experience where millions of individuals come together as they read the same book on the same day to celebrate literacy and support children's early language and social emotional development. And whereas Read for the Record Day helps build intergenerational community through reading and raises awareness around the critical importance of early literacy. And whereas early literacy promotes academic achievement, social emotional development, enhanced productivity, and job readiness in adulthood. And whereas this event supports the efforts of the Broward Reads campaign, a collaborative initiative among the community stakeholders, including Children's Services Council of Broward County, the Broward County School Board, and many other community partners to make grade level reading a priority. And whereas through a collaborative approach, community partners can work together to make a significant improvement in early literacy. And whereas the city of Coconut Creek is proud to partner with the stakeholders and community and champion early literacy to contribute to the success of our children. It's resolved by the City Commission that we are proclaiming October 26, 2023 as Read for the Record Day. In the city of Coconut Creek, we will join over 2 million readers and thousands of classrooms, libraries, and communities coming together to celebrate early literacy. It's signed by the entire City Commission, certified by the City Clerk. And I believe we have Ken King, Director of Community Engagement through the Children's Services Council, to accept the proclamation. Mr. King, do you wish to say anything before I present it to you?
Just to thank the commission for their commitment to early literacy and volunteerism here in Broward County. Broward County is the largest participant in this countrywide event. We had over 35,000 students today receive the book and read too, as well as over 900 volunteers who went into classrooms and early learning centers all over the county to read the book. So thank you.
I think even with kids so young, it's an amazing thing to say, hey, every kid around is reading the same thing at the same time. So it's an honor to present it to you. Thank you for your work.
Experience.
We have input from the public, not to be confused with input during an agenda item. Has anyone signed in for input from the public?
No, they have not, Mayor.
Anyone submitted comment for input from the public on a non-agenda item?
Yes, we received one email comment to read into the record.
Please, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. The email was received by Laney Smith. The subject of the email is non-agenda public comment, and the email reads as follows. I would like to express my gratitude for all that every single one of you do. I would like to remind you of the city's Vision 2030. It addresses several key focuses, a few of them being safety and quality of life, smart growth, sustainable environment. Part of the smart growth, I quote, means preserve character-defining features that make Coconut Creek unique, maintaining our unique character and sense of place, thriving and growing local, unique, and creative businesses. Development at any location of our city affects our entire city. I ask of you, Commission, please keep that in mind prior to amending codes, changing code of ordinances, and rezoning. With gratitude, Laney Smith. That concludes the email.
It's kind of on an item, but a little bit. Okay. Anyone else here wish to speak on a non-agenda item? Let's hear. It's your time. You get 3 minutes. Anybody? Okay. Seeing nobody, we're going to move on. We're going to go to our consent agenda. It's items 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. I'm going to turn to my colleagues. Does anyone wish to pull an item? Seeing none, I'll ask you again after I'm done reading. Item number 4, a motion approving the minutes from previous city commission meeting 2023-0926 WS, 2023-0928 SP, and 2023-0928R. Item number 5 is a resolution 2023-164, a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute a sole source agreement with Thomson Reuters to provide the continued use of consolidated lead evaluation and reporting for a 3-year reoccurring subscription fee. Item number 6, resolution 2023-177, a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute an agreement with Human Services Network, Inc., doing business as Meals on Wheels, South Florida, for meal assistance services related to the COVID-19 emergency to aid the city's community. Item number 7, resolution 2023-182, a resolution authorizing and directing the city attorney on behalf of the city to engage the services of outside counsel to file a lawsuit against various entities that manufacture products containing PFASs and to join the pending multi-district litigation known as in the United States for the District of South Carolina, Charleston Division, in order to preserve the city's rights and remedies thereunder. Item number 8, resolution 2023-180, a resolution authorizing the city manager designee to prepare and submit a grant application to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity Job Growth Grant for the Main Street project, area improvements, and authorizing the city manager designee to enter into the appropriate agreements required to receive funding. And lastly, item number 9, resolution 2023-181, resolution authorizing the city manager designee to execute the Resilient Florida Grant Agreement 23PLN75 for reimbursement of the vulnerability assessment in the amount of $150,000. Anyone ask again on the commission wish to pull any items 4 to 9? Seeing nobody, Mr. Kavanaugh, I turn to you to call the roll of the city commission on the consent agenda as read 4 through 9. Oh, I need a motion in a second. I got ahead of myself.
Move it.
Second.
So that's going to be moved by the vice mayor, seconded by Commissioner Brody. Thank you, Madam Brooks. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on the consent agenda as moved, as seconded.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. We're going to turn now to our regular agenda. Item number 10 is a resolution 2023-191, a resolution supporting the state of Israel and denouncing the terrorist actions of Hamas. I need a motion in a second.
Motion.
Second.
It's moved by Commissioner Wasserman, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Anyone have any comments on this? I know we all had for lack of a better term, we all had comments at our last meeting about it. I don't think anything was official. It's been condensed to a resolution, which makes it it's circulatable. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Circulatable? You're saying sure, but is it? I'm sorry. Circular? Circular? Okay. Anyone wish to say anything other than me talking about grammar? Okay. I don't mean to be have some levity, but it's a significant item, and my understanding is to staff that we do want it circulated to the other cities in Broward County. Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Confirmed? Okay. It is a word. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Call the roll, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Item numbers 11 is an ordinance 2023-031. It is a second reading. It is a public hearing. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, authorizing the mayor or designee to execute the First Amendment to the lease agreement between the City of Coconut Creek and T-Mobile South LLC to upgrade equipment within the existing leased space and within concealed canisters on the city's telecommunications tower located at the community center, subject to all other terms and conditions provided therein, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
I need a motion in a second.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Raley, seconded by Commissioner Wasserman. Who's presenting? Scott?
Yes,
I understand, but
yes.
do you have anything you want to say?
I believe there was only one comment during first reading. It was addressed, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Members of the commission, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Does anyone here wish to speak on the item? If so, please come on up and state your name, your address, and issue your concern. Mr. Kavanaugh, has anyone submitted any comment on the public item for this item on 11?
No, they have not, Mayor.
Anyone wish to speak while the public hearing is open? Seeing none, at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. I turn to my colleagues again on the city commission. Does anyone else wish to address anything else on item number 11? Seeing none, I turn to Mr. Kavanaugh to call the roll on item number 11 on the second reading.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Agenda items 12 through 15 follow a quasi judicial procedure. We are going to now discuss several items that are quasi judicial, 12, 13, 14, and 15. I'm going to turn to our city attorney to please explain the city's quasi judicial procedures.
Thank you, Mayor. Florida courts have determined that there are certain types of matters, including items 12, 13, 14, and 15 on tonight's agenda that are to be treated differently than other items considered by the commission. Most decisions of the commission are legislative in nature, which means that the commission is acting as a policymaking body. In contrast, when a matter is quasi-judicial, the commission is applying existing rules and policies to a factual situation and is therefore acting like a judge and jury in a courtroom. In such cases, the courts have decided that due process and fundamental fairness require that more formal procedures be followed. Will the clerk please confirm compliance with the notice requirements?
Public meeting notice requirements have been met for items 12, 13, 14, and 15.
And will you please swear in all witnesses that are here for items 12, 13, 14, and 15? That includes Greystar and Green Dragon.
Will anyone wishing to speak on any of the quasi judicial items, please stand and raise your right hand?
I guess I should clarify, that includes any members of the public that wishes to speak as well. So when I said witnesses, I apologize if that was confusing. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? When you come forward to speak, please state your name and address clearly for the record. State whether or not you have been sworn in and whether or not you understand the rules of the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Item number 12, Madam City Attorney, can you read ordinance 2023-030?
Sure. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, approving the special land use application submitted by Green Dragon Florida LLC to permit a medical marijuana dispensary to be located at 6706 North State Road 7, also known as US 441, as legally described in Exhibit A attached hereto and made a part hereof, providing for findings, providing for conditions of approval, providing for violations, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This item is before you at this time for, it is quasi judicial and it is first reading, first public hearing.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Now, I need a motion and a second to move it for discussion.
Motion. Second.
It's moved by Commissioner Wasserman and seconded by Commissioner Brody for discussion. Madam City Attorney, I turn to you to inquire on disclosures.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures for item 12 pertaining to Green Dragon?
I went to the public meeting that was held at the rec center about maybe 5-6 weeks ago.
Thank you.
I too attended the public hearing that was held. I don't think it was a public hearing. It was a public meeting at the rec center.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Seeing none. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. Stoudemire, Director of Sustainable Development, are you presenting on the item for staff?
Yes, I am.
I turn to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. Again, this is an ordinance approving a special land use for Green Dragon, which would be our first medical marijuana dispensary in the city. The subject property is located in Colonial Plaza, just north of Johnson
Scott, can you do
Road.
me a favor? Just put that microphone a little closer to you, please.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Just north of Johnson Road on State Road 7. As a medical marijuana dispensary, it is a special land use pursuant to our land development code. The applicant went through the application process through the DRC, where it was reviewed and recommended for approval. It went to the Planning and Zoning Board in September, where it was reviewed and recommended for approval. It is before you tonight for your consideration. I'm going to keep my comments brief. The applicant has a very informative presentation. I think you'll get a lot out of it, and a lot of questions will be answered. And of course, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions. I'm happy to answer any questions now, but it might be appropriate to hear from the applicant at this point.
We shall turn to the applicant. Bless you.
Hi, my name is Eric Savell. I live at 501 Asbury Way, Boynton Beach, Florida, 33426. I was sworn in and I do understand the rules of the proceedings. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I'm here representing Green Dragon Florida LLC for our special land use approval at 6706 North State Road 7. And I really hope the main takeaway from this presentation is that we're really not all that special.
You need help with the PowerPoint?
Let's see. There we go. So just to give you a little bit of background about who we are, who I am, I'm Eric Savell. I'm the Director of Operations for Green Dragon Florida. I was the first hire in the state a little over 2.5 years ago. I do everything from compliance to store openings to addressing commissioners like yourself tonight. The company itself was founded in 2009 with a single dispensary in Colorado. Out in Colorado, we've grown to 18 stores. Here in Florida, we've actually have 35 locations across the state. Our main cultivation facility is located in Palatka, Florida, and it supplies the entire state. One of the things that's kind of unique about Florida is that it's vertically integrated, which means that as a medical cannabis operator, we have to do everything ourselves: grow, transport, sell. We cannot work with any third parties. And so we can't work, for example, with a company that just wants to deliver or just wants to produce. Everything has to be done in-house at our facilities by us. We're a small, efficient operations team of South Florida residents. I was born and raised right up the street in Boca Raton, and we've all worked in the industry for years. All of us starting as sales associates behind the counter and working our way into our positions now. So we've been able to see the evolution of the whole system here in Florida. And we definitely feel a responsibility to the industries and the communities we serve. I want to be here not just to advocate for Green Dragon, but for the industry more broadly. And we really do feel talking about community and responsibility. As I mentioned, I was born and raised right up the street in Boca Raton. So my grandparents, before they passed away, actually lived in Coranda Village here in Coconut Creek. As a kid, I remember driving across through the Christmas lights across from Tradewinds. Certainly had the obligatory Butterfly World field trip. And my own father is up the street on the planning and zoning board. So from a broad perspective, I appreciate what you all do at a civic level. And certainly I've advocated in my own communities while I've lived in there, and then many others in this position as well. So as far as the justification for the special land use, it's important to point out that there is zero site alteration proposed for this use. It is just an interior commercial renovation. So no actual additions to the building or anything like that. It would just be an interior commercial renovation. One of the main reasons we believe this is important is really access, to provide patients and local residents with more direct access and variety. You may notice, for example, you've got CVS's and Walgreens that are directly across the street from each other. One of the things that we are different with dispensaries is that while they all carry the same items, we don't. A lot of us carry different items than the business, than some of our competitors, which is to say that even if there are some that are nearby, providing that direct access for patients who might have a difficult time getting out, especially if they're sick, it can really make a big difference. During our public outreach meeting here for Coconut Creek, there were residents who even talked about their own health issues and how medical cannabis had benefited them. To give you another example, we were also the first dispensary. We went through a very similar process in the city of Wilton Manors. And there were residents there who actually disclosed their HIV status to me because they felt it was that important to make the point. And so, one of our arguments would certainly be, if we can help even just a couple people, why wouldn't we? Synergy with local businesses and increasing business diversity is another reason for this, that we're hoping for this special land use. A lot of the surrounding municipalities, especially in Broward County, ban dispensaries. And so this has the potential to bring in people who are going to run their errands and hopefully spend money in the city of Coconut Creek when they may not have otherwise. And then from a sustainability development and outreach, we've worked collaboratively with the city for months on this. I'm happy to say that city staff, we worked with dozens of municipalities across the state, and city staff for Coconut Creek was an absolute breath of fresh air. So I give all my thanks to them for their help and guidance through this process. Another important collaboration was with local law enforcement. And in fact, I had met on site and done a review of the site and a camera plan with law enforcement. And in fact, all three of the officers I met with were here tonight in one capacity or the other. Is Officer Hendricks still here? No, it's slipped out. Okay. But we did meet with CCPD and went over all the recommendations, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. But Coconut Creek overall, it's a reflexive city working towards a progressive, diverse, and sustainable future. And as noted on your city's website, I know another resident had mentioned the Vision 2030. The direct quote, "Our effort is to attract business, industry, and employment that are forward-thinking and match the city's identity as a green city." Certainly, this is green in a different context, but we're in agriculture ourselves, so I think this fits the tapestry, so to speak. When we did meet with residents, there were a handful of concerns raised. I think the main ones really were kids deliveries, traffic, and security. And in regard to children, it wasn't really that somebody thought, for example, like a 10-year-old was going to walk into the store and be able to make a purchase, or that something was going out the back door or something like that. But the concern was that there's an elementary school, I believe, or a middle school right around the corner from us. Will we have flyers posted? Will there be the proverbial sign spinner or the inflatable guy with the arms? And as a matter of internal policy, we would not do that, but the state preempts us from doing those things anyways. And so the amount of marketing that we're allowed to do is very, very limited, very constrained by the state. And so again, we wouldn't do those things, but even if we were allowed to, we couldn't because of the way the state regulations are set up. Which is to say, this would not be in the face of children. As far as deliveries, we were told by CCPD not to go into detail, of course, but the delivery vehicle, it's not an 18-wheeler with like leaves painted on it. They're very nondescript vehicles, pretty much would be like your average Amazon delivery in that way. As far as traffic goes, I definitely feel this one. It took me about over an hour just to get down here from Boynton. So I get it. Fortunately, we did have, as part of the review process, we were asked to do a traffic study. And as compared to the existing use that's there currently, we would generate 160 less AM trips and 93 less PM trips as well. And then definitely, I think the big one is safety and security. And so again, we met with CCPD. They basically helped develop our camera plan, went over a number of things that they wanted to see. And as far as we're concerned, CCPD says jump, we're going to say how high and do whatever we can to comply with those requests. One of the examples that residents brought up, for example, was something like an armed guard, which is not something that we utilize at our stores. And so a couple residents at the planning and zoning meeting kind of cornered me when the meeting was over and ran through a couple different scenarios. And so I want to take one of those kind of seriously. And so one of the residents was saying, I go in there, I've got cash in my pocket. Another resident asked about how much, about $100, let's say. So the scenario was created. Well, what if you got 5 people sitting there in the waiting area? They've just got $100 in their pocket, and some young, desperate person goes by looking to make a quick buck. Taking that to its logical extreme, if somebody really wanted to go in and do something, I can't stand here and tell you that we're impervious to crime. That would certainly be a lie, as it would be for any business. I think, I think it's the Tom Cruise movie Minority Report, where they can literally see into the future and arrest people before they commit crimes. If we could sign up for that, we would. I can't stand there and promise that. But what I can stand here and promise is that from a security perspective, we have done everything and have to do everything that is outlined by our regulators in the state statute, and will be going beyond that to meet some of the recommendations of CCPD. To return to that example, we don't utilize armed guards, but even if we did have an armed guard there, somebody comes in, there's a couple of patients sitting there. If it was a CCPD officer, that might be one thing, especially hearing all of the credentials and the training that goes on at the beginning of this presentation was certainly impressive, but it's not going to be. And, the question I would have is, would we want to actually see gunfire exchanged over $500? I certainly wouldn't for my employees or patients. And all of this is to say, again, you can go down these what if scenarios until you're blue in the face. But what we can promise is that we will meet everything outlined by our state regulators, and that we will go beyond that to meet the requests that CCPD has given us as well. And so this is basically a proposed floor plan. Very simple retail layout. As you can see, you've got 2 restrooms in the bottom left. Kind of walk into the store. There's a designated waiting area that has to be there by state statute. And then you can see there's the retail sales counter. All of the product is stored behind that counter. And so there's nothing that, and it's not in the display cases itself. So it would actually be in cabinets that are behind where it says retail sales counter. We're not allowed to actually keep live product in those counters. You can see the tables that are kind of in the middle of the floor there, non-medicated display, things like t-shirts, stuff like that, accessories. But the state outlines very particularly how medicated product has to be kept and handled.
Does that say mop?
It does. It's just a mop closet.
I've seen a lot of site plans. I've never seen one delineated as mop.
We have to label.
I gotta like you. You're good.
Our regulators make us label every single room on our floor plans.
Never. I don't think never seen a mop. Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah. So our regulators are very specific. If there's a mop closet, if there's just a closet, they want to know about it. And so I kind of already have it in my head as I was building this plan. That's what, and part of this is, again, just to kind of signal that, we're very mundane, just like any other retail business. If you take away the kind of allure of cannabis, we're just selling a widget, just albeit a highly regulated widget.
Just out of curiosity, what's in your non-medicated display?
Things like t-shirts, accessories as well. But
So you're not talking like Delta H products or anything like that? Or?
No, we're very much not allowed to sell those. In fact, definitely not allowed to sell anything like that. Kind of the proverbial gas station head I don't want to denigrate those businesses necessarily. There's a lot of responsible operators out there, but everything that we sell has to be tested by a lab that's certified by the state. Those certificates of analysis have to be provided to patients upon request. Testing for pesticides, heavy metals, things like that. And again, we have to do and grow everything and process everything ourselves. So nothing's coming in from a third party.
I know too much about the industry, but I apologize for interrupting. I'll let you finish your presentation and then I'll ask some questions. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem at all. So as far as the basic space, patient flow, you'd come in, wait in the waiting area, and then as soon as there's an available register, you'd be called up. Generally, we pride ourselves on efficiency, so it's not like, frankly, the waiting room, even with the number of chairs that there's probably not going to be full very often. The idea of, like people standing out front, congregating lines, it's just not an issue we have and is not something that we would allow, even if that was the case. And then, as you can see by state regulation at the bottom right, we have to have a patient consult room. That's in the event that a patient wants to talk about his or her issues in a little bit more privacy. There could be other patients on the retail sales floor. They may want to have more of a private consultation to discuss those issues and products. And so that's what that room is for. And then, of course, we have the employee area in the back where product is stored and our IT equipment, things like that. And so basically, this is kind of just a 3D rendering of the store kind of standing in the middle. And so what I'm going to show you is kind of the four corners here from the middle of the store. And those are our actual cabinets. That's the actual flooring we use. We generally paint the inside white with a black accent wall. Those are the actual display tables we use. And so this is a fairly accurate representation of what it would look like if you kind of think of like a CVS or a Walgreens and you took most of the stuff out of the middle and just had the pharmacy at the back. You can kind of think of that as our sales counter as well. And again, we sell a much more narrow range of products. So, of course, we don't have aisles with all of those other goods in them. Just to show you another angle here, one of the things that's important to point out about this slide in particular is the windows. The windows by state regulation have to be frosted. They have to be opaque, and this is to protect patient privacy. We leave the little last foot there open just to let some light in, but basically you cannot see inside the dispensary, and that is, again, for the protection of patient privacy. Another thing that somebody had asked previously is on that frosting, what is allowed to be on there? And the answer is currently nothing. And so we're allowed to have our name, our logo, our hours of operation on the front door. But you can't, for example, plaster our brand or any logos on any of the windows, no stripes, nothing like that. They have to be completely plain. And you may see examples of dispensaries where that's not the case. And the reason is because they were grandfathered in before our regulators became a little bit more strict on this issue. Just another corner, ATM as well. And something important to point out, since the ATMs, there's a lot of people, they hear medical cannabis, they know it's mostly a cash business, which is true, but there's a couple misconceptions there. There's no like Scrooge McDuck vault of cash sitting in the back. We have regular cash pickups just like any other business. We also accept debit cards. Some processors don't allow that, notwithstanding. And we also have something called AeroPay. A lot of our competitors have similar things where you can actually pay with ACH payments. So you don't have to, it's not always a cash transaction. And even if it is, again, we have regular cash pickups. I know myself, when I go to the dispensary, I usually am not walking in with cash. I usually go to the register, figure out what my total cost is going to be, and then make that quick run to the ATM right back to the counter. And so the amount of time in which you have patients kind of walking around with a lot of cash is very limited. And just again, to put that in perspective, the average purchase is going to be much lower than the cost of the iPhone that most people will probably have in their pockets. Again, I had mentioned this before. This is our waiting area, which the state requires us to have. Not allowed to have certain things in the waiting area, so that's why it's particularly plain. And again, the kind of flow is a patient would come in, we'd verify they're actually a patient, have them sit down, and then they'd be called up at that time. And if you're asking, well, what happens if a non-patient walks in? I can give you an example. I was just at a store recently. A couple walked in. They went up to the counter. My employee said, "Can I see your medical license or ID?" They said, "We're actually from another state." And they said, "We can't serve you if you're," and then basically went into the explanation of, if you're a seasonal resident, you can get your card. There's physicians. If you are a resident, this is how you go about it. Quick educational conversation, and they went on their way. And I just wanted to give you a couple examples of signage in the exterior of our buildings. We've taken everything over from banks to former daycares. You can see a SunTrust Bank there, former laundromat, an iconic Pizza Hut building on the left there. And just to kind of give you an idea, again, as you can see on the tables, mostly T-shirts, maybe some flyers, and as far as the store design goes, it's an actual photo of our store in North Miami. As you can see, white, black accent wall, cases, gray flooring. We try to make them look pretty clean and standardized across the state. And so with that, I'll wrap it up there and be happy to answer any questions. I'll just say that we greatly appreciate your consideration. We would really love to contribute to the fabric of the city as the first medical dispensary here. It would be an honor and a privilege. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I guess my first question is, Scott, do you have any issues or questions or comments based on the presentation?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Do you have any questions from our staff that was not answered? Do you have any questions our staff didn't answer for you?
No.
All right, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Mr. Kavanaugh, has anyone submitted comment on this item?
No, they have not, Mayor.
Anyone here in the public wish to speak on this item? If you do, please come on up to the podium. Was that anybody? Okay. Thank you. If I could just get you to tell us your full name and your address, and the floor is yours.
My name is Beth Acker. My address is 4946 Northwest Sixth Street in Coconut Creek. I've been waiting for a dispensary to come into Coconut Creek. Obviously, I have need for it. I have my medical license. I've had it for some time. I currently have to either go to Boca, Coral Springs, or some other locations. So it would be nice to have one around the corner from me. It's able to help a lot of people. There are a lot of people that need it and have difficulty getting out to it. I understand that they'll have delivery, which would be wonderful as well. I hear him say that there's concerns about whether they would need security guards. I can't tell you a single dispensary that I've been in, both here in Florida or in Oregon, where it's recreational. Not a single one has a security guard on hand. They obviously are under strict regulations from the state as to what they can and can't do and display and not do. And everybody seems to follow these regulations seriously. They're not flippant at all about the idea that we're there to get marijuana. We want relief. We want, help to manage our pain. So I do like the idea of seeing Coconut Creek get a dispensary so that we don't have to travel so far. And he's following all the same regulations that I see in all those other dispensaries.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Anyone else wish to speak on the item? Oh, but he was coming to speak. Guess he's not. Okay. Seeing no one else, I'm going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Staff, do you want to cross-examine the applicant?
No cross-examination.
Applicant, do you have any cross-examination questions for my staff?
I do not.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the commission. Do you have any additional closing remarks before the commission deliberates or asks you any questions?
I do not. Again, just appreciate your consideration and happy to answer any of those
You
questions.
may want to stay at the podium because I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues now. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? I see a couple of people hands. I know that we can go down the line if need be. I turn to Commissioner Wasserman.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things. There are a lot of dispensaries that do accept debit cards. You have an ATM machine in, and you brought up this idea of going to the counter, finding out how much it is and then going to the ATM. And are you guys going to be in the business of using debit card?
Yes, we do. We basically have all of those options.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sorry I wasn't more clear on that. It's the issue is that some of the banks, like for example, if you try to run your debit card, they won't allow it.
Okay.
So it kind of depends what bank you have. But again, that's why we offer all those different payment methods.
Understood. Thank you. I like the idea of, it's very clean. It doesn't, it's a place where people can get medicine. But what I am not on board with is the word cannabis or marijuana on the facade of the building. And I'll be very direct about that. I like the discreetness of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the idea that it is a classy pharmaceutical place. And I think there is sometimes a sentiment with that word and with marijuana or cannabis. And it's great to be in 2023 and not, long ago. But at the same time, I think that I would be much happier if you were able just to have Green Dragon on it. I mean, you have Trulieve, which is just north on 441. It does not say cannabis or marijuana. You have the Trulieve in Coral Springs, same. So is that something that you'd be able to do for us or consider or work with? What are your comments on that?
It is definitely something we could consider and work with the city on. It would not be the first city where that was the case. So.
Okay, cool. So
let me just jump in real quick because I kind of see a trend here. If the desire of the commission was for you to not put cannabis, you can accommodate that, right?
Yes.
A little more forceful.
Thank you,
Commissioner Wasserman. I turn back
that
to
was
you.
the mayoral force. So thank you, sir.
I turn the questions back to you, Commissioner Wasserman.
Thank you.
I apologize for interrupting.
No problem. When you said walking in, from when the time somebody walks in to being served, what is the longest wait time you've had or that you've seen in one of your stores that somebody could be sitting there waiting idly by for a service?
Hard to say, but we're a little bit less busy than some of our competitors right now. So that time is pretty quick. I would say there's no way you're going to be sitting there more than about 15, 20 minutes. Worst case, it can really vary. You might have a patient sometimes you have the patients who they're there for a pickup. They know exactly what they want. They're in and out. Other times you might have a patient where they need a little bit more guidance. And so it takes a little bit longer. But we try to staff the stores to accommodate that and account for that. So there's not just one person at the register, stuck there for 30 minutes while, the line continues to grow in the waiting area.
Okay. And I have two more things. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Pre-order. Are you able to pre-order online and people can do a pickup rather than having to make their orders there? Is there a process for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. And then last, but can brooms be in the mop closet? All right, I'm done.
They can.
All right. So obviously we're talking about patients. So my major concern is egress and egress in and out of the door. Is there going to be an automated handicap button like I've seen on the other ones? Because I did drive around and check these other places out. They have the egress as handicap button that you hit and the doors open. Are you going to have those on that facility?
We typically don't, but similar to the signage issue, if that's something that,
Yeah, I think that's needed because we
certainly-
can obviously see, the
Mhm.
person that's talking for you is in a wheelchair and it's hard to open those doors, pull. So I would make a strong recommendation that you put those handicap ADA push buttons on the outside so the doors can open.
Heard.
Can we get the mayoral force on that?
Mary, you want to enforce that one?
Listen, man, I'm just trying to streamline the discussion and hopefully Eric can read the tea leaves on certain issues. So I'll leave those final decisions up to him, Commissioner Brody.
All right. So that I would really think that that's a necessary thing here, especially with the age groups that we're dealing with too, and the disabilities that we're dealing with. So
Jackie, you yeah, Commissioner Relly.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Will there be a doctor in the facility at all at any time?
There will not.
Okay.
It's not allowed by state statute.
Okay, thank you. I'm not too educated on this whole medical marijuana thing. So I do have a couple of questions
Sure.
about how would you advertise?
Through very limited means.
Okay.
It's just to give you an example, we actually, if we want to put a campaign out on Twitter, we actually have to send that into the state to get approved. It's basically limited to social media channels. And even then, like with Instagram and Facebook, pages are constantly getting taken down. So even if you wanted to be very forward about advertising on those platforms, you almost have to be a little bit guarded there as well. We're allowed to attend events and things, but we can't pass out flyers. We can't go door to door. We can't send out mailers. Can't put an ad in the newspaper. We're very constrained.
Okay, great.
No billboards.
But in terms of I'm sorry, Jackie, but in terms of doctor offices, you're allowed to put flyers and things in there. Is that correct? That's like your
Yes.
main method?
Yes. Yes. And that's a really important point. It's kind of working with the physicians for outreach on that point.
Also, I'm sure you said you will not be displaying product, so that'll be secured in the store
Correct.
until
So
it's dispensed.
that is correct. So the state actually, so you can have like fake items, for example, in the display cases, but you can't actually have medicated product that's visible. And so even, for example, the canisters, the bags that our products come in, they have to be opaque. You can't see through them at all.
Okay. And if I came in, I'd have to have a prescription or a registered card. Is that it?
The state refers to it as a recommendation, but essentially, yes. There's no way that you can get in there and kind of cheat around the system because we have a database that we log into to verify that, which would flag in a number of different ways if your card was expired, if the recommendation was expired, if you were already at your limit that was basically, so to speak, prescribed by the physician.
Okay, thank you. And also, you said that you would consult with a patient, what would be the best product to give them? We're talking about whether it be the substance, the way it comes, or is it the same strength? Are you able to adjust the strengths, or no, that has to be regulated by the doctor?
So the products themselves may have different potencies to them. The overall amount and limits that you can purchase are set by your physician. And so it's really every patient is going to be, the products are what there's probably best for that patient is going to be idiosyncratic to his or her needs. The other side of that is that we give general guidance, but we're not physicians. And so what we don't do is we don't give medical advice. This is going to treat X, not something we do. But what we do is, you tell me you have sleeping problems, and one of our employees might recommend a certain set of strains that are more accommodating and have more properties that tend to lend themselves to better sleep.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Hi, thank you. For instance, without the cannabis, I like the photos the slide you have up significantly. Just saying. What is, I know you talked about the ingress and egress and the accommodation for the ADA for the doors. Is there any interest in having a buzzer or a need to have a buzzer about the folks telling you before they come in that they are eligible to be there and to make the purchases for these medicated cannabis?
It's absolutely something that we have considered. In full transparency, it's not something we have at our stores, and we are now up to 35 across the state. And fortunately, we just really haven't felt or found that it was a need.
I was just curious. I thought rather than dealing with it inside and having to go through all of the semantics of that it could alleviate taking staff time for that kind of accommodation when it really wouldn't be necessary. If they're not eligible, they wouldn't be inside the space. Just a thought.
Absolutely. I would say on the other side, one of the reasons we don't mind that is that it does give us a chance to educate that individual or individuals if they might be a potential patient or if they're inquiring. We don't want to kind of give off the like a bouncer-ish feel. We do want to be welcoming, but the point is definitely taken.
No, I understand that. And to the residents' point, there is a need. If there were more than 6 people that were in the queue for whatever reason, for one consultation taking longer than others, would those excess people be allowed in the store, or where would they be?
Yeah, they would be allowed in the store. At that point, it might get to some standing room. My 2.5 years, with this company, 4 years in the industry, I've never really seen it get to that point. There might be like 1 or 2 kind of holidays, so to speak, within the industry when things get very, very busy, almost like a Black Friday of sorts. But other than those handful of instances, again, we pride ourselves on speed and efficiency, as a lot of our competitors do as well.
One last question, just curious, what's on the green wall?
What's on? I'm sorry?
On the green wall. On one of the renderings, it talked about a green wall. Maybe that was in the P&Z site plans.
It might be kind of what you're looking at.
It might be the color.
So
green. You are very literal in your description.
Yes. So I will say we, as we've gone through the opening our stores, we felt the green might be just a tad tacky, and so we've kind of moved to the white and black. And so this store, it just the color of a wall, but it would be a black accent wall as opposed to a green one here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Fitting branding with your t-shirt choice tonight.
I tried.
Mine are more, I guess, logistical questions, just because, I'm familiar how it works. I'm just curious your answer to this, and I believe it's a database answer. It's a 2-part, maybe more for conversation with my colleagues and the public as well. It's a 2-part process, right? You got to get a state issued card, and then you get a doctor recommendation. And again, I'm not asking for like security, but I guess is the database that you have access to answering both those questions for you?
The questions specifically being?
The questions being confirming the card identity of the cardholder and confirming a valid prescription, because it's you don't just get you can have a card, but if you don't have the prescription, you're not getting anything at your store. Fair?
Mhm.
That's my question. My question is, when you're verifying a patient, it's a two-step verification.
Correct.
That was my question.
Absolutely.
So your database gives you access to all that based on the state's medical reporting system to the statewide database.
Yes, if the card itself is expired, you'll see that. If the recommendation, i.e. prescription, is expired, you'll see that. If they've hit their limits, it will see that. And we're actually in the process right now. We should have this launched very soon, where even before the patient checks out, our point of sale system is going to go into that database and basically pull the numbers. And so even when you go to scan that item in the cart, if that person doesn't have the prescription, so to speak, for that, it's not even going to let you add it to the cart.
Okay. I just wanted that cleared up. And regarding like a queue, like the vice mayor was asking, you don't stack outside. You're not going to get to a place. Everyone's inside. Period. End of story.
Correct.
Okay. Do you, I guess you wouldn't, I need to ask this to kind of make myself feel better.
Mhm.
It's a tight shopping center. Agreed?
Yes.
You don't have any concerns about parking, and I'm sure your staff and everything is parking in the back or something like that, right?
Absolutely. And
Okay.
we have tighter spots than this as well. I mean, I've been to the site many, many times. Certainly depends on the time of day. But I think even by virtue of reducing the number of trips as opposed to the existing use there, if it's working, so to speak, now, I think it should be, even alleviated a little bit with our use there.
Hours of operation, how do they compare to your other stores?
Uniform across the state. We generally do Monday through Saturday 10 to 8:45, Sunday 10 to 7. Those are the hours we maintain, unless we're short staffed or something. It might have slightly condensed hours, but the state preempts you between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m.
Yeah,
So you couldn't go outside that range anyways.
It's in the statute. I just didn't know if you were mimicking. The statute is actually a pretty definitive. I just mentioned that to my city attorney up here. It's a really definitive roadmap of what you can and can't do.
Yeah.
My only other question with that, I mean, there's another business in that shopping center that's really picking up and new. It's a restaurant. It's doing pretty well.
Mhm.
You have no concerns about on the parking or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay. I got nothing else. I would suggest to my colleagues that if somebody wanted to make a motion on a conditional approval, they do it to make a motion, because I can't make a motion to prohibit any sort of cannabis or marijuana verbiage on the outside. So that would be a motion if anyone wanted to make it.
Right. Thank you. I'll make a motion to not allow cannabis or marijuana to be on the facade of the building, showcasing what exactly it is other than the Green Dragon name.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on the amendment made by Commissioner Wasserman and seconded by Commissioner Raley.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. So as amended, does anyone have anything else they want to add or question based on any of our other questions? I see the Vice Mayor, I see Commissioner Wasserman.
I do have a question. Commissioner Brody, you brought up about the ADA button. X.
Do you want to direct that to Scott, maybe? Scott, you want to
Okay.
address that?
I would like the opportunity to meet with our building division in between first and second reading. The applicant has agreed to consider it if possible. I just want to, this is an older convenience store, and sometimes the electronic doors become problematic when you're retrofitting. That's all. I wouldn't want to put a burden on him that gets out of control. So I'd like just the opportunity between first and second reading to evaluate it.
Yeah, Vice Mayor and then
I
Commissioner
do,
Wasserman.
yeah, I do have a suggestion. The Rises one with the stand, with the buzzer that would let staff know that you have someone out there that is unable to come in on their own behalf. It's a nonprofit young man that has provided that as one of his products. And because he's too is incapacitated, so he provides these stands with the signage, and it's a buzzer that alerts you inside that there's somebody out there that needs assistance.
It's really just like a handicap doorbell. That's exactly what it is. And you can just know because it's a local resident that does it. I think it's just a great suggestion if there's not an answer with the handicap, just so you have the ability of letting people know. There are tight sidewalks there too. right? So it's suggestive because I think you're going to have, people with the need.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a great suggestion.
Commissioner Wasserman.
Yeah, last thing, and it's piggybacking on what the vice mayor was saying. How often do people walk in without a card?
It's not, again, not having the exact stats in front of me. I would say it's not that often. I say that having worked in the dispensary as well. A lot of people, it tends to be the people who are here on vacation and they just kind of see it and and then you're like, it's not a rec state. And they're like, but it's really few and far between. Most people in Florida have some sort of vague idea that it is medical, it is regulated. And so it certainly happens, but not a frequent issue.
Anything else? Okay, so as of right now, Eric, your application has been amended to include the signage as amended that passed by the commission. If anyone has nothing else, Mr. I think Scott, you have anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. I need another motion and a second to the item as amended.
Motion to the item that was amended.
Second.
So it's moved by Commissioner Brody and seconded by the vice mayor. Mr. Kavanaugh, I'm going to ask you to call the item as amended.
Commissioner Wasserman,
Yes.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Yes.
Mayor Rhino.
Yes. Okay. You're good. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
We're going to now hear item 13. If there's no objections from staff, the applicant, the commission. We're also going to hear 14 and 15 as they're related. So I will just take a quick poll. Scott, you're presenting on our side.
Yes.
You have any objections to hearing these together?
None.
Mr. Mealy, do you have any objections to hearing these together?
No, that'll be fine. Thank you.
And are you guys on the dais all good hearing it together? Okay. Seeing no objection, our city attorney will read the ordinance titles. I will read the resolution title. I will ask for a motion and a second to each item retrospectively. Give me 1 second.
Okay, for item number 13, this is
Oh.
the rezoning.
Okay. And just to be clear, so everyone's clear, there's two ordinances that the city attorney will read. I'm reading the resolution. The resolution wall and item will not be voted on this evening. So we're going to have it for the purposes of discussion. We're not voting on that. If the ordinances fail, it doesn't matter. If the ordinances pass, then the resolution comes to a second reading. So even though we're calling it, it's not going to be voted on. So, Madam City Attorney, I'm going to have you read ordinance 202312 and ordinance 202313, and then I'll read the reso.
Ordinance 202312, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, approving the rezoning request made by Coolidge Inc. to amend and rename the existing Cocomar Plaza Planned Commerce District to the Gray Star Cocomar PCD and to revise development standards in the list of permitted and special land uses in order to construct a light industrial flex space and warehouse development for the property generally located at the northwest corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road, legally described in Exhibit A, attached here to and made a part hereof, providing for findings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And then there is also item number 14, which is ordinance number 2023-013, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, amending the city's code of ordinances by amending Chapter 13 Land Development Code, Article 3 Zoning Regulations, Division 8 Master Business List, to amend Section 13-624 Master Business List Planned Commerce District, to adopt the permitted and special land uses for the Gray Star Cocomar Planned Commerce District, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Resolution 2023-097, a resolution approving the site plan request for Coolidge Inc. for the property generally located at the northwest corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road, legally described in Exhibit A attached here to and made part of the record thereof. It is quasi judicial. It is a public hearing. So I'm going to go one by one. Is there a motion and a second to move 13 for discussion?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Walsh, seconded by Commissioner Wasserman. Is there a motion and a second to move item 14 for discussion?
Move it.
Second.
That's moved by Commissioner Raley, seconded by Commissioner Wasserman. Is there a motion and a second to move item 15 for discussion?
Move it.
Second.
It's moved by Raley, seconded by Wasserman. So I want to kind of be clear to everyone here this evening about this evening and what got us here. Tonight's is a first reading of item 13 and 14, but in actuality, it's not a true first reading. This is a continuation from the July 13th, 2023 meeting. All verbal and written public comments that were provided at July 13th, 2023 are a record of these proceedings. Members of the public who have not already spoken on the items or have new information to provide will have the opportunity to do so. So what essentially that means is that we're not going to have comment. We're not going to go through the comment of everyone saying the same thing that we dealt with in July. New information, new positions, we're happy to hear a new comment. And also, if you spoke at that hearing, we'll give you an opportunity to speak in a limited capacity at this meeting if it's a new item. If you're just standing up saying I'm for this or against it, we have that record. Also, if you send an email, because I'm looking at a list right now, is a little bit of a logistical hard time for us on the side just to figure out who's sent. I see 4 or 5 people that sent emails for tonight's meeting that also have signed in to speak, kind of one or the other. And I also see people that signed in that also spoke in July that will give you the opportunity, has to be new positions. So if somebody came, really the easiest thing is if you signed in to speak and you were here last time and you were either for or against it and you changed your position, we welcome that comment. Now, I'm going to turn to Mr. Mealy. Mr. Mealy, just to confirm for the record, are you okay? Are you waiving the ability of cross-examining written comments?
Yes.
Thank you. And I know you previously submitted a waiver to our city attorney.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mealy. Okay. Next, I'm going to turn to my colleagues on the commission for disclosures. Madam City Attorney, if you want to make an inquiry.
Are there any disclosures for items 13, 14, or 15? All of this has to do with Greystar since the last meeting, because I know you made your disclosures at the July 13th meeting. So anything since the last meeting, please.
Yes. Had a meeting last week with Herbie Klotz and Malcolm and Robbie. Also spoke with Mark Martone on the phone last week and John Album today. Thank you.
Is it a disclosure if it's a homeowner?
Yes, it's any ex parte communication similar to in a court setting.
Okay. All right. I was just Commissioner Brody.
Yes, I met with Mark Martone back in August, and I met with Herbie. I think it was Monday, but I also met with him one other time. But I don't remember the date, but I spoke to him at least twice since the last meeting.
Commissioner Relly.
Yes, I also met with both parties for Greystar and for the citizens of Lakewood Park.
I think it's Lakewood East.
Lakewood East, sorry. Yes.
No problem.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, all of the above. In addition, Robbie Holroyd, I met with, and it wasn't listed on the lobbyist log, over the phone on September 23rd.
I met with all duly logged lobbyist inquiries. I think Mr. Mealy after the last hearing, maybe Mr. Klotz. It's all been duly logged. It's registered, and I confirmed the registration. I've met with Mr. Martone and some other individuals this week at City Hall, and I've had communications with a number of residents in both communities since the last discussion. And I think there's also been some social media comments, questions, and things like that. I haven't engaged in any of it. I've viewed comments on social media. I think it was duly submitted, but there was like a moveon.org or a petition change. I looked at who signed it, and there was some other things that I read as well. That's about it, I think. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you all, because those are quite a few more disclosures than we normally have, if you believe that you can be impartial in today's proceedings.
Yes.
And wait and listen to all the evidence presented.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm going to turn to our Director of Sustainable Development, Mr. Stoudemire, to present on the item 13, the item 14, and the item 15.
So
If you have anything, I'll pigeonhole you the same way. If you have anything new, as this is a continuation of a table item.
absolutely. So again, a continuation of first reading. I am going to be very brief. Of course, the applicant has had meetings with the residents since July. Most of that was probably summarized in the backup, the updated community engagement report that was included with your item. I'm sure they would like to expand upon that this evening. The only thing I wanted to do was once again, just remind the commission of one thing, and that is, I just wanted to clarify once again, the finding that the city commission must make as to the business uses being deemed appropriate, which comes from our city comprehensive plan. In 2013, the city commission approved ordinance 2013-025, amending the permitted uses in a commercial land use category to include wholesale storage, light fabricating, and warehouse uses if deemed appropriate by the city. What does this mean? Simply put, is the nature of the use appropriate, or is it appropriate through the implementation of design criteria and regulations such as increased setbacks, increased buffers, exceeding minimum open space requirements, enhanced architecture, green initiatives, and other site and use restrictions that may be required? In short, does the proposed use have characteristics and function in a manner that allows you to deem it appropriate? That concludes staff's report. Happy to answer any questions.
I want to ask you one question, and it's not that portion yet, but what you just said kind of, are you suggesting in the statement you just made, I'm just asking that Greystar could do what they're proposing by right as currently zoned? Do you believe that?
That is not what I said.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to clear.
This is the exact same statement that I read during the initial first reading.
Did I mishear that? Yeah.
That this is the absolute.
Can you read that again?
Absolutely. And the purpose of reading it was to provide some clarity on what is in the comprehensive plan when it says if deemed appropriate. So the language that I'm reading is just an offering from staff's perspective as to what deemed, at least the way staff views deemed appropriate. So I will read it again for you. Is the nature of the use appropriate, or is it appropriate through the implementation of design criteria and regulations such as increased setbacks, increased buffers, exceeding minimum open space requirements, enhanced architecture, green initiatives, and other site and use restrictions that may be required? In short, does the proposed use have characteristics and function in a manner that allows you to deem it appropriate?
I thought you led with as it's currently zoned.
I did not.
Okay, then I misheard something. You threw me through a loop, Scott. I apologize.
It's okay.
I got us off track a little bit. I'm sorry for that. No more chocolate. It's no more energy drink is what the other day. Okay. Scott, that's it for your presentation?
That is it
Mr.
for my
Mealy.
presentation.
I threw myself through a loop, so I apologize.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. On behalf of the applicant, I have been sworn and I understand the nature of the proceedings. We have a presentation to make. There's going to be two other speakers working on this with me. If I can introduce them at the appropriate time, Mr. Malcolm Butters and Mr. Herbie Katz, but I'll start off for now. Oh. Yep. Can you help me? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In light of the mayor's comment earlier, we will also try to cover new items that have come up or that we have changed or things we have done since we were here in July. So first, I want to thank you for giving us the extra time to do the extra community outreach. We have been doing that through the summer and the fall. and we'll show you the results of that as part of our presentation. So first thing, as Scott mentioned in the statement that was read twice, the land use category for this property is commercial. In your comprehensive plan, it says that light industrial uses are permitted in commercial land use if the city deems them appropriate. So I think what Scott was telling you is what type of things you might look at to determine if it's appropriate or not. And I actually liked the list very much because we do have increased setbacks, we do have increased buffers, we do have increased open space, and we have a lot of green initiatives. And we'll show you those as we go through our presentation. I didn't realize he was going to say those things, but after I heard them twice, they sounded really good to me. So the first thing, we will show you our plan. We understand that tonight you will be considering the two zoning items and discussing the site plan item, but not voting on it because the site plan only requires one reading, but the zoning items require two. So it would be typically done that the site plan would be considered for a vote at the same time as the second reading of the two zoning items, which we understand, and we're perfectly fine with that. So 43% green space on this site. It is a higher green space number than any other business park use in the city, and frankly, higher than any business park use that I've been involved in, even in other cities. We will show you what we are doing with respect to walls and landscaping, both on the northern property line of this property. And as part of that, we will also show you how we've recessed the wall 12 feet into the property in all the locations where we can do so in order to effectively give the homeowners that live in Lakewood East and Cocoa Palms immediately north of the site 12-foot deeper backyard. Also, obviously, it gives us more room for landscaping. We'll show you the landscaping and wall that we're proposing adjacent to Lyons Road on the eastern edge of the Cocoa Palms development. As we've met with the neighbors in Cocoa Palms that live along that Lyons Road frontage, this is something they felt that would be very beneficial for them and for their neighborhood. So we're doing that as well. The reduced trip count. We showed you at the first reading, the first reading, I guess I should say, what the trips associated with the currently approved retail development versus the trips associated with this development. And if you're looking at average daily traffic, for example, we're 81% lower than what the commercial would generate, with corresponding reductions in both the morning rush hour and the afternoon rush hour. So no matter how you measure traffic, our use is significantly lower than the commercial development that is already approved and that is still in effect. Tax revenue. This is a major generator of jobs and tax revenue. Over a 10-year time frame, we estimate that we will pay approximately $16 million in taxes to various government agencies. In addition, the one-time revenues for impact fees and building permit fees are over $1.3 million. Recreational amenities. One of the things that we don't necessarily think of when we think of a business park is some of the recreational type uses that go in them. So we will show you tonight by examples at the at the Lyons Technology Park. The Hillsborough one is in Deerfield. At the Lyons Technology Park, we will show you examples of the various uses we have there, not all of which are what you would think of as a traditional business park use. We have fitness type uses, sports type uses, recreational type uses that are in the Lyons Tech Park that we will have here as well. As we've talked to people about this, we've heard from many people in Coconut Creek need somewhere to go. So our initial thought has always been, well, this is somewhere to go for a job, but it is also somewhere to go for recreational activities. And we'll show you that as well. Low impact, high employment. So low impact. The only impact we have on the school system is the amount of taxes we pay. We will not generate any children for the school system, but we will pay significant taxes to the school board as well as all the other governmental agencies. High employment. approximately 850 direct jobs. And then when you add in the indirect jobs on top, the total is almost 3,200 jobs. Environmentally friendly. We will be building this to a green standard. We will incorporate many green elements into the site and to the buildings, and we can talk about those in more detail. We also have solar trees. We have the proper type of fixtures in the buildings with low flow water and that sort of thing. And we'll talk about those as well. Hiring locally. So we've worked with Career Source Broward, Broward College, Atlantic Technical, and we will be seeking our employees from these locations and from the local community. And we'll talk about that too. I'm kind of going through these things as an introduction. When Mr. Butters comes up and Mr. Klotz come up, they'll describe it in more detail. So the biggest thing that we've been doing since you last saw us in July is reaching out to the community, particularly to the neighborhoods to our north, Cocoa Palms and Lakewood East. We have 104 letters of support. Austin, could I ask you to give those to the clerk, please? These are just for the record, but if you want to look at them, I think you've probably seen a lot of them as they've been coming in. And this map shows you the locations of the individuals with their home address, the locations of the individuals who have signed a letter of support, some of whom are here to speak as well. When you look at these little blue dots on this map, you see that in Cocoa Palms, almost everyone that lives on the block immediately to our north has signed a letter of support. Even as you go north into the community, you have many, many people who have signed letters of support. You look along Lyons Road and virtually every lot there has signed letters of support. Mr. Klotz will go into this in more detail. He's the one that's been out in the community meeting with people. Not only have we had organized meetings at your community center at Lyons Road and Coconut Creek Parkway, but Mr. Klotz has been taking people on tours in the community, looking at Lyons Tech Park and other locations that would be similar to this. So he will talk about that later and give you more detail on the efforts they have been making. The only thing I can tell you is I've been doing this type of work for 33 years, before that 10 years in government, and this is the most extensive effort I have ever seen to reach out to the neighbors and get their input. I have never seen anyone do this as much as Mr. Klotz, Mr. Judd, and some of the others have done.
Dennis, I'm just going to pause you real quick. Mr. Kavanaugh, can we get somebody on staff just to make copies of this cover sheet for my colleagues? And then what I'll do is I'll pass the originals around to all of them. Is that okay? Just, I don't know if we could have somebody just run and make a couple copies of this, please. Thank you.
So just for the record, so everyone knows, we turned in 104 letters, but we did a cover sheet with all the 104 names and addresses so you can see.
Correct. And so
who-
Dennis, what
who
I
the
just
folks
asked
are.
to keep the record clear is the cover sheet that you would put on the stack that just got handed up to me. I'm going to pass the rest of the stack down to my colleagues. But what I'm looking at, again, you got to be verbal about these things. I'm assuming what is a form letter created by you with resident signatures and things of that nature. I'll pass it to my colleagues. I'm having a copy made of the cover sheet, which is a listing of all the addresses. So I'll give you all this for inspection. Dennis, that'll come out, but I'm going to let you continue your presentation. I just wanted to be clear in terms of what I directed staff to make a copy of, which is the cover sheet. I don't want to kill a lot of trees with all that paper. So we'll just do the cover sheet, and the letters I'm going to pass down the commission for inspection. I turn
That'll
it
be
over to
fine.
you, sir.
Thank you. And as you look at the letters, please notice that, some of them might be similar, but people took the time, most of them took the time to put in their own thoughts about what we're doing here. So this slide is just summarizing all the things we've just shown, the various items we've talked about with the green space, the trips, and everything else. So now just a couple of quick slides on views. So again, we are landscaping this thing beyond belief. And we just wanted to just show you a couple of vignettes. This one is from Atlantic Boulevard. This is the walking trail that goes around the property, all along Lyons, all along Atlantic. And you see how it's recessed from the street. If you look at this drawing on the left, that gray pavement is Lyons Road. The lighter gray next to it is the existing DOT sidewalk or Broward County sidewalk, however you want to view it, that's right next to the road. So we're putting a sidewalk where you pull them off the road. You have trees on both sides. You can walk in the shade. and you're not walking right next to cars that are going 45 miles an hour on Lyons Road or Atlantic Boulevard. You're away from the road for a more comfortable way to walk. So this is a symbol that you will see on many of our slides and the rest of the presentation. We want to make it clear that everything that we are offering is not just something we're saying, that we are offering these items as conditions of approval. And if you decide to do so, whether you attach these conditions to one of the zoning items tonight, or whether you attach them to the site plan concurrent with the second reading, we are offering these, be put in writing. So it's not just a promise, it's a commitment. And they would be binding on the property as going forward to the future. So you'll see a little format here where, as we've talked to people, we've heard things from people, and we want to show you what we heard and how we responded. So the first thing we heard is that this is the entrance to Coconut Creek, and it needs to be special. So this is the corner of Lyons and Atlantic, and this is something that we're looking at for a design, for signage, for the butterfly theme, which of course is a Coconut Creek symbol. And to the right, I guess you can't see the little cursor, but to the right of the sign, you see something that looks like a yellow post with something that almost looks like a record, a vinyl record on top of it. That's actually a solar tree, and it generates energy to be used on the site for various items. So that's something we're doing right at the corner. And you see that little symbol in the upper right for condition of approval. So this isn't just a picture. This is what we're going to do. If you decide that this is suitable, you can make it a condition of approval that we put this in exactly the way we're showing it. So this is the plan that we presented in July. And I want to focus on the truck bays. Another way of talking about that are the truck dock doors. So we say truck bays, truck dock door, same thing. So you remember we had 106 of those truck bays or truck dock doors. And we heard a concern about the number. So we have reduced it. And you notice that instead of 106, it's now 79. So we reduced it very significantly. I know that it says building A XX and building B XX and building C XX. So let me just fill in the numbers. So building A would be 13 dock doors, building B would be 32, and building C would be 34 to add up to the 79. And if you recall from the plan we originally showed with the 106 bays, it would have been a much higher number at each of those three buildings, 15, 44, and 47. So we've cut that significantly. Now, how were we able to determine that it was okay for our business plan to reduce the number of dock doors? Well, the way we were able to determine that leads into one of the next things that you talked to us about, which is who's going to be here? What companies are going to come to this property and set up shop, and how will they operate? So we've been out talking to the community with Malcolm Butters' help, who's going to be heading up our leasing efforts. And yet you will see some of the companies that we've talked to, that we've received letters of interest from. And you see the first two are companies that are already in the Lyons Tech Park. And Malcolm will talk to you about those companies and how they are growing, and that there's no more room left for them at Lyons Tech Park. So they need to go somewhere else, but they want to stay in Coconut Creek. So by talking to these companies and looking at their operations, we were able to determine that we could reduce the number of dock doors based on input from them and other companies like them. And we'll talk about each of these companies. Mr. Butters will do that as we go further into the presentation. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Malcolm Butters to talk about the next few slides. And then when he's done, I'll come back up. And if you have questions for us at any point, we're here to answer them. Thank you. Malcolm?
Can I just point?
You can just use this button right here.
Down.
Yeah, just the one right there. It'll do it for you.
Okay. Thank you, Commission. Malcolm Butters, 6820 Lyons Technology Boulevard, Coconut Creek. Many of you know me. My office has been here for 23 years. We've actually developed, if you look on the slide, pretty much all of that industrial in the pink over the years, except for the Lyons Business Park we are neighbors with. very proud to be a member of this community. With me today also is Peter Zadok, the owner of Elite Aluminum, and Moish, one of his partners. We also had Susan Leahy from Willis. This meeting went on a little longer. She had to go home, but I think I introduced you to several of the commissioners, and I encourage you to follow up with Susan from Willis. She stated, I think publicly, the need for 50,000 additional square feet that they're looking for to expand, and they cannot find currently in Coconut Creek. So unfortunately, right now we are looking at options in Pompano and Deerfield and other cities, but we're hoping with tonight that we can resolve and keep them here. And I encourage you, if you want to speak to Mr. Zadok, he's here too. The beauty of this slide is you could see we're in the north node of the city. All of the buildings are on the north. The beauty of Cocomar Business Park is this would be on the exact opposite south end of the city. It's a great distribution of uses. You could see also we've been for 23 years. We've been neighbors with Regency Lakes. And I don't know one instance over the 23 years we've had any issues with trucks or any complaints from any of the industrial uses in the park. We're also very unique. You could see from the slide we're sandwiched in between two schools. So Tradewinds and Lions Creek Middle School. So we have an elementary school to the west, and we have a middle school to the east. And for 23 years, we've done that. For 23 years, all truck traffic, car traffic. I've not known one incident over 23 years where there have been any issues, both from complaints from parents or from any hazardous stuff. So it's been a great symbiotic relationship. And it just goes to prove that two things: that number one, we could coexist with residential neighborhoods and also with schools. The second thing it also proves is there's not a lot of truck traffic that is generated from business parks. I know a lot of the concerns that's been vetted over the last couple months is about truck traffic. But the reality is, and we had cameras, and I think the next slide might show it, with this whole industrial node for Lions Technology Park generates maybe 30 trucks a day. And I think that's only 30 trucks a day. And the Greystar, the Cocomar Park, is half the size of Lions Technology Park, and is maybe 1/3 of the size of that industrial node. So Cocomar is going to generate maybe on average, maybe 15 trucks a day. So this slide here, Cocomar, the traffic goes back to the traffic thing, and it goes back to the discussion that Dennis had, that Cocomar will generate on average maybe 1,200 trips a day. The previous application that was before the commission a couple of years ago for the retail center would have generated over 6,000 trips a day. So that's like an 80% reduction. If for some odd reason we don't get approved, the only logical use left for this property would be residential. And if it goes residential, let's say it's 350 apartments of that size would generate over 3,000 trips a day. So if you look at between retail and multifamily, this is the lowest generating trip count there is. I also like to point out on Atlantic Avenue, there's 50,000 cars a day currently. So when you look at maybe the possibility of adding another 15 or 16 or 17 trucks a day, it's really insignificant. And that was just the truck study we talked about. And so who's going to be here? So this is one of the most interesting slides that we came up with. This is a very, very important item tonight, because my city, our city, is out of any land for business parks. This is the last site we have for a business park. This is the last opportunity we have to attract industries, to keep industries here in Coconut Creek, and Elite and Aerospace are two great examples. both Mr. Stoudemire and Ms. Rose know over the years, I've always begged them for more and more land so we expand our business base. But this slide shows it all. Coconut Creek, the total land use has 1.7% of industrial land. The average for Broward County is 6%. That means we're less than half. We're probably 1/3 of the average of the amount of industrial and business parks in Broward County. And when you look great cities like Coral Springs, which is a beautiful city, and even Weston has 4.6%. Weston almost has 3 times the amount of industrial land and business park land as we do. I think that's significant. So we definitely, even if we approve this site, I don't think we get to 2%. I know you can't see the slide. It's a hard one to see, but we listed every industrial building in the city of Coconut Creek, every industrial building. And if you look where it's circled, it shows the vacancy rate in this city, the vacancy rate, the amount of empty space for businesses here is less than 1%. In fact, it's 1/10 of 1%. So if Willis or Elite need extra space, there's maybe 2,000 square feet of business space left in the city. That's not normal. That's not sustainable. And again, here's the companies that need space. I think that's a repeat. But if you look, one of the discussions is, what kind of companies are we going to get? Are we going to get, a big distribution center? If you look at the design of these buildings, they're what they call shallow bay. They're not big, deep buildings. These are buildings that cater to local distribution, local recreational needs, plumbing supply guys, air conditioning repair guys, et cetera, et cetera. Also manufacturing guys like Elite Aluminum, engine repair like Willis. So if you look at Lions Technology Park, Lions attracted a number of recreational users, and Dennis touched on it before. These big buildings, they have high ceilings and wide columns, and that's the type of place you get Cheer Florida, American Twisters. We had American Top Team started in our very park probably 20 years ago in 8,000 feet. Think of it, 8,000 feet. They went to 15 and then they built that beautiful, beautiful facility. So this type of facility is going to attract more recreational users like Bar West and potentially expand. Cheer Florida came to me. I don't know if they're still in the market, but when we were doing US cabinets on Lyons Road next to Food for the Poor, they were looking at 20,000 feet to expand. So you're going to see volleyball schools, potentially basketball schools, and other type of recreational users, in addition to your typical business park. The Bar West companies, again, we talked, they're actually a tenant of ours in Deerfield Beach. Recreational use, they work with high school and college athletes as well as handicapped individuals. This is a distillery that's talking about coming to Coconut Creek and opening up. One of the big things now we have in different parks and that have been acquiring is indoor pickleball. You may have read, we had actually, my company was awarded the contract to do an indoor pickleball facility in Boca Raton. And Herbie and the Greystar guys have actually been talking to another company that does similar recreational needs. It's called Padel. It's a very big sport. And Spice Labs, this is a company that we represented, put in Pompano, that's looking for more space. Women-owned, major distributor of spices. This is, of course, Willis, one of our great companies. They're in the market for 50,000 feet, would love to stay in the city. Elite Aluminum, the Shining Star, the largest corporate tenant in the city. And by Turbines, again, another company that acquired Kitchen Distributor. And then I think now I'm going to turn it over to Herbie. But please, this is, again, I think it's so important. This is our last opportunity. This is the last piece of land we have to create a business park. So I encourage you to please pass that. Thank you.
Herbie, let me say something real quick. Just before Herbie starts, if I could, I
So
passed
Mr.
up
Mr. Mealy,
two.
did you just hand this up?
Yeah, I just wanted to say what they were.
Oh,
I
okay.
just handed them to the city clerk, asked him to pass it down. There are two things. The vacancy study that Malcolm was talking about, because the slide was hard to read, we have copies for each of you if you want to look at it in more detail.
Sandy,
And then the other item is just a little description of each of the
one
companies
of each.
that Malcolm just showed you, Barwis and the other ones, just so you can see them more closely. Thank you.
So Dennis, just to, got to be the lawyer always. I do. You handed me a 4-page document entitled Gray Star Industrial Vacancy Report. You handed up a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it looks like we got an 8-page Barwis titled Barwis on the cover. I'm passing a copy of this to each of my colleagues. And Mr. Kavanaugh, you'll make a part of this a part of the record.
Yes, we will, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. Mr. Mealy, I apologize for interrupting. I turn the floor back over
No,
to you.
thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you.
Commission, I just wanted to say thank you for granting us this extra time. We really certainly are thankful for it. Kind of continuing on with the presentation, one of our commitments here is to engage locally. And we've talked about job creation. That's not a new topic. The data is strong. We're really excited to look at the potential for that job creation and share those job offerings locally, here with nonprofits, here with education institutions. We think that's an exciting part. We can hire local Coconut Creek residents and folks that are desperate for work. We're also excited to host a job fair on site where we would invite the constituents listed here. We've talked a little bit about these conditions of approval specific to our neighbors. Here you can see the concrete wall that we've proposed along Lyons, where approximately 1,400 feet of landscaping and wall would replace wooden and chain fence. That would be a cost that we would bear, and we would be responsible for maintaining that wall in the event of an incident in perpetuity. We wanted to also just quickly recap our commitment to our neighbors most impacted by this project, the folks that live on the property line. Here you can see the 8-foot concrete wall, as well as our landscaping, which we would pay for. Through that extra time, we've been fortunate to get to meet with neighbors from both communities. Feedback we heard from the residents of Lakewood East was that the Cocoa Point Park city property is a beautiful, very, very nice park, and it's a wonderful amenity for the young families that live in Lakewood East. However, we did hear that, because of the landscaping there and because of just the fact that, it gets dark in the winter, in the early evenings, it would be nice to add lighting. And so what we proposed is we would install and pay for some solar lights there that would be on timers, as well as a charging station. We also heard that it would be nice if we could extend that concrete 8-foot wall to the north side of the chain link fence that currently sits there of the preserve for safety reasons. So those would all be conditioned on approval from the city, as the city owns the park. However, we're making that offer as a condition of approval purely based on feedback from neighbors. Similarly, as you all know, we've offered to extend the wall all the way to Banks. That's an offer that would still be up to the homeowner whether or not they would choose to take it. But we wanted to make that same commitment and that same offer where 1,200 feet of landscaping and concrete wall would be provided on our dime.
You going to maintain the lights too?
Yes. Solar lights only.
No, but feel free to ask that question, Sandy. I asked if they were going to be maintaining the lights because it's one thing to build,
Yeah.
it's one thing to maintain.
And is this additionally maintaining the walls like on Lions?
Sandy, they are concrete walls. It's actually a local company here that makes them.
Okay.
What we have conveyed is that in the event that the wall is damaged, whether that be from a storm or a tree falling, that we would be responsible for repairing the wall as a condition of approval.
I apologize for interrupting.
No,
Please continue.
no problem at all. Another is part of this effort. We've been fortunate to get to spend some time with neighbors, and as Dennis mentioned, this is the most landscape business park. Would be the most landscape business park in the city, and quite frankly, in South Florida. We wanted to, latch on to the environmental responsibility, that consciousness that's so obvious here in Coconut Creek. And so what we're proposing is adding a community garden on the east side there by Lyons Road. Similarly, we would be responsible for paying for this on an ongoing basis. This garden would be open to the residents of Cocoa Palms, the residents of Lakewood East. I have to give a shout out to Esther and my community center. So we wanted to open it to them as well. And the nonprofits and education groups shown previously. Dennis touched on this, but it's been a wonderful experience to use this downtime from our last meeting to engage with the community. As mentioned, we had 4 additional neighborhood meetings. And then after that meeting, we had hundreds of calls, meetings, car rides with our neighbors from Cocoa Palms and Lakewood East. We've spoken to the folks who have concerns. As it was important, we incorporated their feedback into the plans. I want to thank the neighbors. They're willing to meet with us, generously spend time touring similar business parks in Coconut Creek that we just mentioned, Lyons Technology Center, US Cabinets. Through those meetings, the neighbors most directly impacted by this project have realized this is a great outcome. As we sit here today, 90% of the residents to live on the property line, objectively the ones most impacted, have signed their support for this business park. What we are proposing today, thanks to the feedback from the community, is a much better project. That feedback has been much appreciated, and we're very excited about that community alignment. I'm going to pass the baton back to Dennis.
Thank you. Just a couple more items. So I know we spoke about this part last time, but we wanted to focus on 2 things here. The green area of the site, and we did this drawing specifically to highlight it. The different shades of green are for the different aspects of buffers and landscaping and open space pursuant to your code, and also the environmental preserve area pursuant to the Broward County Code. So you see that those areas, again, condition of approval, that we maintain it this way. And then 2 things on access. You may recall that the recorded plat gives us a full median opening on Lyons Road with right turn in, right turn out, left turn in, and left turn out. But we have agreed voluntarily to restrict it so that it would be right turn out, right turn in, right turn out, and left turn in, but not left turn out. So in other words, you could not go out to the Lyons Road exit and make a left turn to go north on Lyons Road. And that was something that when we talked to Cocoa Palms was important to them. It was also something very important to your traffic planners here at the city. Because as you know, Lyons Road is on a curve at that location and the left turn outbound could be hazardous. So we agreed to eliminate it. And you notice that you'll see the median there has the directional median opening only. So there's no left turns out there. And then the access on Atlantic Boulevard is a full median opening as it has always been. And then again, this is just showing you the plan with those same things. Now also notice, I know it's a little bit small, but if you look at our northern property line, you see the wall as that white line, that 8-foot wall. And you notice that it's recessed into the property until all the way from Lyons Road till we get to the preserve area. We can't recess it at the preserve area because we can't encroach into that area, but we have that wall. And then as Herbie has mentioned, adjacent to the preserve area, then it's still a wall on the north side of the fence if it's allowed. And then as you go west of the canal, you already have the fence north of the preserve area by the Cocoa Point Park. But we have agreed, as Herbie mentioned, that we would agree to put an 8-foot wall just north of that fence based on some of the input we heard from neighbors. And then as you go next to building A, that 8-foot wall is recessed 12 feet into the property again. And then as you reach the western edge of our project, that other land is in Margate. The other land that's on Atlantic Boulevard is in Margate. So there we couldn't recess the wall, but our sellers, the Diaz family, has agreed to allow us to install that 8-foot wall even along the north end of the Margate property that we're not buying, because that'll give protection to the other Coconut Creek residents that live in Lakewood East that are north of the Margate property. So all of that again has that little check mark and stamp in the upper right-hand corner. We want you to know that this wall configuration we're showing, we would agree to make it a condition of approval in writing so that everyone knows we're doing it. And with the questions you asked earlier about maintenance and all those things, those could be incorporated into the conditions. And again, I would defer to the city attorney whether it's appropriate to attach it to one of the two items tonight or whether it's appropriate to attach it to the site plan when we come for second reading. We're okay either way, whatever you determine is the right way to do it. So just summarizing all of the things that we have been dealing with in the community, the improvements we've made to the plans based on the input we received from the community. And I'll tell you, we've received a lot of input. I know you have too. I know you've received a lot of emails, but Herbie, it's taken people on tours to Lyons Tech Park and all kinds of other places to really make sure that people understand exactly what this is going to be, what kind of companies are going to come here, what kind of truck usage there is, all of those items. If you have any questions for us now, we'll be happy to answer them. Would also like the opportunity to respond at the end of the public comment period as appropriate. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mealy, just real quick, could you just run down, I know I'm not questioning you at this point, but I walked up to my staff and I just asked the question, these conditions of approval, I don't think anyone has seen these prior to today. Is that fair, Mr. Stoudemire?
That is fair. They have been referenced, but we have not seen anything in writing or had any meetings on these.
So if you could just do me a favor, Mr. Mealy, because I started taking notes and then you kind of got down a rabbit hole. I'm happy to wait. I just think it's significant if you can just, you don't have a list of those. You just have your stamp on your slides. Is that fair?
Correct. Do you have a list?
So
give me the list. Can you find it for me, Austin? We're going to find it right now and I'll just read it off quickly.
Thank you.
As I have talked to Mr. Stoudemire, I of course called him and said, I know that some of this stuff we're going to show you haven't seen yet. And so he mentioned to me that staff will be keeping track of everything this evening. And if there's things that need to be incorporated, they can either be incorporated in the second reading of the zoning items, or they can be incorporated into the site plan, wherever you deem appropriate.
If I could just really quickly, typically these kinds of items are attached to the site plan, if I am correct. Do you agree with that, Scott?
I would say most of the things that are being described would be attached to a site plan, but there may be some that would be more appropriate as part of a condition in the PCD.
Okay, that being said, either way, I think it would be appropriate to attach them at second reading to give us the chance to digest it if it gets to that point.
Well, I mean, I'm agreeing with you, but I think what they're referencing is significant. So here's what I would like. And I don't think I'm I think I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues, at least in some degree. I would like you to be very clear, Mr. Klotz, maybe you, whoever, be very clear with Mr. Stoudemire or Mr. Prophet, what these conditions of approval are. So they have the ability of saying that as well, because while it may be standard and par for the course to attach these to a site plan, I'm hearing things I haven't heard tonight.
So I'll.
So I want to make sure that I see this, for lack of a better term, that we see this list of what this is and while I appreciate the presentation of it's creative, the condition of approval, I just want to make sure that is being explicitly clear in your presentation. That's all.
Fine, I'll just go through them very quickly
I would appreciate that. So
we'll
Mr.
write
Prophet,
them-
would somebody mind taking just?
and we'll write them down too. And then at the end, if we need to relist them, we can do that.
And can I
So-
ask one thing?
Hold on, but Madam Vice Mayor, I know, yeah, please.
And everything that is included, not, not being prompted, is this included? The maintenance and the
I'll try to do that
repair
right now.
after.
I'll try
Okay,
to do that
I
right now
just-
as I go through them.
I just think it needs to
So-
all be very clear.
So actually, you know what we're going to do? Here's what we're going to do real quick. I'm going to call a 5-minute recess, Mr. Mealy. I want you to just to reiterate to my staff what these conditions of approval are, and then I'm going to ask you to explain them to us. I just want you to collect your thoughts and final. And I say it only because I think I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think all of us probably are a little, I don't want to say surprised. I think that's a poor choice of word, but is puzzled a better word? Bumfuzzled. The vice mayor's bumfuzzled. I've never heard that
What
word.
did you say?
We're not going to repeat it.
Oh, okay.
Moral listeners, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. If anyone needs to use the restroom, I appreciate everyone being here. I appreciate everyone sticking around. Just give us 5 minutes so we can deal with these things. We're in recess, Mr. Kavanaugh.
If they're not shown.
We're gonna call the meeting back to order. I apologize. It was a little longer than 5 minutes, but just first of all, everyone here that lives here and came here, thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. We're gonna go back on our meeting. Mr. Kavanaugh, are we streaming again?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
And Mr. Mealy, as you were concluding your presentation, just to officially get caught up, I had asked staff to engage with you briefly. Did you reiterate those? Do you want to list them or do you want Mr. Stoudemire to list them?
I can do it if that's okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to you to list and then conclude if you have any other remarks.
Thank you very much. So of course, there are already conditions in some of these items, but we presented additional ones tonight. So I'm just going to go through the ones we presented tonight. And I'll just leave this little symbol up there so we know that's what we're talking about. So the first one was the photograph that we showed of the entry feature coming into Coconut Creek at the corner of Lyons and Atlantic. You saw that signage with the butterfly and the solar tree. So all of that will be included in the plan and we will maintain all of it too. If I miss anything on any of these items, please remind me. The second one, we showed that our old plan had 106 truck doors or truck bays, however you want to call it. We've now reduced that to 79. So it'd be 13 in building A, 32 in building B, and 34 in building C, totaling 79 instead of the 106 we had before. Third item is job openings. So we showed you the various institutions that we are partnering with for job openings here. I won't repeat all the names. It's on the slide. That's a commitment we're making. It's a condition of approval that we will abide by. And we can go through the names again if you want, but I think we remember there are, Career Source Broward, Broward College, Atlantic Technical, and so on. The next thing was the wall and landscaping adjacent to cocoa palms along Lyons Road. We showed those as well. And I think the same comment that Mr. Klotz made about if there's damage to the wall, we'll fix it. The next one was the northern buffer. We showed those buffers. These are diagrams that have been in our plans for a while now. I think these are things that staff has seen, some of the others they haven't, but we are going to have those buffers in our site plan exactly the way we showed them on the slides tonight. We'll have those same slides for the second reading. Of course, we maintain those buffers completely. The next thing was the Cocoa Point Park, solar lights and wall. And again, on the wall, we agreed that if it's damaged, that we will fix it. The next thing was the community garden. We showed the location. We will maintain the community garden and bear the costs associated with doing so. The final thing was the northern wall, where we showed certain places where it's recessed 12 feet into the property. We'll rely on the diagram to show exactly where those locations are. Of course, we will be maintaining that wall. Now, of course, the construction of that wall is subject to the city approving it and the neighbors that are next to it, allowing us to put it in the way we're proposing to put it in. I believe those are all the items that I mentioned. And I know that Mr. Stoudemire has a statement to make as well.
So, Scott.
Yes, I just wanted to, most of these conditions, most of these issues that were raised by the applicant this evening are new to staff in this level of detail. I had the benefit of being made aware of some of the commitments, that were being made. I would suggest that if there is a motion to move this on to a second reading, that staff would take the opportunity to meet with the applicant and fully vet each of these conditions to clarify, make sure that everything is realistic associated with them, but to also make a decision as to whether or not they're more appropriate in the PCD or the site plan. And again, I would agree that most of them are probably appropriate for the site plan, but that would be part of the vetting process. It's not uncommon to have a high number of conditions of approval for a large project. So we're prepared to have that meeting. We're prepared to deal with that. So I don't want to make it sound like just because we weren't aware of it, that it's, that we're unable to deal with it and be agile, we can deal with it and we will do. In fact, I would imagine by the time you're finished discussing it, there may be some additions to that list. So it would not surprise me at all. So that concludes my remarks.
Thank you. So this is a little unique because we don't usually have items staff hasn't vetted. I agree that things do come up on the dais, right? I interjected myself and at a point where it wasn't the discussion yet prior to me opening a public hearing. I'm going to turn to my colleagues at this point. Well, first off, this is one of those times I'll seek permission as opposed to approval. Madam City Attorney, are you okay with me turning to my colleagues in regarding anything on these condition of approval items now prior to opening the public hearing for informational purposes only?
Sure, meaning that you're just asking them to talk about them, see if they have questions on them, that kind of a thing.
Correct. So I guess the point I'm trying to just get some feedback on is we were presented with things tonight that we haven't been, vetted on by staff. Does anyone have anything they want to add? I'm trying not to open it for our discussion until we have the public hearing. I'm trying to flip it to the commission to say, listen, we heard things. Does anyone have any thoughts, positions, or questions on the COA issues right now?
I have one question on one of the items.
Okay.
For Dennis Milk.
I mean, because I asked about the maintenance of the lights, Vice Mayor asked about the maintenance of the wall. Those are things,
Right.
and again, that are usually more in depth for discussion. I'm trying to get there early in case if anyone has any issues with where we're at right now.
Right. And I have the question about the garden. I'm not sure what you guys mean by maintaining that. Are you going to be planting the plants in there? Are you going to be maintaining the planters? What does that mean by maintaining it? Can you define that?
So we're going to set up the garden and we're going to keep it in good shape. But of course, the people that come to participate, I want to plant tomatoes, I want to plant whatever. We're going to make sure they can do that. If we plant everything, then there won't be anything for them to do. But we're going to maintain it in good condition, but let the community come in and plant the vegetables or the other things they want to do.
Vice Mayor,
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. Vice Mayor, Commissioner Riley, sorry, I saw Sandy's hand first.
So my first impression was just to ask for a consensus of the commission as to whether we should table this or not, because this is all new news and it's a whole lot to digest about a lot of conditions with not a lot of clarity. But on second thought, we have a lot of people from the public that came here for the second time. And it's very awkward. It's very awkward, but we're going to hear it through unless somebody else has any ideas about tabling it. But that was my first thought because it was really, it wasn't good. It wasn't good to hear this just immediately now, right
Well,
now,
Vice
without
Mayor,
any preparation.
if I could say, some of these issues are pretty straightforward. Like removing bays to go from 106 to 79. There's not really a whole lot for us to talk about on that other than to show them where we're keeping the bays and where we're getting rid of them. That's pretty simple. The job opening thing, that's pretty straightforward, what we're going to do. The entry sign with the butterfly. If you decide that you want a different look, we'll give you whatever look you want.
I'm not discounting the validity of the things that you have listed. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the way they were presented tonight at the meeting for the first time. That's all. But I'm prepared to hear it out. So I'm not going to make any more comment.
Exactly. I didn't want to bring it for discussion at this point, but I think, do you have something to say, Commissioner Rossman?
Well, I want to piggyback on what she was saying, but if it's not up for discussion, I will wait if I have to.
Okay. It's up to you. I guess the point, I think Vice Mayor Welch's point is salient and correct that, it's difficult in our position to vote on something that we're just hearing kind of newer. Now, this is a unique item. And I say it because you had a couple month continuation on things. And I'll reserve the rest of my comments, but if there's nothing else from my colleagues on the procedure of some of these conditions of approval. So I'll be honest with you, I may be in a position, me personally, I may be more liberal this evening to have the ability of staff to vet certain things. I can't tell you that, but Commissioner Wasserman.
It's the same thing that happened at the last meeting with the residents getting the 12 feet. We didn't have that information ahead of time. And here's more information coming to us that we didn't have prior to today. It puts us in a predicament. I'm sorry to comment. I know we're going to wait for discussion, but it's just It's not respectful of us in the process doing it this way. That should have been turned in. You shouldn't have been working to the last minute to get these last things in. It should have been turned in and been on our docket to look at ahead of time. I'm sorry.
So I know these are more items, but for example, on your item earlier this evening, where you asked for a certain type of handicap door access, and Mr. Stoudemire said, let me check that with the building department before we say yes or no. We have a second reading to do on this. The site plan is not being voted on tonight anyway, regardless of what happens. I assure you that we can meet with the staff, confirm that all of these things are proper before we come back for a second reading. But with that being said, I want to sit down, let the public get a chance to talk. And at the end of the public comment period, like the opportunity to respond as appropriate.
Yeah, I think,
Thank you
Dennis,
very
you will. And I'll move it along, and I'll say, I think Commissioner Wasserman's comments are, well, salient. It's just, this is a unique item, because I can't tell you how many times we've done something like this, where we've tabled it and then we're here, and then there's been 11th hour developments. And candidly, I appreciate both sides do it. But in all fairness, you have people here that have been advocating against this for a long time that are hearing things for the first time, just like we're hearing things for the first time. So it makes it it's a hard argument when you got one hand tied behind your back. So Dennis, I'm gonna let you give a conclusion at this time, and I'll go back into the script. But I appreciate it, because at the end of the day, I think the other side to that, what people don't know, is you guys are trying to do everything to make this the most palatable project ever. So
It's all we're trying to do.
I get that. So I don't think there was anything ill intended. I think it was actually the opposite. You're trying to keep up with the time. So I'm not going to respond anymore. I'm going to ask you to give a closing. Anything else you want to say prior to me calling the recess, and then we'll get into it.
No, I'll reserve any other comments I have for the response at the end of the public comment.
We'll get into it. I'm sorry.
I'll reserve any other comments I have for the response at the end of the public comment, unless you
Okay.
have questions. Thank you
So
very
real
much.
quick before I open the public hearing, Mr. Stoudemire, do you have any cross-examination questions for Mr. Mealy's presentation?
I do not.
Mr. Mealy, do you have any cross-examination questions for Mr. Stoudemire's presentation?
I do not.
Okay, so based on that and you reserving the remaining remarks, at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing. The public hearing is now open. Now you got this. I ask everyone to just give me a little leeway here, because I'm trying to juggle everyone that's signed in with what we have. So let's start with this. Mr. Kavanaugh, I'm going to ask you to read the names as signed in.
So the first name that's
Start
signed
with
in,
that.
do you want me to do the way we did it for the first reading, where we read the first one, then the next two?
Please.
Will do, Mayor. Thank you. So the first person that signed in to speak, Julie Price. The second person signed in to speak is Janet Winko. And the third person that signed in to speak is Alex Rodriguez.
Now, on that first list, let me be clear. Ms. Price, you spoke at 7:13. I'll give you anything you want new. I think we all heard your position last time, or else you have a different position. Ms. Winko, I have nothing from you. And Mr. Rodriguez, you sent an email. So I'll give you the ability of having your email read or making a public comment. So I'm trying to just juggle it all. Ms. Price, thank you for, it's getting a little tenuous up here. So I appreciate the understanding. So if you have anything new to add on top of what you added on the 13th.
I do. I appreciate the opportunity to be back again. My
State
position.
your name and your address,
Julie
please.
Price, 4784 Northwest Fifth Court. I
Thank
have
you.
been sworn in. I appreciate the opportunity to be back again. I just have one thing to add. One thing that is new since the last time that I was here in July. October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month. So how much more appropriate is it to be able to represent ARC Broward as its president CEO, and the ability for individuals with disabilities who otherwise have a very hard time in our workforce being included in opportunities such as this, so that folks with all different types of disabilities, whether that's physical, developmental, otherwise, have the ability to be able to work within a business park that will provide them gainful employment, tax-paying opportunities into our city and otherwise. So I just wanted to represent on behalf of our Broward that we're thrilled for the opportunity. We have a material handler program. It's a state certified program, and it aligns completely with the opportunity to work hand in hand with some of the potential employers who are going into this space. So on behalf of our Broward, we appreciate the opportunity to be able to do that. And of course, it's no more appropriate than to happen now during National Disability Employment Awareness Month. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Price. And I will just say for any future speakers, please make it a point to say you support or you don't support. I think it'll make it a little easier as well. So I'm going to go to just Ms. Winko. Mr. Kavanaugh, after Mr. Rodriguez is whom?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Janet Winsko. I reside at 4744 Northwest 5th Place in Coconut Creek. Yes, I've been sworn in, and yes, I do understand the rules of the proceedings, and I am for this project. As a resident of Cocoa Palms for 30 years, November 30th will be my 30-year anniversary. When I purchased my home, I've been a part of many projects that have been brought forward over the years. And after careful consideration, it's my humble opinion that the projected use of this project is in the best use of your community, your constituents, my community, my neighbors, and the community I've loved to live in for 30 years. I've thoroughly considered this. I've heard about trucks and traffic and safety and noise. And quite honestly, I'm confident that this project will impact those factors in the least way possible. So again, I know that there were some letters presented. I also did want to just say that I was glad that I was able to provide a letter of support previously. And again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. So Kavanaugh, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yes, the next speaker is Alex Rodriguez, followed by Diana Nareen. And then the next speaker after Diana Nareen is Parmeshwar Nareen.
Good evening.
Mr. Rodriguez, you did send an email in regarding the meeting this evening.
Correct. I'd
You wanna
rather
read-
speak.
Okay, you prefer to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but I will let you know, while we're not going to read your email, it will be made part of the record.
Correct.
The floor is yours, sir.
Yes.
Your name and your address, please.
Good evening. My name is Alex Rodriguez. I live at 502 Northwest 47th Avenue, Coconut Creek, 33063. At first, I want you all to know that I was opposed to the Gray Star project. After meeting with Herbie and we drove around and we spoke very thoroughly. We went to different locations that would be similar to the ones being built if approved. I also attended several meetings for our community, and when she explained that the project will consist of 8 feet wall, lots of trees and shrubs, and will provide privacy, I say the wall will provide privacy for our community, my home especially, because when I first moved in there, we were broken into. So in versus that 5.5 foot chain link fence, I prefer that wall. Let me see where I left off. Hopefully that'll provide privacy, safety, and reduce traffic noise. I've been a resident of Coconut Creek since 1990 and love my city and my community. Please consider this project and vote yes. It's a win-win for the homeowners and the city, which I love. Thank you.
Thank you for coming this evening. Mr. Kavanaugh, the next on deck.
The next speaker is Diana Nareen, followed by Parmeshwar Nareen. And the next speaker after that is Carmen Rodriguez.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity for, thanks. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity.
Give us your
for-
name and your.
Oh, I'm
address.
sorry.
No worries. Listen, people don't
Diana.
usually public speak.
4748 Northwest 5th Court, Coconut Creek, Florida, 33063.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You could start. Okay, there we go.
Firstly, thank you for the opportunity for our voices to be heard. We live at 4748 Northwest 5th Court, which is directly backing the proposed Gray Star project. We purchased our home pre-construction and chose that particular lot. Over the last 29 years, we have enjoyed the peace and quiet, and that is about to change. The reality is that we knew that something would eventually be constructed there. There is a very real possibility that a live local development could be constructed there. I would rather have a light industrial warehouse with limited traffic than a community with approximately 700 to 1,000 neighbors who is not invested in our community. We are the ones that pay our property taxes. There would be 24/7 activity in our community, and who knows what the tenant base would really be like. No, only one can imagine. At the end of the day, we in Cocoa Pond would be living the nightmare with a 24/7 community right behind our property. No one here will be living that nightmare other than ourselves. I thank you again for the opportunity, and I support the Gray Star development.
Thank you for coming out this evening. Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker is Parmeshwar Nareen, followed by Carmen Rodriguez, followed by Beth Acker.
Good evening. My name is Parmeshwar Nareen, and I live at 4748 Northwest 5th Court. My home is exactly between the warehouse B and C. And I don't want to have to deal with noise at night. At the end of the day, I want to have a good night's sleep. So I am for Gray Star Warehouse. Thank you and good night.
Thank you for coming. Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker that's signed up to speak is Carmen Rodriguez, followed by Beth Acker, and next followed by Robert Green.
Ms. Rodriguez, the floor is yours. Your name and address, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carmen Rodriguez, residing at 502 Northwest 47th Avenue in Coconut Creek. The location of our property is right on the angle. It's going to be Lions and it's going to be back of like Atlantic. I've been a resident of Coconut Creek since 1990. It is the best place to be. I raised 3 kids. I love everybody. I love my neighbors. I love the police, the fire rescue. I mean, it is amazing. Throughout the year, my health has been going down a little bit. However, standing here and express how I feel on something that directly or indirectly will affect mine point of view or mine a stage of living a better life. I want to thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to say something, to say like, wait a minute, I know something needs to be built there. I know back in the day, they wanted to build a gas station. I opposed to that. I'm like, well, I cannot have a gas station in the back of my house. I don't think so. Then Lowe's, I opposed to Lowe's too. And then Lennar came up with the idea of having these beautiful homes that cost $300,000, $400,000, but they didn't have no privacy in between the two communities. So I always say, listen, if you're going to build in my backyard, we need to have some kind of boundaries. So when I heard about Gray Star, I opposed. Honestly, I'm like, there is no way I'm going to have a warehouse in my backyard. But after I see how beautiful that's going to be, all the job opportunity that we're going to have, and on top of that, they are going to give us $500,000 concrete wall that they are going to maintain. We're going to have a lot of beautiful things. I mean, I'm like, wait a minute, I am going for it. And that's what I'm here for, because in my country, they don't give you the opportunity of saying something when you don't like something or when you like something. No matter what we do in life, Your Honors, I'm going to tell you something, whether you walk straight one way or another way, there will be always someone that will complain. There will be someone that will not like what you prefer, what you like. But if this company is doing what we believe we deserve as a homeowner, I think I'm going to go for it. And I really love the opportunity.
Thank you, Miss Rodriguez. I appreciate your comments. I'm going to ask everybody. These are these contentious things. We don't need to clap. Let's just try to, the yays, the nays. I appreciate it. Ms. Rodriguez, on behalf of the commission, we wish you the best of health with everything you have going on. Mr. Kavanaugh, the next speaker is Ms. Acker. I think we have next.
Next speaker is Beth Acker, followed by Robert Green, followed by Kathy Green.
Ms. Acker, I think you actually sent an email to all of us. I think we all received an email from you. Do you want to speak or do you want the email read?
I'll speak.
Okay. Can we, Mr. Stoudemire, you just hand her a mic? So Mr. Kavanaugh, Ms. Acker's email will be made part of the record. It will not be read this evening and she will speak this evening.
Thank you, Mayor.
Didn't know this was gonna.
Thanks for the double public comment tonight. We appreciate
I
it.
lucked out, didn't I? I've been,
Your name, I hate it.
I'm
Name
sorry.
and address, please.
You're right. Beth Acker, address is 4946 Northwest 6th Street in Coconut Creek. I'm a Cougar alumni, class of 78. I've played in your parks for years and years. Got family in South Creek. My husband and I are in Lakewood East. Our property backs up to the Gray Star Comar property. And obviously my concern is, what is it going to do to my property values? What is it going to look like? What am I going to be facing in my backyard? And everything in the last 4 meetings that I went to that they did with residents, I got a lot of education. I have a big background in commercial as well as residential real estate. I know that they're not obligated to tell us what's going on or to ask our opinion what's going on. I see that they're doing a lot of good things for the community, which I'm very excited about and I'm glad to see. I think that I'm going to be looking at more of a park-like structure. I like that they're putting additional 12 feet on the wall on the other side of the easement. So my home is not going to feel like it's boxed in. In the past, other projects that we're talking about coming in, no one ever gave us any idea of what was going to change, what it was going to be, what was going to be there. I know that if it was retail space, I'd be staring at the back of the Lowe's or the back of the Kohl's, the trucks coming in and out and nothing more. So I do like that they seem to be more conscious about the neighborhoods, the parks, and how it's impacting everyone. I did talk to them about the possibility of extending the wall all the way down Lakewood East on my side of the street to the 12 feet. They can't commit to that because they don't know what's going to happen to the portion that's in Margate. But it's being considered. It's open for discussion. I wouldn't have expected that from any of the companies that I used to ever work with. So I'm just glad that they're working with the company. I definitely support them and I hope that you'll approve it. You don't know what devil you're going to get, what you're got. This one, I feel like I know what we've got. I'd rather sleep knowing what they're doing is going to be for the community.
Ms. Acker, thank you for coming in. Your email will be part of the record. Mr. Kavanaugh, call next. And who's on deck, please?
The next speaker that signed up is Robert Green, followed by Kathy Green, followed by Mary Ann Lee Primer.
Mr. Green, please state your name and your address, please.
Name is Robert Green. I live at 4767 Northwest 5th Court, Coconut Creek. I had a speech here and I'm kind of going to throw it out because it's mute now, but I sat here or stood here, excuse me, on a zoning meeting and watched Gray Star's presentation showing us all their fancy pictures. And I noticed that all the pictures that they showed us were from their property looking at our property. There was nothing from our properties looking towards their buildings. So I pointed this out. I would say 3 weeks later, Herbie notified us that he wanted to have a meeting. Went to that meeting, and the first thing he said is, we made a mistake. We've discovered that we don't have our buildings covered. We need to plant more plants. They added 100 additional trees to cover their buildings. They didn't have to tell us that, and they could have just let it go on, and we would assume what they were going to do was fine. The same thing happened with the wall. You know, we wanted the wall at least 12 to 13, 14 feet away from the back of our fences. Now, Herbie came up with the idea, well, wait a second. How about we have this distance? The land is kind of useless.
how about if we take and extend each one of the homeowners' property 12 feet and put the wall there? I, at the time, was president of the homeowners association. I said, well, Herbie, the only way we can do that is by everybody agreeing to do that. It's got to be everybody that lives along there. And he said, fine, we'll go with it. And all of a sudden he says, how about if we extend the wall the whole way down Lyons Road as a noise buffer? And I said, you'd be willing to do that? And he said, yes. He said, we would. And I said, Herbie, I want to, and he said, what? And I go, it also extends on the other side of our drive. And he said, we'll take care of that too. So it's right the whole way down. None of this did they have to do. I started this whole thing. Like I said, I'm as the president of the association, my whole goal was to just see that the people that most affected, the people that lived on the south side of Fifth Court, got everything that they could to protect them, to keep their values of their homes as high as possible. And dealing with them, everything that we've had from Greystar that I've had the personal privilege of dealing with has been positive. And I thank you. I thank them also.
Thank you, Mr. Green, for coming in. Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yes, the next speaker that's signed up to speak is Kathy Green, followed by Marianne Lee Primer, followed by Peter Zadek.
Ms. Green, so you're my first doubled up. You spoke in 7:13 and you sent an email for 10:26. So I give you the opportunity to add anything new you would like.
I spoke very briefly at the meeting. I do have something new. My name is Kathy Green, 4767 Northwest Fifth Court, Coconut Creek. I am in support of the warehouse. The project offers a building with no windows overlooking our property. There's no parking along our fence border. Activity is designated to normal business hours, no late night or overnight. Traffic is lighter than any other proposal, past or future. This project meets my expectations. The greatest concern at the end of the last commissioners meeting was the increase and exit of the property of the trucking. The ingress and egress, will not change by the changing the use of this site. Because the location of the site and the three traffic lights around it, the possibility of getting a fourth light seems slim. There's not enough distance between Seventh Manor Light on Lyons and the Atlantic Light, or from the Atlantic Light to Banks Road to warrant a light without tying up traffic. But there is a precedence. On Lyons Road, north of Coconut Creek Parkway, there's a light in close proximity to the light to help with the shopping center and their truck traffic. So a traffic light not being issued by DOT is not out of the question. No matter what you approve, residential, commercial, or retail, you will have to address this issue. The coming in and out for Lyons Road entrance for the trucks from the site is easier. The trucks will leave the site, cross 2 lanes, not 4, and go into a turn lane. The turn lane will head them east to the turnpike or I-95. It also will head them south if they want. There is also a turnoff on Atlantic that will route the trucks northbound on Lyons without doing a U-turn. It will not take a professional driver longer to realize that this leaves an exit to the north, east, or south without using any traffic lights or a difficult turn. A west exit can be negotiated from Lyons or Atlantic without any adverse effects. Banks Road as the only solution as an exit to the turnpike has been taken out of the equation. Truckers will most likely enter the site using either entrance without traffic impact. Truckers do what is easier. It will only take them one time to understand this. Not all truckers use the turnpike. Not all truckers utilize Coconut Creek Parkway to get to Lyons. This is a matter of money and where their last stop was. Traffic from I-95 or elsewhere will not be taken into account. Traffic from I-95 or elsewhere was not taken into account at the last meeting. While there's approximately, and now there's parking spaces have changed. I fail to see that all those spaces are utilized at one time. I fail to see all semis being used. I see utility vans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate it. And we're going to make your email that you sent this evening part of the record. Mr. Kavanaugh.
The next speaker that's on to speak is Mary Ann Lee Primer, followed by Peter Zadek, followed by Susan Leahy.
Ms. Primer, thank you for coming in. Same thing that you spoke at the 7:13 meeting. You have a 10:26 email. Do you want us to read the email or do you want to speak, put it as part of the record?
No, the email wasn't to be read, but if you could make it part of the record.
Okay, so we'll make the 10:26 email as part of the record. I turned the floor because you already spoke on anything new you would like to add. Ms. Primer.
Yes,
Please, floor is yours. Your name and address, please.
my name is Mary Ann Lee Primer. I live at 4785 Northwest 7th Manor, and these tenants look great. But we have the same safety concerns, the same traffic concerns, and the same design. I like these two new tenants. They sound good. Okay, a paddle tennis facility and a gym, but how are you going to prove that they're going to deliver that? What if it falls through? If those tenants are truly going to sign these leases, then why doesn't the developer, excuse me, design the building to cater to them? If we have different tenants, then we need different buildings. Make the buildings smaller, move them closer to Atlantic Boulevard. Herbie told me about a distillery. A distillery doesn't need to be 48 feet tall. Lower the height of the buildings. The Lions Technology Park, that's 2 stories tall. A gym doesn't need all those truck bays, although I do appreciate that the number was lower. If the tenants are truly on board, excuse me, then lower the number of truck bays. If the design has changed and the square footage is lower and the number of truck bays is reduced, then there's truly no chance at getting the over 200 daily trucks like we were initially told. You know, a few weeks ago, Herbie gave me his card and I finally took him up on his offer and I contacted him and he was really patient with me and he answered all my questions. We talked for about an hour and I told him my concerns about the size of traffic and the uncertainty of the tenants and he listened to everything. Unfortunately, he could not deliver. If we have different tenants, then we need different buildings. And, you know, it may seem like there's a lot of support for this. And, you know, the developer offered my neighbors 12 extra feet of land, and I can't blame them for wanting land in a wall. In fact, you know, the east side of Cocoa Palms has a chain link fence. And if I were in a busy street with a chain link fence, a wall would sound very attractive. In fact, a lot of people who now support this are still afraid that if this doesn't pass, they're going to get low income housing because that's what they were told by the developer. Bottom line is traffic, whether it's a box truck, a semi truck, or a car, and there's still no traffic light on Atlantic. Lyons Road entrance is still a mess. The kids are still using Lyons to get to school. So there's the same concern about traffic and safety in the site plan, but there's no real commitment on the tenants. It's been 3 months. I hate to say this, but they're still putting lipstick on a pig. It's different lipstick, but it's the same pig. Please vote against this.
Thank you for your comment. We're going to make your email part of the record. Mr. Kavanaugh, next up and next on deck, please, sir.
The next speaker is Peter Zadek, followed by Susan Leahy, followed by Marianne Sujan.
Hi, my name is Malcolm Butters, 6820 Lions Technology Parkway, Coconut Creek. Again, I just want to let you know, Peter.
You don't look like Peter Zadok.
I know, right?
So are you?
I was just going to let the commission know, Peter Zadok from Elite and both Susan Leahy from Willis, both guests of ours, had to leave for family matters. They couldn't stay. Obviously, both came to support the project. I think they talked to a couple of commissioners ahead of time.
Well, Malcolm, I have no problem making the representation on the record to my colleagues that I spoke to both of them. I'm familiar with both of their positions and what they do. I think they met more of my colleagues, all in support of the project.
Yeah, so I just want to let you know,
I have no problem making that as part of the record. So
they just had to leave.
So
for
those
family
two
matters.
individuals are not speaking.
They're not speaking. No,
I appreciate you clarifying it.
I just apologize.
And I don't know if they all spoke to my colleagues, but Elite and Willis, who are well-known people in the city. So yes, they did speak to me. So thank you for bringing that up. I should have recognized the names, Malcolm. So Mr. Kavanaugh, let's skip Peter. Let's skip Susan. Let's go next, and then the two on deck. Herbie, you're signed in. I just want to, you're not, yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to juggle this. So, Mr. Kavanaugh, call the next two.
So the next speaker is Marianne Sunjadz, and I apologize if I mispronounce that name, followed by Louis Stoneburner, followed by Henry Hage.
Hello, my name is Marian Suzani.
So he butchered it. It's okay.
Yeah, so I
don't know why.
I don't blame him.
I don't know why
I
he
heard
didn't say
everything.
Marianne Suzani, but
Yeah. So I live at 4772 Northwest 5th Court, and I am right on the fence line, the south side.
You're on the south end.
The fence. Yeah. So yes. So when I first heard about this, I was against it because I'm going to be affected the most by this because I'm right there. I thought, well, there's going to be this big building, cement building, and it's going to be right in my backyard. But then when I saw the proposal, I saw that they're going to have a big buffer of trees there. Even before they offered the extra 12 feet, I saw the proposal and it looked good. I saw the extra sidewalk that you can walk all the way around. I was up north and I saw a business park similar to that, maybe bigger. And I was at Embassy Suites, and you could walk all the way around just to relax and enjoy the trees and everything. And it was really nice. Now, and the builder, he's just bending over backwards to do whatever makes the city and the area look really good. So I just appreciate that a lot. And there's a lot of things that I'm saying have already been said, but what makes me a little different is that I work in a place exactly like they're proposing. I'm a metal fabricator, and I work for a high-tech machine shop, and we build aircraft parts, and we build whatever, all different high-tech components. And I've been working there for 14 years, and there are no massive amounts of trucks. We probably have the most tractor trailers, and we get 3, 4, 5 a week, bring metal in. And everyone else is just personal vehicles, maybe a box truck, maybe a few vans and things like that. And I'm standing outside and I see just it's quiet. I could hear noise, but it's far away from somebody else. It's not from our type of facility. So I am for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming in. Let me make a note. All right, we're going to go to Mr. Kavanaugh. What are we going to?
And again, my sincere apologies to everybody in chambers if I mispronounce the names. The next person that's on to speak is Louis Stoneburner, followed by Henry Hage, followed by Jonathan Bacci.
No need to speak for Louis Stoneburner. Thanks. You can skip to the next.
So the next speaker that signed up is Henry Hage, followed by Jonathan Bacci, followed by Becky Tooley.
So Henry, you spoke on July 13th. I know that I think you've been part of the group that maybe some of my colleagues, I know you were part of the group I met with. I will ask you to just keep it new, if that's okay.
Sure.
The floor is yours. State your name and your address, please, sir.
What I want to start first, the developer came back with the same exact plan that he had before. We still have the traffic issues. that
Pardon me,
we-
Mr. Hage, can you please state your name?
Oh,
and
yeah,
address for the
it's, I'm sorry, it's Henri Hage, Henri, Hage, 671 Northwest 48th Avenue, Coconut Creek, Florida, 33063. And I've lived in this community over 40 years. Again, what I was saying, we're back to the same project that they proposed to us. Nothing had changed. The traffic is an issue all over the place. In my opinion, it's a botched project. I'm against it, fully against it, for several reasons and important facts. First of all, they're still talking about the ins and out, the right in, right out of Atlantic. Not to forget, across the street, there is a church. The lot is about 5 acres, is located in the city of Margate, and has a zoning designation of a CF1, which is a community facility. That's a house of worship and most importantly, schools. Not to say several years down the road, somebody's gonna go and add a big school in there, and who's gonna stop them? The city of Coconut Creek does not have a say in that. It's strictly a Margate. And with the traffic design that they have in and out and across in Atlantic, and with this school over there doing the same thing, left and right, it's just gonna cause a huge, huge problem. And therefore, it's a no-no. Now, the second thing that the developer is talking about and convincing everybody is diverting and directing the traffic to Lyons Road. It's not a solution either. 108 trucks a day minimum exiting on Lyons to make a right turn only. First, to get into the left further lane on Lyons, to be able to make a left turn on Atlantic to head east, it's going to cross 3 lanes and a deceleration lane to get to that line. You might get away with a truck or two, maybe sneaking in, but on a peak hour in the morning and the afternoon, there is no way that 108 trucks gonna cross those roads to get in there. So what's gonna happen? The trucker that's sitting in there and then waiting, he's gonna take the easy way out. He's gonna make a right turn and then follow under deceleration and go back to Atlantic. And what is gonna end up back in the same botched project? What's gonna end up on Banks Road, and it's gonna go through the neighborhood. This project is not good, no matter what they say about the fact they're bringing business or not to this community. The fact that traffic is botched, there's no way this would be a good project, and I'm against it 100%.
Thank you. Henry. Mr. Kavanaugh, I'll call the next.
Next speaker is Jonathan Bocci, followed by Becky Tooley, followed by Mark Martona.
Hello there. My name is Jonathan Bocci, and I reside at
Mr. Bocci, one sec. I got a note that Mr. Martone wants to show some slides. Get his slides up, please. Okay. Mr. Bocci, I apologize. Restart the time. It's all you. Mr. Bocci, I just want to make sure that gets.
What slides up or?
That's for Mr. Martone, but he's up in 3. So I just want to make sure we're as seamless as possible.
All right. So good evening. My name is Jonathan Bocci, and I reside at 4724 Northwest 5th Court. I was sworn in, and I understand what I was sworn into. The rear of my property directly faces this lot. My family and I have called this house our home for 6 years. When we initially moved in, our realtor and neighbors informed us that the vacant property would eventually see construction. We have lived with the constant uncertainty of what might emerge on that vacant lot one day. I've been told that the community has consistently rallied against any proposed developments for this location. So in July, I stood in solidarity with the community and expressed I was against this project. Since July, I've attended many spirited meetings and stayed informed about the potential plans for the corner lot. I am genuinely excited about the proposal they have put forward. Having visited the warehouse spaces in the northern part of Coconut Creek and the newly constructed warehouses on Banks and Copans, I believe that aesthetically this project is going to enhance the beauty and the cleanliness of our neighborhood. Our family enjoys spending our free time in Coconut Creek. You'll find us at the market on the weekends or the movie at the park or any concerts. We look forward to supporting our potential new neighbors. I support this project.
Thank you, Mr. Bocci. I love the word spirited. I think that's going to be the word of the evening, but thank you for coming in. Becky, floor is yours.
Becky Tooley, 4411 Coconut Creek Boulevard. No matter where I go, the last couple of months, all I hear is about Greystar. So I saw the original plans, and actually Dennis was going to put 220 townhomes there. I said, no way, Dennis. I said, it'll be a traffic cluster. I can tell you, I've been to most of the meetings. I've seen what Greystar's done. I can tell you in 32 years, 22 on the commission and 10 on boards. I have never, ever seen a developer go out and do almost everything they can to help the residents. And they have done a great job, and I'm awed by the looks. And I think it's going to make the corner better. They've lessened the traffic, and they've done everything they can. You know, I keep on hearing about semi trailers, and I said, I never heard that word by the developers at all. And people just assume there'll be a bunch of semi trailers going down Coconut Creek Boulevard and Lyons Road. But with the stores that they showed, it's not going to be that way. And I hope that you think about this and you pass it, because there are some people, and it was proved in 2008, don't want anything built on that corner. And once a developer buys it, they have a right to build, and they have done a fantastic job. And I think it's going to be great. And if it went into townhomes, you're going to increase your fire, your police, everything, and it's going to up your taxes. So think about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Becky. Mr. Martone, followed by Ms. Wiggin. Wiggin? I should let Mr. Kavanaugh say the name so I don't get in trouble for mispronouncing them.
First one?
Yeah. Mr. Martone, you got the slides, but you got 3 minutes.
All right, is it possible to get somebody to waive their time?
Well, Mr. Martone, I'm going to give you new stuff. So the floor is yours. Go.
Oh, come on.
And what's your name?
She lives in the neighborhood.
Why
I
do
don't
you-
need much
you-
time. I just have 5 slides that nobody up there has seen before. On top of that, I just want you to
So
know,
what? So
I have a slide
Mark,
that-
Mark.
I have a slide that will change my position.
Okay.
So
Mark.
I'd like to be able to present it to you.
Mark.
Yes,
It's
sir.
always good. It's always good to let me lead the way. Ms. Kalix, you previously given your time to Mark Martone. You have not spoke on this. You left the voicemail that intended to be played. Are you waiving the voicemail that you just want part of the record, and you want to yield your time again to Mr. Martone?
Yes.
See, you got what you wanted. You didn't need to say anything. Floor is yours, Mark.
Forward back.
And I would just urge you, Mark, to talk about
Yeah.
new things if you can.
Okay, I'm just going to start this off where we left on July 13th. This is the only slide that has been seen before. It is an issue that I have approached Greystar.
Name
and
and
asked them-
address, please.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Mark Martone, 4770 Northwest 9th Street, Coconut Creek, Florida. And again, this is where we all left off with the commissioners. It's the only slide that's seen before. It has not been addressed. Everybody, this was one of the biggest issues at the end. This is one of the reasons why you did table it. Okay, this is going to be an accident somewhere down the road where you're pulling out trucks with that. We'll go to the next one. Yeah. All right. On this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. If you look on the bottom, he has that 6,700 daily trips. Okay, if you look at the top, he's working with 613 and 589. Those are the driveway trips. Driveway trips are not what you're going to be looking at. You're looking at the new trips. It's not coming up. Okay, there it is. All right. If you look there, it says less pass-by reduction. The new trips basically is for the shopping centers because a lot of people are already on the roads. So basically, you're going to have between 188 and 131 on your PM trips. Their 696 is based on the driveway trips. It's not to be used. Here, you look at what came up before, you have 1,294 daily trips. They're telling you that they're going to have 852 jobs created. Well, 852 jobs created is going to be 1,700 trips per day as they come in and they go out during the rush hour traffic. It's disingenuous. The external job creations, I guess they're not even going to show up at the plant. Look at the between east of State Road 7 and Atlantic. Their peak volume is 5,035. Their capacity is 5,390. You're 355 trips away from turning it to an LOSD, which is a critical state for a state highway. All right, 355 is basically going to be 175 in or out. They showed you this from their survey. This looks very good, and it looks like they've done a very good job. But this is what they couldn't get, okay? They were in our community for the past couple of months and weeks. They were in there yesterday going door to door, okay? These people they knocked on the door. They didn't hide behind the couch. They gave answers. Okay? These people that you see in the red, they're not for it. On top of that, they didn't even show you back here. They're showing you a quarter of Lakewood East. That's Lakewood East. There are 212 homes in Lakewood East, right? Those are townhomes as well as single-family homes. Right? That's generally 400 and plus citizens. They haven't given a dent in anything as far as approval. The only thing they got was along the borderline because they gave them gifts. All right, we're going to skip this for a second and come back to it. All right. I sat down with Herbie for about an hour and a half. He kept asking me what would improve the site. And I couldn't come up with many answers. I looked at it and looked at it and looked at it. I just didn't like what I saw. Back here, the city said, break it up into smaller pieces. Right? All 3 times they said, break it up into smaller buildings. And there again, they said, break it up. But look where the arrow's pointing. The arrow's pointing at the impression that these and other concerns have been addressed or not an issue represents unwillingness of the applicant to address. Okay, due to lack of response, staff is unable to support the current site design. This is dated, look up there, December 15th. That was only several months ago. That was their last one in. All right, coming back here, talking to Herbie. He told me about the tenants that you're going to have, and they sound great. This is what could change my mind. Okay, if you look at Building A, he told me that was going to be a gym. Well, I said, well, if it's going to be a big gym, it's a national gym company, you only need 1 or 2 bays. All right, and he just told us they're reducing the bays. I think that's wonderful. I think that's great. But if it's going to be a gym, you don't need all the bays on the back of it. Then I talked to him about Building B. And if you look at Building B and Building C, all the parking and all the space in the middle, you got 365 days of sunlight in Florida. Where are they going to take lunch? They're going to stand outside the door and have a cigarette? They're going to sit inside, they're going to sit outside. Here's what I suggest to Herb. I wanted to split Building B up. And he said no, because he's looking for one great big tenant, similar to the building you have over here on Copins Road and Banks. So he wanted to keep Building B. And you know what? I got to compromise. I agreed. If you look at the way I've set this up, Building A, you got the least exposure of Building A on Atlantic. You got the least exposure of Building B on Atlantic. You got the whole green space blocking off the parking, and you got Building C blocking it. So from Atlantic, you would see 1, 2, 3 reasonably sized buildings. From Lyons, you would see 1, 2, 3 reasonably sized Lyons. You could put the people in between, they can have lunch. Look at all the offices and all the parking spaces. Are they all going to be locked inside? You don't have a picnic table outside. They have maximized.
Mark, that's time.
I'm sorry, I'm done. I'm hard of hearing. Okay.
Thank you.
That was all I else wanted to say. I thank you very much for your time.
I need that.
Thank you, Mark.
I need to make a comment.
The slides will be made part of the record, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Of course,
Absolutely, Mayor.
We got a copy of them.
I'm getting it.
Really, Pablo
Thank
is
you.
carrying them now.
Pablo, make sure you put a copy on the desktop so they can be made part of the record. Thank you. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the next couple speakers.
Next speaker is Lisa Wiggin, followed by Bridget Seville, followed by Lisette Cheryl.
All right, next up, state your name, your address, and the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lisa Wiggin. My address is 4778 Northwest 5th Court. I will be directly affected by the Gray Star proposal. Tonight, I am here to support the warehouse proposal. I am excited about the 8 feet concrete wall, which will be added security to my property. I was without a fence for over 1 year due to hurricane destruction. Please consider Gray Star warehouse proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Mr. Kavanaugh, we got Ms. Seville next, and then Lisette and Cleopatra's next. So Ms. Seville?
I am Bridget Seville, 4748 Northwest 7th Manor, Coconut Creek. I am one of the first homeowners to live in Coco Palm. And this is my first meeting. I have been a thorn in the flesh of Gray Star. And I'm going to show you what I did in order to decide to speak this evening. To satisfy my curiosity, I had Herbie, he took me on a 2.5-hour tour of different parks. I think I went to Deerfield Beach. I think that's one of them. I arranged for the civil engineer from Gray Star to meet with a civil engineer in Coco Palm who is a homeowner and who is affected by this project. Secretly, I spied on the different places because I was concerned about the trailers I heard about. So I spied in the morning, I spied 10 o'clock, I spied between 4 and 6 o'clock, and I even went 11 to 11:30 at night. I took pictures. I sent to Herbie, I asked him about the trailers. The only place I saw a trailer was one side had 3 trailers, and way at the other end they had 2. So that dismissed the idea that I had that there's going to be this stampede of trailers. My other task was I requested a meeting with Gray Star traffic controller, because at the beginning they were talking about the traffic coming in to Coco Palm, and I could see myself coming in and can't get in because all these trailers are there. So I had a meeting with them. Now, the meeting with the traffic controller and the meeting with the civil engineer, both civil engineers, that was open to the public. I did not keep it a secret. So we had a few homeowners at this last traffic control meeting. I had them take me out to the park. I'm a visual person. I said, you take me here and show me where the truck is going to drive in. They showed me, and that satisfied my curiosity. Clarifications. The civil engineer, based on the civil engineer's report, and I think an email was sent in from
So Ms. Seville, your time is up, but let me just, I want to ask, because I don't think you got there. Are you here in support, or are you here in opposition to the Gray Star project?
I am here to support 100%. It's going to be a beautiful park, and it's going to enhance our community.
Thank you, Ms. Seville. I'm sorry your time got cut off, and I welcome anybody that has never been here before after living in the city for 30 years back anytime. Next up, Mr. Kavanaugh, call the next up and on deck, please, sir.
The next speaker is Lisette Cheryl, followed by Cleopatra Segnan, pardon me, followed by Mercedes Jimenez.
So do we have Lisette? Nope. Okay. So then we're going to cross that off. Cleopatra? Okay. Mercedes? Ms. Jimenez? The floor is yours. Wanda, I have you signed up next, but you deferred. And just real quick, Wanda, I'm assuming you're against the project? I got it. I figured. I just want to make clear so I can mark that down. Ms. Jimenez, the floor is yours for 3 minutes. Just do me a favor and give us your name and your address, please.
Mercedes Jimenez, 4945 Northwest Sixth Street, Coconut Creek.
Thank you for coming out this evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I've been in the neighborhood for 4 years, and a big concern for me has been the community that lives within the forest. Also, just being able to come into Coconut Creek and seeing carts, and already such a the traffic going down Atlantic Avenue is scary to me. They go at 100, even sometimes miles per hour. There's always accidents there. I would like for there to be something that sort of buffers that, the way that we see it in the next shopping mall in Margate. I also like the idea of being able to walk in the neighborhood and have it to be a pleasant experience, as opposed to like Banks and where it isn't, in Atlantic where it isn't. So I really welcome this project. I have sat with Greystar, I've sat with Herbie. I've listened to everything that they had to say. I love the idea of the wall going all the way to Banks. I love the idea of a walking path and a community, garden, and just a community to come together and enjoy this. Currently, it feels like our area, that area is kind of like the forgotten child of Coconut Creek. I feel like everything else is so nice and pretty. You go to the promenade, and it's pleasant. And I think that this community deserves that, deserves something pleasant to look at, something beautiful to look at, and also just to revitalize that area. So I'm pro this project. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. So Mr. Kavanaugh, let's note that Ms. Calix yielded time, and then let's read the next three people.
The next three speakers and the final three for.
Oh, real quick, Ms. Calix, we're going to make your voicemail part of the record for the meeting. We have to. So I'm just letting you know you're here. It's important. You came here. You gave us your time. So thank you for that. Mr. Kavanaugh, the next three.
Next three, Anselmo Carvalho, followed by Matt C., followed by Ariel White.
How's it going? I'm Matt Carvalho. My father's Anselmo. He's not going to be speaking today. I live at 4718 Northwest 5th Court, Coconut Creek. So that is right north of the fence where they're proposing to build. I am in support. Like a lot of the other people, we weren't really in support before just because it's been peaceful, the forest. But it seems like, if I'm not mistaken, we're here for because something is going to get built as opposed of not going to get built. So something is going to get built there either way. That's why we're having these meetings. So to have a developer come in and to care for our property as much as they have been caring, to compromise for as much as they've been trying to compromise, and what they're trying to develop doesn't only appreciate our value of our houses, it also appreciates the value of all Coconut Creek. If you guys are familiar with Windmill Park, before the park was run down, raggedy, after it went to development, everything got better. New families come in, families from out of the area come in, the dog park is used. It's a walkway. There's a elementary school that's right by. Kids walk all the way by there. So in retrospect, looking at it, all this growth in the development is only going to be good for Coconut Creek. It's only going to raise the taxes. It's only going to want people moving in. They're proposing to build this wall and maintain it in perpetuity. So, it's never going to look ugly. It's not going to crack in 20 years and then be stuck there and have the city having to maintain it with our property taxes and everything like that. They've already added it to conditions that they will maintain it. So it kind of shows you that they don't want to just build something and then make money off it. They want to actually build something and have the community thrive off it as well. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming and staying. Next, Mr. Kavanaugh, Matt C.
That was Matt C., Mayor.
Oh.
So the next speaker and the last.
Did your dad, okay, so your dad signed in, you signed, I'm just trying to understand. Your dad signed in. So let me just ask, because I got a list. Your dad is agreeing with the position you have. Okay. And Matt, you signed in your last name, same as your dad, Carvalho? I got it. I appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to make sure the record's clear. Okay, so we got 3 signed in speakers next. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the final 3 signed in speakers, and then I'll open it up for anyone here that has not spoken.
So those names that you have on your list already signed in earlier, they're duplicates. The last one signed in to speak that hasn't spoke is Ariel White.
Okay, so,
Your name above
okay.
it's a duplicate.
Thank you for clarifying the list I have in front of me. Ariel White? Nope. So it looks like Ariel, I have heard noted as yielding time in our previous meeting. Okay. So that's it for signed in speakers. I'm going to turn now to everybody here who has not signed in or spoken. Does anybody wish to speak that you've not signed in? Please come on up. Feel free to line up. I see a young lady in the back and I see a gentleman in the front. Please come on up. Please, yeah. I was going to say, you've been here this whole, well, especially familiar faces I see. So I'm just going to ask you guys to line up. I'm going to ask you to state your name and your address. And I'm going to be able to just take note of that.
Okay, my name is Ron Moser. My address is 701 Northwest 48th Avenue, Coconut Creek. My wife and I have owned that house for 43 years. We raised 3 sons and a few grandchildren. I would like to say that I am a person who does not like changes. I'm an old-fashioned guy. I was born back in the fort, way back when, and I don't like any changes. I like old-fashioned restaurants. I like old-fashioned movie homes and stuff like that. So I am against this building. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I'm not a fan of it. And that's all I have to say, and thank you very much. And I'd like to tell Mr. Martone, he did an excellent speech. Thank you.
Mr. Moser, I appreciate you being a longtime resident and coming here. So it means a lot. And thank you for sticking around. And that goes for everybody here. All right, next up.
Hi, my name is Stephen Goldrick. I live at 685 Northwest 49th Avenue in Coconut Creek. And I just want to say a little something regarding Florida's turnpike widening. Based on ITE reporting for an industrial 380,000 square foot site, will the commissioners vote to rezone, potentially adding over 1,500 plus semi trucks per week to our Coconut Creek streets? This comes as Coconut Creek is negotiating with the Florida Department of Transportation as they intend to widen the Florida Turnpike along our city to 10 lanes based on the predicted future traffic in our area. I sincerely hope you won't put this advantage in their hands. Thank you for your attention to this, and I appreciate the time.
So Stephen, you're against the project?
Definitely against the project.
Okay. I just listen, it's important that we hear it, and sometimes a comment I could allude to it, but just be explicit with it so we can know. I appreciate you coming in and I appreciate you staying. Ma'am, please. Thank you for coming and thank you for staying.
Good evening. My name is Melissa Castañeda and I live at 620 Northwest 43rd Avenue. I'm against this project. I have a couple of questions for you, commissioners, and I hope that even though you can't answer me, this serves as food for thought.
Speaking to the microphone so I can hear you. I can't hear you that good.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat your name or city clerk?
Melissa Castañeda. One of the things that I noticed tonight was that a lot of people that came forth tonight are for this project. There hasn't been many people against this as in previous meetings. It's worth noting that they were threatened by the builder that they were going to take advantage of the governor's great idea to open it up for housing. So they're picking between the worst 2 options that they got. This is how I get it, especially the ones that are not getting free property along the way, because only a few houses get the free property, but everybody in the neighborhood gets affected. So it's the few against the many. The traffic is still going to affect everyone. And moreover, what are my questions for you are, who is going to actually enforce that they maintain the property and maintain the promises that they're making to these residents that are adjacent to this property, and that at the end of the day, this is going to affect us all? a lot of the property owners adjacent to this property are concerned about safety because there's a lot of unhoused people using this property for housing. What is the city plan to actually humanely address homelessness in Coconut Creek? Because those homeless people there tonight are going to go somewhere. Where are they going to go? To the next park, which is closest to a lot of housing, to other neighborhood, closest to the school. You think people are just going to vanish? They're not. They're people. They're going to go and they're going to cross the street. So right now they're in a forest and they're contained there. And it probably is really bad for the people that are adjacent to them. But once these get built, what are the plans of the city to humanely address this problem? These are people too. I also wanted to know, how long is it going to take to build this property? And how are you going to enforce that once they come, bulldoze everything over, they don't stop the plans from going forward? Because if I understand, I'm new to Coconut Creek, they had plans to build a Lowe's for whatever reason, X or Y, that I don't know. And I don't know if you know, they never went forward with that project. What's going to happen if they bulldoze everything and then they decide not to build for X or Y? And lastly, I wanted to ask you seriously, just like the gentleman that was for that project said, this is the last chance for Coconut Creek to have a business park there. What is the opposite of that? This is the last piece of land that Coconut can save. What would it take for the city of Coconut Creek to actually commit to saving that green space and making it a good space for the city, an extension of the park that's across the Atlantic?
So I appreciate it, and I hope the developer in the back heard your questions and is able to address them, as well as members of my commission. I understand. I appreciate you coming.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Leudis Bofil. For 4766 Northwest 5th Court, Coconut Creek. This time here, I just want to say I'm agree with Gray Star. I really would like to see the way I can see in the back on my house, all this green, but eventually something is going to be built back there. And I think this could be one of the best thing that I can have in the back of my house. I'm really appreciating all the concession the Gray Star been offering, trying to work with the community. And I hope Coconut Creek government go for it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in and thank you for talking. Two more.
Good evening, Perry Egalski, 4958 Northwest 6th Street, Coconut Creek, proud retired principal of Dave Thomas Education Center.
I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you
Yeah,
for
you know-
everything that you have done for our city.
Well, I appreciate it. It's about the kids and the staff, but I on a serious note, first, I'd like to say I'm neutral, and I know you probably haven't gotten those because
You're the first.
it's difficult, because the difficulty is this is an unfinished project for me. I'm one of the 8 houses in the back butted up against the preserve that are on Margate's area. So even though I'm paying my property taxes and this whole project is in the Coconut Creek area, I am the second house down from where it ends. And I have no idea what they're going to put into that area in Margate. And I have a grave concern. What's that movie? There's only one concern, grave concern, right? My grave concern is everybody has a say in their concerns, pro and con. Mine's the unknown. I have no idea what's going to be built behind me once this project is done or it's not done. I know you can't speak to it because it's the city of Margate, but I do pay my property taxes in Coconut Creek. And I will hope that I know I will get the support I need to do whatever has to be done. What concerns me even more is what's projected or was projected to be built in that area. So you have warehouses and those people need to eat. So my presumption, if I owned that land, I would open up a Taco Bell, a Burger King, or something else So they just go right next door. And I really don't feel like having my property butted up against a gas station, a restaurant. And that is my concern. Last of all, you got the homeless that are sitting there. They're in my backyard. I mean, I hear them, I smell them, you know, I go through that every day. And what's going to happen when we start pushing, they're going to get pushed back into our area. So kind of in a nutshell, I can't be pro or con until I know the rest of the story. And the rest of the story is to be determined by the owner of that property, because it is in Coconut Creek. But again, I keep saying this, I pay my taxes in Coconut Creek, and I'm hoping, and I know I'll get the support when that time comes of what gets built there, because that's the next step to this whole project. So I appreciate all of you and I thank you very much.
So listen, I appreciate you coming in. And again, I hope the developer and the property owner who happen to be here will give you some answers and some clarity to the question. Hint, hint. Floor is yours, sir.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Prince Sever. I'm on 640 Northwest 48th Ave, Coconut Creek, 33063. And I like this project. It's a beautiful project. I'm here for support. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Okay, does anyone else wish to speak on the item? I'm going to give everyone a kind of a precursor of what's next. Mr. Kavanaugh is going to read 15 emails and play a total of 26 voicemails.
Five.
Oh, 5 voicemails?
So,
Mr. Well, you wrote the note wrong. I got a bad handwritten note. Mr. Kavanaugh, tell me what we're listening to now.
I will provide some clarity, Mayor. So I'll be reading 15 letters into the record that were submitted by email, 4 postcards submitted into the record, and then also we have 3 voicemails that Pablo will play from the laptop. So what?
Oh, a total of 26.
Total of 22, I believe.
Okay. So listen, for everyone that's here, I urge you it's important that we hear from everybody. And I can assure you that everyone on this dais takes everything that we hear extraordinarily seriously. Mr. Kavanaugh, I turn to you. Are all those emails, just so I can inquire on the commission, people that have not commented?
So I'll ask you to help me with that. when we get to that.
Based on the names in the email, to the best of our ability to make that determination, yes.
Okay. I turn the floor to our Madam City Attorney. Yes, we have to play all of them.
With the rules that are in place now, yes.
Proceed, Mr. Kavanaugh.
So Mayor, would you like us to proceed with the voicemails first so Pablo can play those?
So I see Ms. Calix has a voicemail. We'll make it part of the record. I don't recognize Mr. Rodriguez spoke.
It's a different Rodriguez, different first
Oh.
name, Rodriguez.
Okay, so play I see 3 voicemails. Play. Pablo, you good? Let's go. Let's do
good.
Cooney, Crawford, Rodriguez,
All right,
or Rodriguez, Crawford, Cooney.
Daniel.
Fairly close to where the area change for healthcare manufacturing. This is again pertaining to the meeting we held at the beginning of October to the again agenda item where a developer is planning to increase warehouses. And in return, getting the adjacent homes in the areas that they don't anything against the action plan. I'm just gonna say, having moved here fairly recently, I moved here so that I would have to deal with the abysmal, I guess, zoners planning involved down south in Derval, Miami. I don't need to turn to another industrial park, and I highly doubt that anybody in the area will want that either. There's plenty of reasons to have the foliage and trees that we have today, it's in much shape of people sidewalk, and there's no reason to continue the process of industrializing the rest of Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard. So yes, it'd be fantastic if this didn't happen. And those are the reasons for it not needing to happen, not to mention the reduction in, quality of life, increase in air pollution. So, yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. Let's go with Crawford.
Yeah, the name is Triple Crawford. I have for the shirt, this is called the Good Court over the local competition. I'm calling in regard to my opposition to the warehouse project being proposed at the Coastal Mark property. My main issue that I have right now also is the great star perpetrating the fear mongering regarding my neighbors. They don't get the warehouse and the Section 8 housing. I'm disappointed in my neighbors because now I know just how much resentment there is for the others in the community. I also have a concern regarding the northbound left turn into the Coco Mart car. As I monitor the southbound traffic on Lions Road, it's obvious that the speed limits are not being provided by the National Vision. Quite a bit of EMS because of accidents there. My other concern is while Great Star is developing the foundation for the buildings there, just how much damage will I incur of my home if they are boring down to a certain level to the foundation for the building. Again, my name is Michael Crawford, 4732 on the court, and no, I did not take the bribe for the 12-foot additional fence to my property. Thank you for the time and your service.
Let's go with the final one is Cooney. And then Ms. Calix, it'll be part of the record, just so you're aware.
Does not need an increase in especially commercial funds. We have a high school on there, we have college on there, we try to do pretty bad as we do. The assets that that area is already a research that is not actually monitored by the people by the police search. For those of us who live next door, we're going to create parkway, so we should be 90 years, we get up to dead, and whatnot, a solution that is created. Those codes of progress, this type of arrangement is really not healthy for this style of looking at the parkway.
Pablo, thank you. That'll conclude the voicemails. Ms. Calix's voicemail will be part of the record. Sorry, Jax. You okay? Okay. Let's go, Mr. Kavanaugh, to emails. And you think all the 15 are all new?
Yes, I do.
All right, go, Mr. Kavanaugh.
First email was submitted by Grace Allen. The title of the email reads Gray Star Industrial, and the email reads as follows. Tonight, you will hear from several homeowners that have had a change of heart that now support the warehouse development. There are several reasons that this is being stated. They are afraid of affordable housing units being built on the site. Even with the ordinance that was recently passed, some fear that the land may still be used for affordable homes in the future. Unfortunately, these types of housing promote fear to the benefit of others who like to stir the pot. Some homeowners even feel it is a done deal, so may as well fall in line and get something out of this. They are blinded by the prospect of being gifted extra land behind their current property line, extra high walls, and even a complete security wall for the entire community, which has been proposed. They forget that you, the commissioners, are the only decision makers, and every developer needs your approval for any project in the city of Coconut Creek. It is therefore not a done deal. Why do they not have the confidence in you as I do? What are they seeing that I am not? A homeowner's signature on a prepared form should be questioned as to its authenticity. No homeowner anywhere wants warehouses beside their homes. The warehouse's site, height, bays, trucks have not changed. It is interesting that the developer has consistently told the homeowners that there will only be a few trucks and that the effects of the warehouse is being over exaggerated. So why the wall, the barrier, et cetera? They know what is to come. They estimate 216 trucks during the peak period. When exactly is this peak period? This is traffic and diesel fumes. When Mount Trashmore started years ago, did you ever think as the residents that you would have the continuous foul odor in your neighborhoods? Were there not promises made, fines issued? Well, this will be our Mount Trashmore. There are 106 truck bays. The facility is open at least 12 hours daily, potential continuous activity. After approval is given and Greystar team is left victorious, what is left is the mess and problems that we will endure that can never be fixed. You cannot fix diesel fuel odor, noise, and traffic unless you cut back on the number of trucks in the vicinity, and that defeats the purpose of this industrial complex. Kind regards, Grace Allen. The next email was submitted by Kathy Avidazin. The subject reads development, and the email reads as follows. I'm against the latest development debacle. We have enough traffic issues as it is. Thanks, Kathy Avidazin. The next email was submitted by Christopher Capelio. The subject line of the email reads Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard opposition letter, and the email reads as follows. We are writing to express our deep concerns and to urge you to vote against the proposed rezoning of land located on the corner of Lions Road and Atlantic Boulevard from commercial to light industrial use. We believe this decision will have detrimental effects on our community, our environment, and our residents' quality of life, including potentially negative health impacts. First and foremost, the introduction of light industrial facilities such as warehouses into our residential areas will significantly compromise the quality of life for our residents. The noise, increased traffic, and potential for hazardous materials pose serious threats to the peace and serenity that our residents currently enjoy. Moreover, these industrial facilities can lead to air and water pollution, which can result in respiratory illnesses and other health concerns, putting the well-being of our residents, and especially the children and elderly, at risk. Additionally, the property values of our homes and the proximity of industrial developments tend to decrease, making it harder for homeowners to maintain their investment and build wealth. This rezoning could lead to a negative financial impact for many of our fellow community members. In addition to the impacts on resident and property values, we would like to draw your attention to the potential ecological consequences. Industrial development can be detrimental to our environment, particularly to our city's butterfly population. The destruction of natural habitats and increased pollution from industrial activities can severely harm the fragile ecosystems that support our local wildlife, including the butterflies that give our city its title of Butterfly Capital of the World. On the contrary, voting to maintain commercial zoning offers numerous benefits to our community. Number one, economic stability. Commercial zoning discourages diverse businesses, creating a stable local economy with more job opportunities and a robust tax base. Number two, local businesses. Commercial areas support locally owned businesses, promoting entrepreneurship and community investment. Number three, community gathering spaces. Commercial zones often include spaces for community gatherings, enhancing social interaction among residents. Number four, walkability and accessibility. Commercial areas promote walkability, reducing the need for cars and supporting a healthier lifestyle. Number five, support for local culture. Commercial areas host cultural events and artistic endeavors that enrich the local culture. Number six, tourism and attractiveness. A vibrant commercial district can attract tourists, boosting local tourism and creating additional revenue for the city. Number seven, property values. Well-maintained commercial districts enhance property values in surrounding residential areas. Number eight, less environmental impact. Commercial properties tend to have less environmental impacts than industrial facilities. Number nine, reduce traffic congestion. Light industrial zoning could result in heavy truck traffic, increasing congestion and safety concerns. Number 10, preservation of green spaces. Some commercial developments incorporate green spaces, parks, and trees, beautifying the community and improving air quality. Number 11, visual aesthetics. Commercial developments are much less of an eyesore than a commercial space, especially at the southern entrance into our beautiful city. In conclusion, we implore you to consider the grave consequences of rezoning this land for light industrial use. We kindly request that you vote against this proposal to ensure the continued well-being of our residents, property values, local wildlife, and public health, while also fostering the many benefits of maintaining commercial zoning. Together, we can find alternative, more sustainable solutions that we preserve the essence and charm of our city while still fostering economic growth. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to your decision and sincerely hope that it will be the correct. The next email was submitted by Paula De Silva. The subject line of the email reads, Against Lions Road Atlantic Project. The email reads as follows. I've been in Coconut Creek as a resident for nearly 20 years, and I'm against the property for many reasons. Signed, Paula De Silva. Next email submitted by Albert Gavette. The subject line of the email reads, Stop the rezoning of wooded area to industrial. The email reads as follows. My name is Albert Gavette. I live at 4407 Northwest 22nd Road, Coconut Creek. I've lived in Coconut Creek since 1998 and love the area. I am asking that the commission please consider the wishes of many citizens to not rezone the wooded area lines in Atlantic. It is my strong belief that the proposed warehouse structure would be bad for the community and urge the mayor and commission to stop such action. The residents in this area would be dealing with many headaches from such a complex being built, such as noise pollution and traffic. Semi trucks would further congest already congested roads in the area. They would have to access the turnpike on Coconut Creek Parkway going directly by the schools and parks. This is not a good plan to help beautify our city or to aid in the more serene and peaceful community. Sincerely, Albert Gavette. The next email was submitted by Yanette Jorge. The subject line of the email reads, Appreciation for Greystar's proposed development, a homeowner's perspective. And the email reads as follows. I hope this email finds you well. I am writing to express my support and enthusiasm for the proposed development by Greystar Company, which I believe will be of a great benefit to Cocoa Palms, especially for homeowners like myself who are directly affected. As both a homeowner within the perimeter of the project and a civil engineer who has had the opportunity to meet with Greystar civil engineer to discuss the project's impact on our condominium and community, I can confidently state that I'm in favor of this development. After a thorough review of the set of drawings and a comprehensive discussion, I firmly believe that this project will greatly enhance the living conditions for us residents. One of the most noteworthy aspects of this proposed development is the construction of a concrete wall along the perimeter. This wall proposes to provide superior protection from noise, enhanced visibility, and significantly improve privacy in our community. In contrast to the current wooden fence, which is continually impacted by hurricanes and animals such as raccoons, this concrete wall is said to be more stable, stronger, and more durable, addressing these ongoing concerns effectively. Greystar's commitment to enhancing our community extends beyond the perimeter. They are planning to create a beautiful landscape, not only along the perimeter, but also along Lions Road. Additionally, the addition of an extra sidewalk with proper lighting will greatly enhance pedestrian safety, ensuring a more pleasant experience for all residents. I also appreciate the measures taken to mitigate potential traffic issues. The provision of a dedicated right lane on Lions Road for the entrance to their site is a well thought out solution, ensuring that traffic in the area remains smooth without disruption. In conclusion, I firmly believe that Greystar's proposed construction is the best possible option for our community. As a homeowner, I see the numerous benefits of a light manufacturing facility over alternative developments, such as apartments or any other type of construction. The improvements in noise reduction, visibility, privacy, and overall community aesthetics make this project a clear winner in my eyes. I kindly request your support for this project as it stands to benefit our community greatly. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I look forward to the positive impact this development will have on Cocoa Palms. The next email was submitted by Alexandra Matthews. The subject line of the email reads, Concerns about proposed industrial complex at Atlantic Boulevard and Lions Road. The email reads as follows. I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to express my deep concern and opposition to the proposed development of an industrial complex at the corner of Atlantic Boulevard and Lions Road in Coconut Creek. I believe that such a project is not suitable for this location, primarily due to its adverse impact on our community, the safety of its residents, and neighboring towns such as Pompano Beach. One of the main reasons for my opposition is the incompatibility of warehouses and industrial facilities with surrounding residential areas. This project's location is within a commercial area where many people reside. The introduction of industrial activities, including semi-trucks and heavy traffic, would disrupt the peace and tranquility of our neighborhoods. The noise pollution and increased traffic congestion would undoubtedly have a negative effect on the quality of life for those living nearby. Furthermore, I would like to highlight a critical traffic concern related to the proposed development. Currently, there is no Atlantic Boulevard exit on the turnpike for traffic coming from the north. As a result, GPS systems often direct vehicles to exit on Coconut Creek Parkway heading south on Lyons Road to reach the proposed developments. Subsequently, these vehicles are guided north on Banks Road, which passes right by the Lakewood East neighborhood. This routing creates unnecessary traffic through residential areas, affecting not only the convenience of the residents, but also the safety of children and school bus stops in our community. In light of these concerns, I urge you to reconsider the approval of the light industrial complex at Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road. I believe the long-term well-being and safety of our residents should be the top priority in any development decisions. It is crucial to maintain the residential character of our neighborhoods and ensure that industrial activities are appropriately located away from areas where families live and children go to school. I kindly request that you take these concerns into serious consideration and explore alternative locations for industrial development that do not encroach upon our residential areas. Our community's future and the well-being of our residents are at stake, and I believe that together we can find a solution that benefits everyone. Thank you for your attention to this matter, and I look forward to hearing your response. The next email was submitted by Lonnie Mickelson. The subject line of the email reads industrial complex, and the email reads as follows. I am a resident of Coconut Creek. I live next to cross streets at Atlantic Boulevard and Lyons Road. Our traffic here is already horrendous. I can tell you adding a few hundred semi-trucks to the already existing problem will hurt. I work in the area. I use my car to get from client to client. That said, this isn't even just about the worst traffic for those of us that live here. It'll be worse for the commuters to and from work, whether that is twice per day or multiple times per day, as with my situation. Let's also think about pollution, including noise pollution. This has nightmare written all over it. Please leave this land alone for nature and some green space and not make it worse for the residents that proudly call this area home. Very sincerely, Lonnie Mickelson. The next email was submitted by Mercedes and George Raymond. The subject line of the email reads Gray Star Project, Coconut Creek, and the email reads as follows. It is a pleasure to meet you virtually and hopefully to get the opportunity to shake hands at this Thursday's meeting. My husband, George Raymond, and I live at 4945 Northwest 6th Street. We moved into the neighborhood for 4 years ago, pre-pandemic. We relocated from Miami, which was a trek because we still work in Miami, but we fell in love with the house so much that we thought it was worth the commute. We have grown to love the convenience of having everything we need nearby, but mostly we appreciate having such great neighbors and, of course, our beautiful Eastwood Lake. We take great pride in contributing to beautifying our home as well as the neighborhood, as both are diamonds in the rough. When I tell people I live in Coconut Creek now, they picture the well-kept, lush part of town. But when they come to visit me, they see a large piece of unruly, unkept land, supermarket carts nestled between trees, and questionable characters walking along Atlantic and Banks. I'm from Brooklyn, so this is not foreign to me, but at this stage of my life and paying the type of taxes I pay, I expect to have a cleaner, nicer, more pleasant environment as I drive into my neighborhood. When we found out about the Gray Star Project, we were intrigued as I wanted to see something fruitful come up from the forest area. If it wasn't going to be a park, I thought that an industrial space would be less in and out traffic and would be the next best thing to a residential or commercial retail. As my husband and I took a deeper look at the plans, we became in favor of the project and are even excited about it, so much so that in the last meeting I asked when would construction to start. Between the tent city of displaced individuals who live in the bushes and the fellowship recovery community on Banks off Atlantic, we don't feel safe walking the neighborhood. And like a good New Yorker, I'm a walker. I also don't feel safe when I leave my house to go to work in the early morning hours before the sun goes up. The reality is that this neighborhood is way overdue for some sprucing, and I truly feel that the Gray Star Project will not only beautify the space, but will also bring a breath of fresh air to the area. We are advocates of the plans and to keep a lot of the landscape as well as the building of the wall to buffer some of the noise from the traffic on Atlantic. It is for all these reasons that my husband and I are both on board with getting this project approved and on the way. This may become the project that gets this little nook of town that borders Margate more favorable attention and a lot more TLC from the community. I look forward to seeing the upgrades and the growth. The next email was submitted by Phyllis Santa Croce. And the email is just one word, and the word is where. That's the entirety of the email.
Can you spell the spelling for me, please, sir?
Yes, WHERE, where.
So it wasn't WEAR.
That is accurate.
Thank you.
You are very welcome, sir.
Next email, please.
The next email was submitted by Bonnie Shapiro. The subject line of the email reads Coconut Creek. Email reads as follows. I have lived in Coconut Creek since 1995. We do not need an industrial complex in Coconut Creek. We already have Mount Trashmore. The next email was submitted by Matt Till. The subject line of the email reads no to the proposed industrial complex lines in Atlantic. The email reads as follows. I recently became aware of this proposed industrial complex at the corner of Lines and Atlantic Boulevard, and I ask that you vote no to this new development in the community. This is a bad location for a new business opportunity in the community. As a neighboring community member who lives in Palm Air and a father who drives his children up and down Lyons Road 7 days a week for activities in Coconut Creek and doctors in Coral Springs, the presence of additional semi-trucks and traffic on key roadways, Lyons, Atlantic, Coconut Creek Parkway, Banks, is not a welcomed one for every area resident. I have joined many area residents in signing a petition on change.org and trust you will vote no by standing with Coconut Creek and neighboring residents who care deeply about the health and safety of our community. The next email submitted by Leon and Cornell Vandermeer. The subject line of the email reads industrial complex with 4 exclamation marks. And the email reads as follows.
How many?
That was 4 exclamation marks.
Thank you.
You are welcome, sir. We are not happy with the proposed industrial complex on the corner of Lyons Road and Atlantic Boulevard. It is not a good idea. All the schools and colleges all around it. And what about the traffic? Please, no. The next email was submitted by Joanne Weinman. The subject line of the email reads building. And the email reads as follows. Enough, no more commercial buildings. The final email to read into the record before I get to the postcards, submitted by Charles Mishner. And the subject line of the letter reads, honorable officials of Coconut Creek, and the letter reads as follows. I am writing on behalf of the Foundation of Independent Living to express our support for Greystar's Cocomar site development proposal. This initiative resonates with FIL's core values and represents a significant step forward for Coconut Creek. In a conversation with Herbie Klotz of Greystar Director of Development, Malcolm Butters, Butters Group President, and JC Conte, Butters Group EVP and Director of Industrial Brokerage Services, we were impressed by Greystar's ethos of caring for the community, their clients, and their partners. Their emphasis on fostering genuine relationships has cultivated a distinctive company culture that places concern for individuals and small organizations like FIL at its core. Greystar has taken the initiative to suggest potential partnerships with FIL. They are bringing ideas to the table like allocating space for a community garden, creating job opportunities for FIL's residents, and fundraising for local organizations such as ours. Additionally, the generosity in sharing expertise and business connections is an invaluable asset we would not have access to otherwise, and we will explore our own real estate options. Greystar's dedication to our community, the environment, and creating jobs, all while bringing the world-class real estate expertise is a rare and valuable opportunity. Their proactive outreach to organizations like FIL demonstrates their commitment to community engagement. We appreciate your attention to this matter and your continued dedication to our community's betterment. Thank you for your time and consideration. This postcard was submitted by Suzanne Kleinberg, and it reads as follows. I am concerned that development of the Cocomar warehouse complex will cause too much noise pollution in our home since we live right next door behind the property. Also, the increase of traffic will affect the enjoyment of our home. Please reconsider approval. The next postcard was submitted by Tim and Renee Mucka, and it reads as follows. We have lived in Coconut Creek for almost 30 years, 27 in Cocoa Palms. My family is totally against ruining our area with a huge Cocomar warehouse. The next postcard was submitted by Juan Segovina. And the postcard reads as follows: "We are against the Cocomar warehouse complex. It's less than 100 feet from our neighborhood. This will create traffic noise and will undervalue our homes." I am unable to read the name of the person that signed the postcard, but I will read the comment into the record. "We are concerned about the preserve behind our homes being demolished, with new warehouses being built. We are concerned about the access to our homes and backyards. The preserve provides privacy and security that people cannot access our backyards and break into our homes." And that concludes all my comments to read into the record, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh.
You're
All
welcome.
right. Let the record reflect that we will be submitting all Mr. Kavanaugh's emails. Mr. Kavanaugh, I will just clarify, I think some of those emails came to all of us on the commission that were forwarded. I don't know if they were all submitted for public comment, but I appreciate you reading them and making it a full and complete record of that.
My pleasure, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Let me get to where we are. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. The public hearing is now closed. Now, I guess, Mr. Mealy, do you have anything prior to commission discussion you would like to address?
Yes,
Or do
thank
you
you.
want to wait until we go and then you tell me?
Well, I was going to respond to the public comments, but perhaps I could respond to your questions in the public comments at the same time. if
Well,
that
let's
would be easier.
let's keep it clean, Mr. Mealy. Do you wish to cross-examine any comment made by the public?
No,
Do you wish to comment on anything made in person here today?
yes,
I turn the floor to you on that. Then I'll give you any closing remarks and then I'll turn it over to commission discussion.
okay. I may make comments about things that were read in the emails too. I'm not going to cross-examine anybody, but I may make comments about those as well as the in-person ones. Is that
Mr. Mealy,
okay?
It is.
Okay, thank you. And also, there may be one or two comments where I'll ask Mr. Butters to help me because he's the expert. Anyway, let me get started. So the first thing I want to say is I've been doing this for a very long time, and it is highly unusual to get the number of people in support that we've had this evening. It has always been my experience that the people that are satisfied stay home, and the people that are dissatisfied come to the meeting. And tonight we saw the opposite, and it was very good to see. I'm not going to focus a lot on the positive comments because I don't have a lot to say about them, other than I want to make one point, and I'll come back to it later. We heard this comment about threats of low-income housing. Only one person who came up in support of this tonight mentioned that. One. A number of the people who were against mentioned it, and we never mentioned it. We never talked about residential tonight, but what I will talk about is when we're doing rezonings, the standard is always to compare what a property is already approved for to what's proposed. So what this property is already approved for is a very large shopping center. And that very large shopping center has way more traffic than our business park. We showed those slides earlier, an 81% reduction in average daily traffic and almost as large of reductions in both AM and PM peak hour. So everyone who talked about opposing this because of traffic is making an assumption that they're comparing vacant property, which is what it is today, to what we're proposing to do. But that's not the correct comparison when you're looking at a rezoning. The comparison is what are you allowed to do today and what are you proposing to do? And the Kohl's and Lowe's site plan is still in effect. So the proper comparison on traffic shows that we have a significant reduction in traffic across the board, whether you're looking at Atlantic Boulevard, Lyons Road, or anywhere else. There was a slide shown and a discussion about what's across the street from us, a church with a school. Well, the first thing I want to point out, when Mr. Butters was up here, he showed you the Lyons Tech Park. He showed you that there's a school at the west end of the park. There's a school at the east end of the park. The schools have been there for years. Malcolm has been there for 23 years. not a single problem. And Johnson Street, Johnson Road is a 2-lane road. So there are these trucks or cars, the people taking their kids to and from school are sharing a much smaller road and doing just fine. There was also a comment about incompatibility of a business park use with residential. Malcolm also showed you the Regency Lakes development, which has got a resident or got industrial on the north, got industrial around it. Now, again, I guess I'm probably the oldest person here now, but I remember when Regency Lakes was approved because I worked on it. And the Regency Lakes land was originally industrial land use, and it was changed to residential. And the business park that Malcolm built came after the residential was already there. So Regency Lakes was already there, the homes were there, and then Malcolm built Lions Tech Park across the street. It's very similar to the situation we're talking about tonight. The homes are already there, the business park is now coming. It's the second time we've seen this phenomenon in Coconut Creek, and the first time around it worked fine with Lions Tech Park and Regency Lakes. Why do we doubt that it would work fine here when it's been there for 23 years and everything's going very well? There was a comment about designing for tenants, and maybe you don't need as many truck doors, or maybe you don't need the building to be as tall or as long. I want to set that aside for a minute because I'd like Malcolm to help me with that part. So we'll come back to that. There was also slides again shown by one of the people who are objecting, which again, like happened in July, the gentleman is showing DRC comments from the first or second round and pretending that they still exist when they don't. We went through 5 rounds of DRC comments. Anything that's in round 1 or round 2 that isn't in round 3 or 4 or 5 means that it was already satisfied. So to go back and point out comments that are no longer in effect is not correct or appropriate. There was a discussion about the turning movements and that it would be dangerous. So keep in mind, if we don't go with the business park, if we stick with the commercial use that is already approved, you'll have the same right turn in, right turn out, left turn in, and left turn out on Atlantic that we're proposing to have. But on Lions, where we've eliminated the left turn outbound, if it's a shopping center, you still get the left turn outbound because it's a recorded plat and that's what's allowed. And so if we're worried about traffic safety, the business park again is far superior to the commercial development that is already approved and that is still in effect. So whether it's trucks, traffic safety, turning movements, the volume of traffic, the business park is superior to the commercial that is already approved and in effect in every respect. I want to go back for just a minute to the entry feature. Is it possible for me to put the slides up one more time on here? Do you know how to do it, Austin? Thank you. This is us up here. Oh, we're down there too. Okay, great. Thank you. Number 17. So this was the first one of our, is that how you want it? Good.
Yeah, that's it.
This is the first one of our things that we showed as a condition of approval. And the reason I put it back up again is we heard all these comments about how bad industrial is and how bad it looks. You tell me, does this look bad? I think this looks great. Now, maybe the sign doesn't look exactly that way. Maybe the butterfly and the positioning of the solar tree is a little different. That's what we'll discuss with the staff between now and the second reading to make sure they're comfortable, to make sure it meets the code, to make sure it's properly positioned, it's the right size, it's the right color, all of those things. But I think this is just an example of what we're trying to create as you drive up Lyons Road from Fort Lauderdale into Coconut Creek. What's the first thing you're going to see? This. You know, I know that the city limit is at the canal and there's a piece of property on the south side of Atlantic that's in the city. But on the east side of the road, when you're heading north on Lyons, there's really nothing there. It's just a little strip of grass between the canal and Atlantic. And on the west side, there's the Vista Verde apartments. But one of the very first things you will see coming into the city of Coconut Creek is that. And I think it looks great. The traffic study that the gentleman showed on his slides, was the prior study. My little sticker keeps falling off. Was the prior study before we did the specific analysis at the Lions Tech Park. And that's why we did it, because the data we were showing in the past was national data from the Institute of Transportation Engineers manual that looks at sites all over the country. I mean, they're looking at suburban sites. They're also looking at sites that might be right next to Port Everglades or the Port of New York or whatever. What we then did, because we heard all the concerns in July, is we said, why don't we find someplace right here in town where we can do an actual study to see how many of these truck bays are occupied? And that's what we did. And we have loads of pictures on it that we can show that are actually in the appendix part of our presentation. The presentation has been loaded onto your system. We'll leave a copy with staff. So look at those things and you will see what the one lady who spoke, Mrs. Seville, talked about. She went out there during the day, she went out at night, and there were very few trucks parked at those bays. And I think that's the important thing. I want to talk about the one email that had I think it was 11 different points of why commercial was better than a business park. So first, there were a lot of conclusions in that email, but no evidence to support them conclusions. There was a conclusion that a business park would reduce adjacent residential property values, but a shopping center would increase them. I don't know where that comes from. If it's a shopping center, in the back of the shopping center, behind the homes, you have dumpsters for restaurants and for stores. That's not a desirable thing behind your house. So there's a lot of conclusions about why commercial was better without any evidence to support it. But I think the biggest factor is when commercial was proposed for this area, the neighbors sued the city because they didn't want it. And now to say, oh, it's a great thing, I think that's pretty disingenuous. I must say, though, the worst comment of all was to suggest that the support letters were not authentic. Did we suggest that the denial letters were not authentic? Of course not. We assume that people act in good faith. If they put their name and address on something, it means something. We submitted our letters, 104 of them. People put their names and addresses on them. We gave you a list of their names and addresses. We're not hiding anything. They're all authentic. They're not form letters, as was suggested by the same individual who questioned the authenticity of those letters. Look at them. Look at the addresses. Call the person up and say, hey, did you really write a letter? You've got nothing to hide. All of those letters are legitimate and they're not form letters, as was suggested. I can't do this in any particular order because I was just writing down things as people were speaking. The gentleman who was neutral, I really appreciated his comments. How do we know what Margate will approve on the land that's in Margate? We don't. What we do know that at one point, a large commercial developer, a very large, good commercial developer here in Broward County, had that Margate property under contract. They dropped the contract because DOT would not give them an additional driveway on Atlantic Boulevard that they wanted. So they dropped it. Now they were proposing a series of commercial buildings, gas station, fast food restaurants, et cetera. Apparently, without that extra driveway, the gas stations and fast food restaurants didn't want to go there. And I can understand that because access is important for those kind of commercial businesses. What will go there in the future? We don't know. And Margate will have to make that decision. But what we do know is if this business park is approved, an 8-foot wall will go behind the homes that are adjacent to the Margate property because we're going to build it. And Mr. Diaz is going to let us build it on his property. If we don't have the business park approved, then nothing happens. And the gentleman who lives behind the Margate property is going to have to worry even more. So I can't fix everything he's concerned about, and I do understand his concerns. But if this is approved, we know he gets the 8-foot wall, and he gets it now. He gets it when we build. If we go away, I don't know what happens there. We'll have to wait and see what Margate does. I do know that one of the Margate commissioners has reached out to you, to some of you, I don't know which ones of you, to suggest what he thinks you should do on the Margate property. You might want to reach out to him and suggest what you think they should do on the on the Margate. He was telling you what to do on the Coconut Creek property. You can talk to him about the Margate property. Maybe he'll happy to hear some of your comments. I don't know. I haven't spoken to him about that. Let's see what else I have. Oh, damage from foundations. We're building traditionally like anyone else would do. There's no soil conditions on this site that would cause you to be concerned about how you would be able to build. So we'll work with your building department and with your staff to assure that we're not creating vibrations or doing anything that's going to damage any other property while we're building ours. It's a fairly straightforward site. It's nothing unusual that we'll have to do here in terms of construction. And just give me one more minute to make sure that I've covered the items. Oh, this is another one. The preserve behind the person's home. This isn't a preserve. This is a piece of property zoned for 450,000 square foot shopping center without parcels yet to be determined. It's not a preserve. It's never been a preserve. It's been privately owned in the entire time that property has been in Coconut Creek. It's been zoned for commercial for 30 years. So I don't know who told them it was a preserve. Maybe it's the person who sold the house. Sometimes people that sell houses don't tell the truth, or brokers or whatever, but it's never been a preserve. It's private property. And as most of the speakers recognize, it's going to be developed for something. So what's the best thing? And I think the people that are out here supporting this tonight and that supported it through their emails determined that this was the best thing in their opinion. And I think also the people that talked about the prior proposals, the people that talked about the Lennar Townhouse proposal, the people that talked about the Kohl's and the Lowe's, they looked at what those alternatives are. And I think Malcolm was right. If it's not a business park and it's not retail, then what else can it be? Residential. And if it's residential, it's more likely to be multifamily than single family. I don't know how much multifamily. I don't know what people would propose, but even if it was a number, I think somebody talked about 10 units an acre here one time. If it was 10 units an acre, there'd be 360 units, and the traffic was twice or 3 times as much as our business park. We're not proposing that. We don't want to build that. We want to build this. And we're not threatening to build anything else. We're proposing to build this. And it's the lowest traffic generator of anything that's been proposed for this property. I think you can see that Herbie and his company have gone to lengths that I've never seen before in Coconut Creek and that I don't think I've seen anywhere else. Not only to bring people out to support what we're doing, but also to listen to what they said and try to respond to it. Somebody called it a bribe. That was a horrible thing to say. We're not offering anybody any money. And the 12-foot was not offered as a way to say, well, now you'll have a better property. It was offered because we were asked to do it. The gentleman from Cocoa Palms that used to be the president said it best. Every time they brought up an issue, Herbie said, well, what do you want us to do? And when they told him, he did it. What's wrong with that? That's what he's supposed to do, is listen to the neighbors and respond positively. If I can, I'd like to ask Malcolm, could you come up and please talk about those couple of items about the sizing of the building, and also tell us, when you build this kind of a building, do you know who the tenants are before you build it?
Yeah, no, thank you. Malcolm Butters again. Yes, this young lady mentioned, when you build industrial, you build it pretty much on spec, and you have to build it to generic and to industry standards. So today, the industry standards for warehouse is typically something like 30 or 32 foot clear high. The walls obviously are higher because the city has the requirement. We have to screen all mechanical equipment. So the building is actually 32 clear, but the wall goes up to 40 feet for screening purposes. But you don't know. And we rely on past history. So like Dennis said, we've built Butters Construction Development. My family's built more industrial in Broward than probably anybody. And that's just a fact. Whether it's been in Deerfield Beach or Pompano or Tamarack or Coral Springs, all neighboring communities. None of these are ever major distribution centers. They're always recreational. It's light manufacturing. It's good industry. They never generate a lot of trucks because, again, a lot of these buildings, just like Greystar has, they're narrow buildings. They don't generate major distribution centers. The other point is I have heard a lot was, the compatibility of industrial next to residential. Well, Dennis and I have worked on several projects, and I challenge you to talk to any of the neighboring cities. In Hillsborough, just recently, the shining star of Deerfield Beach, ask Mayor Gantz, is Hillsborough Technology Park on 95 and Hillsborough Beach Boulevard. There's an existing community. It was an old golf course. They rezoned it to a business park right next to a community to the east. They begged us to come here. It worked out great. When we built US Cabinets on Lyons Road, they begged us to put industrial there instead of the Marriott. It's worked out terrific. In Weston, some of the most expensive homes in Weston back up to their industrial park. Coconut Creek, Coral Springs, the same thing. We're doing a building now for Decoral. Again, I encourage you to speak to Mayor Brooks. And right across the street on Coral Ridge Drive is residential. Tamarack, speak to Mayor Gomez. Speak to Mayor Gomez. We built the largest park in Tamarack, the Tamarack Park of Commerce. It's several million square feet. Right to the north on McNabb, residential. So it's worked out great. It doesn't diminish any values at all. Did I address everything, Dennis? Or?
So, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Couple quick items and I'll stop. I know it's getting late. There was a discussion about the route that trucks would take. And I know at the meeting in July, we talked about, what is the computer in your car, the GPS, where does it send you? So we worked on that quite a bit. Can we get slide 92 up here? It all depends on, I'll let him show it and then I'll explain it to you. Thank you. So if you can see what we have on the screen right now, on the left-hand side, this is showing you our property along Lyons Road. You can see on the east side of Lyons Road on that left-hand picture, you can kind of see the houses that are in the 1 acre estate area. So you kind of see where we're at, right? It's about halfway along our frontage on Lyons, maybe a little more than halfway. And then if you look at the right-hand picture, you see the canal, you see Atlantic Boulevard, and you see where our entrance is, because it's on the west side of the canal, pretty much close to where that little yellow flag is. So what we found, if the pin is dropped, and I don't even know how to drop a pin, but I understand that's the terminology, that if the pin is dropped in the right place, it'll send you on the right route. So what do we do about that? We talked last time about the addresses we put on the buildings. We talked about where the driveways are. So we can set this up with the proper address and driveway location, when these are our driveway locations, that the trucks, there is no issue with trucks coming off the Sawgrass or off I-95. The real issue is what about the trucks that are coming off the turnpike at Coconut Creek Parkway, right? We're not worried about the ones coming off at Atlantic Boulevard and come right down the street. So the ones coming off at Coconut Creek Parkway, where are they going to go? And if you're using the GPS, it all depends on where these little yellow flags are taking you. So if we put them in the right place, which we can do, when you get off that turnpike coming from the north, you're going to go straight down 31st to Atlantic Boulevard, and you're going to make a right. And you're going to come in either one of these ways. You could turn right on Atlantic and come into Lyons, although I wouldn't see why you do that. You just keep on Atlantic and make a right turn right into the driveway. If you're going back to the turnpike and you're going north, same thing. You put the flag in the right place, it's going to take you out Atlantic, you're going to make a left, you're going to go to 31st, and you're going to go right up to the turnpike. So we played with these dropping pin things to see how this would work. And we tried it where you're in the car, you got the GPS going, you get off at the turnpike, you press the button to go here, and it took us right down 31st to Atlantic and made a right, just like we talked about last time. So someone mentioned that GPS issue in one of the emails, so I did want to refer to it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. New things.
New things.
Okay.
It's getting late in the hour.
Well,
New
the
things.
pin thing was new. Anyway, that's all I have. If you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
There you go. Scott, you have anything closing?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify one thing. I'll be very brief, and that had to do with the slide that was brought up with regarding the DRC comment. And then Dennis brought it up, and I wanted to just kind of for the record, straighten that out. This project went through 5 DRC reviews. There are certain comments that we hang on to because, part of our job is to bang on the applicants hard over and over again until they listen to us. So that particular comment that was on that slide was held throughout the process, all 5 DRC reviews. And we were gradually getting the things that we felt when I mentioned the very beginning of this very long evening, talking about deemed appropriate, the things that we wanted added that would help staff feel like it could be deemed appropriate. We got through that particular comment: enhanced architecture, additional landscaping, reduced parking spaces to increase green space. There are all kinds of things that we use that comment for to continue to hammer away at them to get the quality that we felt we could get out of them. And I just wanted to qualify, that wasn't something that disappeared after round 1 or round 2. We maintained it so that we could continue to get things that we felt would make this project appropriate. That's all.
But Scott, did we ultimately get the result you were looking for?
Yes, you wouldn't have moved forward if we had.
Thank you. I have nothing to add. I'm just here if you have any questions for me.
Oh, yeah, you kind of had something to add, but it's okay. All right, Scott, we done? Everyone done?
Yes.
At this time, we'll turn to the commission. Commission discussion. I ask Mr. Mealy to remain available for comment and his client. Jeffrey, or do you want to go first or do you not want to go first? You know who wants to go first? Vice Mayor Welch wants to go first. I'll go first. Okay, let's kick it off with Josh.
At some point, the
All right,
mayor
that's
just
fine.
got
I'll go. You know what? You got me up. I'm going to go first. I got a couple questions, and let me go to some of my notes on them. I want to address the 12-foot easement. We talked about it at the preliminary thing, and listen, you shouldn't take offense to a bribe. I think it's a poor word choice. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're giving people land and they're coming to support a project. It's factual, right? I want to know are you deeding it to them?
Are we what?
Are you deeding it? Are you fee simpling to them?
No, we're going to give them an easement
Okay.
because that way it should not affect their property tax value as much.
Okay.
which they
So
don't.
that's, I want to hash this out for a minute because I will tell you, I won't tip my hand right now in terms of some of the things I'm personally thinking. I want to ask my questions. All right, walk me through this. So you're going to be you're deeding an easement to the property owner.
Correct.
The maintenance of the easement will fall on the property owner.
Because we're going to put in the wall, a hedge on the north side, and then that 12 feet will now be theirs to keep in good shape. It'll be right part of their backyard. They cut the grass and so on. Yes.
Okay. So I just want to be explicit because I think this is pretty significant. And candidly, I have a lot of people that came tonight because I think this is an incentive. Listen, I can only liken this to what happened at the self-storage thing. I was adamantly against the project and I was surprised that a lot of people came out supporting of it. Right. And I understand it. In that same project, Dennis, it was your project. You built the wall and you did certain things. So I will tell you this, Mr. Martone's slide he showed me, very persuasive as well. You highlight the blue dots, but you don't highlight the dots of the people not for.
Well,
So,
I'd like to say something about
hold
that.
on.
On the blue dots, we
Dennis,
produced,
may I?
sorry,
You're
right. You're right.
So I just candidly, I'll give you a chance to respond to everything I said, but that's to me, you got to show both sides. I want to focus on the easement right now. I want you to walk me through it. So is it going to be a deed to every property owner? So you're giving an easement to them where the property owner is maintaining the easement.
Correct.
And the wall is going to be built and maintained on essentially Cocomar Great Star facility property.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I saw Mr. Rodriguez. Is he? Yeah, he's here. Okay. Now my question is this: the 8-foot wall that is being extended, built on the Margate parcel. Do we have we don't technically, is there any requirement through the city of Margate? And this is really, I'm turning this to you, Dennis, first, then I'll turn to Scott on this question. Is there any requirement for approvals because technically it's Margate property? Well, I apologize. It's owned as a property owner, but does that wall require Margate approvals?
I would believe it would require a building permit to put it there.
So that's not something that's going to have to go before the Margate City Commission. It's something that's a building permit.
It shouldn't have to go to the commission to put in a wall pursuant to a building permit. It should be an administrative review.
Your input on this.
My input would be that that would probably be in Margate a staff level approval. It would not require
Okay.
any commission or planning and zoning board approval.
That's what I want to know, because we had a very honest, resident who's been a part of this community for a long time ask about that. And the last thing I would want is some sort of commitment by Greystar to build this if we can't get it done.
The other thing I would add on that is if the Margate property is developed as commercial, I believe that the Margate code would require a wall between commercial and residential anyway.
Based on how their building code is. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Has there been, listen, I'm asking whether this is appropriate or not. Has Greystar had, maybe taking some nuts. Okay. It's late in the hour for the nuts. Has Greystar at any point had a conversation with the Rodriguez family about the Margate parcel? I'm just curious.
You're talking about the Diaz family.
I apologize. It's yeah.
Yes, we have. At one point, we were considering purchasing it.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was apologizing for the mistake.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. Not to you, to
I understand, Mr.
Fine.
Diaz.
Yeah.
Understood. Yeah, at one point, we were looking at buying the property, but that hasn't materialized. So
okay.
There's
I
really
just wanted to
nothing
ask, and listen, it doesn't do anything for the conversation today. I say it as part of a global, footprinted project, understanding that Margate may have different intentions, it's a different commission than as we sit here today. Okay. So you believe it's a staff level and Scott supports that. That's something, regardless of how, that's something that's significant to me that I would like an answer to, regardless of anything. I guess we called the conditions of approval. The Greystar is committed to all of those conditions.
we are committed to all the conditions that were already in your report, plus the ones we added tonight, every single one
And
of them.
you understand that our staff, who has not vetted some of those conditions of approval, is also may come back with, A, B, C, D, E of other things.
We understand that, yes.
Okay. And the other, okay. Now, I want to have a brief conversation about the access point, because I will tell you something that was interesting to me is I didn't think about this last time, and I'm going to give some of the comments about this credence. So the parcel on Atlantic, the Margate parcel that's currently the church, that's a large acreage facility that's zoned for community facilities, or what we call community facilities, right?
CF, yeah, community facilities.
Does Margate call it the same thing?
I think there was somebody mentioned CF1, but that would be the same kind of
It
thing.
was on a slide. I don't know whose slide, but I saw the CF1. Now, understanding I can't take this project in a vacuum, right? That is something, and I don't think you can answer this, Dennis. I'm kind of just voicing this to my colleagues. That's something that's a little concerning to me, because I think we all know the inability of zoning criteria on community facilities in terms of just in general, right? Whether it's a church or a school or things like that. I'm just a little concerned because that intersection, could someone bring up that intersection? Is this it? It's not the best aerial, but I guess when you're pointing, Dennis, to the ingress egress, your red blurb on the south part of that, I'm voicing a concern, right? And the concern is that while you're doing a right in, you're right, left in, left out. I have a concern, and I think a couple people spoke to this, and I want you to address this.
Sure.
Now, I know some of the preliminary stuff came back that there's not going to be a light there. It concerns me. Now, the reality is, when I look at a project like this, even if I'm all gung-ho for something or against something, I have to take in consideration the property and the surrounding properties. That was something I candidly didn't really think about, that now I'm a little concerned, because right now we have a church probably underutilized in terms of the acreage on the property. But when we're looking at acreage sites, if that turns into something that could cause a traffic concern to me. And I understand the statistics you're showing me based on what is approved versus what is not approved. It's just something that's concerning. And I don't know, what do you believe? And then I'm going to ask my staff the same question. What do you believe? Talk to me a little bit about the viability of getting a light at this intersection.
So
is there no chance? Is there a chance? I just want to have a realistic conversation.
I don't believe that it's true that there is no chance. Let me go back a few years. That well before the proposal for the Lowe's and Kohl's, there was another shopping center developer that was looking to buy this property from the Diaz family. They were going to put in a Target. That was their anchor. At the time, John Kelly was still your city manager, so that'll kind of tell you how long ago it was. And I asked John, I said, will you go to the DOT meeting with us? Because before you start a development like this, when you're on a state road, you have to have a pre-application meeting with the DOT to look at where the access can be. And you may have seen these letters they issue that we use with every plat that's on a state road. It tells you where you can put your driveway, how far apart it has to be from the other driveways, et cetera. So we went to DOT and we said, we'd like to have a light at this intersection. And they said that we do not give out lights based on traffic projections. You first have to build. And then when we see how much traffic you have, then we'll tell you whether you get the light or not. So that was the answer. At that point, the people that were going to do the Target said, well, we're not going to come here unless we know we can have a light. Now, of course, later, the Kohl's and Lowe's plan was approved, and the plat for that was approved by the county and the DOT, and they did not ask for a light. So again, it's possible that a light could go here. The distance separation between the light at Banks and the light at Lyons is a pretty good separation. So I don't think that the distance separation would stop it. The only thing that would stop it, if there wasn't enough traffic coming out of the north and the south. There's clearly enough traffic going east and west on Atlantic Boulevard. The question is there enough traffic coming out from the north and coming out from the south?
Is Herbie still here? Did he leave?
It's right here.
He's hiding. He didn't want to see me. I've given him too hard of a time. So I guess here's my question. I think, this commission has dealt with an issue with traffic lights specifically, the one I can think of most frequently, Sandy, is, well, not just Column, not the one we want, but also the one by Winston Park Shopping Center that we paid for, that we put in, that's 20 yards away from the Sawgrass. And they told us we couldn't do that. So I guess, Dennis, let's have a conversation about conditions of approval, possibly. He didn't even listen. He gave up on me.
I just was checking on something to see if I could answer the next question I think you're going to ask.
What's the next question?
About a traffic light and whether we would pay for it.
It's a mind reader. Well, I'm just curious if.
So let me
So
state,
answer
let me
your own
say- let
question.
me answer my own question. And we said this last time in July, that yes, we would pay for it and we would bond for it.
You
Now,
bond for it. That's okay.
Here's what I would suggest. The county has a standard traffic light agreement, traffic signalization agreement, they call it. And what they do is you agree that you're going to post security for the cost of the light, and you leave it up until 2 years after your last CO. So your place is now occupied, your traffic is there. A traffic study can be done anytime during that time period between the CO and the 2 years later. And if the traffic light is warranted and the DOT says it's approved, then we pay for it. And so that's a standard agreement that the county does, that many cities have now taken that county agreement and cut and pasted and put their own name in. And we've done it in Miramar, we've done it
So
in a variety of places.
I'm not in the business of horse trading on the dais per se, just because I think there's some conditions of approval. Listen, I'm even having a discussion because some of the outreach was significant. I'm being very honest with you. I didn't anticipate being the first one to speak or engaging in this discussion as much as I have been. But I will tell you this, and I'll direct you that I think that's something that's significant in terms of a traffic light. I don't love a 2-year hold after a CO, especially on something that could be significant. I appreciate you educating me on how the county's things do, but if your client's committed to, a bond on a traffic light or something, I would like to hear my staff after they're able to digest it and be suggestive on it. So I don't want us to commit to something that's one more check. I have a couple other questions that are a little harder, but I would like to defer to some of my colleagues and hear some of their thoughts before I go deeper down more of a development rabbit hole. There's some issues I have with your site plan, but I understand that that's not up today. So I'll leave it at that. I'll turn to my colleagues.
Mayor, could I just respond to one thing that I was trying to respond to earlier when I was improperly
I cut you off.
interrupting you? Well, you were talking, I should have been waiting.
Oh, stop it. I was late. It's late in the hour, Dennis.
I only wanted to say
Yeah,
one
let's
thing.
go back to this.
When we showed this, we have letters from every one of these people where there's a blue dot. Now, the gentleman showed everywhere that there wasn't a blue dot, a red dot. I don't know that he has letters from everyone where he showed a red dot. That's my only point.
Listen, here, you call a spade, and I'm going to say, listen, this is discussion. This isn't, my vote isn't up because more people came for or against it. Of
course not.
It's not how I work. Do I believe that a lot more people were against this 3 months ago? Unequivocally.
Right.
We'd be remiss if we didn't say that. This room came out in effect against this project. And I'm not saying that persuaded me, because the viability of a project persuades me. And there's issues that I have with this project in terms of, does it meet the need? Does it fit in the site plan? Does it fit in the criteria? I don't know some of those answers, and I want to hear what some of my colleagues have to say. But that being said, I will tell you, I've never seen I will say this honestly, I've never seen the outreach like this. And I think that a lot of these people that are here in the back row, I don't believe it's bought, paid for, but for them to say, hey, this is what we want is significant. For somebody to say, two of the young ladies that spoke talked about going on a 2-hour car ride, that is compelling to me for purposes of community outreach, but that's not compelling to me selling a project. So I understand we can go back and forth all day in terms of blue dots, red dots, this person. I got the petition against, I got your letters for. Mr. Kavanaugh's making a stack of papers, part of the record. I will just say, Dennis, industrial spelled wrong. Just saying, on one of your handouts, but I had to just get that in there. I'm just curious. You definitely didn't print it, so
No.
somebody else is getting blamed for that one. I say it because, listen, this is one of the hardest. These are hard decisions. When people come out to City Hall, we're here at midnight on a significant project that is going to affect the development and viability in this city, good, bad, or indifferent, depending on what chair you sit at. I have some more difficult questions. At this time, I'm turning to my colleagues who chooses to go next. Anybody? No one has anything. We can just pass it for a vote.
Okay.
I would be polite to let him start at the end.
Well, we started at the other end because no one wanted to go. So who wants to go next? Commissioner Raley?
I have a question.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Raley.
I do have a question. About the list that we have. Can that be put as part of the code enforcement? Can we make that part of city code to ensure that everything that you are proposing is maintained in perpetuity?
So I would defer to your city attorney on this, but I will tell you what I have heard other city attorneys say.
Is this real quick, just so I can clarify my call? You talking about the conditions of approval?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about too.
Yes.
Okay.
That anything that we put in as a condition of approval of the site plan is binding. And if we don't do it, we have violated your code.
Right.
That's the way we see
Why don't you-
it. But again, I'll defer to your city attorney.
Okay. And that's correct. I mean, we can enforce through code enforcement anything that's put in as a condition of approval to a site plan or to a rezoning or what have you. As discussed earlier, at this stage, we would like to fully vet what he has offered between first and second reading.
Okay.
And just to add to that, I will say that we very often use a site plan as a code enforcement tool.
And one of the speakers asked, how do you know we're going to maintain our property? Because if we don't, then code enforcement is going to come and make us.
That was my point. Thank you. Also, what was mentioned was that if smaller buildings were put on the property, right, then that would be palatable, but that wouldn't affect still the traffic flow.
So the discussion that the smaller building thing first came out of was the discussion that we were talking about earlier on this DRC comment. And as Mr. Stoudenmeyer mentioned, it wasn't about making the buildings smaller. It was about breaking them up. It wasn't about reducing the square footage. It was about breaking them up into smaller buildings, but you could have still ended up with the same square footage. So whether you have 3 buildings that are 300,000 square feet or 2 buildings that are 300,000 square feet, it's the same amount of traffic because it's based on the square footage, not the number of buildings.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Look, everyone wants to talk now. So
I'm ready. I didn't know I was the leader of these things. I guess I'm the first person, but
no.
sorry.
Listen, Jeff, it doesn't mean that.
I don't have a lot,
anyone can speak. So
Okay.
I'm going to
All
go
right.
Commissioner Wasserman. I'm going to go Commissioner Brody. I'm going to go Vice Mayor Walsh.
All right. An incredible job. What you've been able to do. Did Herbie leave?
No, he's here.
Oh, can he move back to that seat, please? Can you move back to that seat?
I'm certainly not trying to, Commissioner. Sorry.
That was a joke. I know he didn't leave. It's really, it shows that, you know, I appreciate you listening and taking the direction that we put out. And I spoke to you and, you know, last week, and it's admirable, and you've certainly done everything. And like former Commissioner Tooley said, you've done more probably than any developer, you know, ever. It's hard though, when we talk about the now, right? The idea of right now of these services coming into these buildings, and you know, the gym and the distillery and the whatever. But I can't allow that to outshine the impacts of a changing future. I can't. It's very hard. Okay, we got this now. And I think for a lot of the people, it's like, oh, this is going to be great. We're going to have all these things. But then a lot of times things do change, and you still have the facility. You still got the 79 truck bays. So just because right now we're saying we're going to be limiting to 13 or 19 trips, you know, I think when we were on the Zoom, you know, it was 13. Now I don't know, it went up a little bit. So that's where I'm at. The perpetuity. Listen, no disrespect to Greystar, but is Greystar going to be around forever? Because and I just mean that, because let's say Greystar does go under. Who's going to maintain the wall? Who's going to maintain the things that we've put into these conditional things?
So these types of approvals, the site plan and the code enforcement that backs it up that we talked about, doesn't just apply to who owns it now. It applies to whoever owns it. So if we sell it to somebody else 5 years from now, they still have to comply.
Okay. Like I said at the last meeting, the land usage still does not correlate with its surrounding areas. You know, I brought that up last time. I was a little, I want to apologize for earlier. I was a little maybe, you know, upset about what was going on with, you know, these new conditions that we didn't know about. And we were told today, and it kind of felt like last time, the same thing happened with giving the land to people, you know, giving them the 12 feet. It's just, you know, I don't want it to be a game. Like the mayor said, these are very serious decisions that impact us here. Why does it have to be 45 feet tall buildings? Why does it have to be 45 foot tall? Can somebody address that?
Yeah, I'm going to get the gentleman who builds them. Nobody better.
Again, the buildings are 45 primarily because, you know, there's a significant portion that covers the mechanical equipment too. And I think we have to screen it. But
So like air conditioner.
like air conditioning's on the roof, you know, because then people, you know, who are driving, you know, they don't want to see all that, or the next door neighbor. But what's happened, Commissioner, is, you know, the industrial industry has evolved. So when we first built Lions Tech Center, we were building, you know, 18-foot clear, 24-foot clear. And what's happened, because of technology and because of e-commerce and things like that, buildings have gotten bigger. And primarily because now they have the ability to rack higher and store more, so it becomes more efficient. It becomes more sustainable, right? So rather than building bigger, wider and wider, they go higher, so they don't have to generate as much waste as many trees. You have many, you know, as much roof area. So you go higher to make it more efficient, and technology has allowed that. There's now robotic stuff that picks things off of racks, and it's just the way it is, right? You know, these buildings are no higher than any other buildings anywhere in South Florida. Dennis and I, again, I point out the buildings we did in Weston. Tremendous city, maybe one of the best cities in Broward besides Coconut Creek.
After Coconut Creek.
I said that. Deerfield Beach, the same thing on Hillsborough. We did one with over in Pompano called Crossroads just recently off of Dixie, next to residential height. They're all the same height. That's just the industry standard today.
Weston was a planned city.
Sorry.
Weston was a planned city. You
Yes.
know, the way they designed that with all the industrial on the outside and all the residential on the inside. I mean, I would go there every morning. So,
Yeah.
so this is a little different.
But we're still so underserved, Commissioner, in this city significantly. Like that slide that we pointed out,
Right. The 1.7%.
the percent, like Weston, 4.6% industrial. We're down here in the city, we're 1.6 or 1.7. So we're like a third of Weston, and we're 25% of the average city in Broward County.
Well, that's what makes us so special.
I think, and it's special, but it's also, if we do not approve this, it sends a message to Elite and to Willis that we don't really care about you. You could expand, but you could go somewhere else. I think it's it's a bad message. Sorry, but I'm just saying, we need to sustain the industry here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I had,
I was just going to ask Malcolm what the percentage of industrial in Parkland is.
Well, again,
Oh, Dennis answered it.
you know, I live there, and you know that, Commissioner.
I was being, Malcolm,
yeah.
I was being a little facetious because I was listen. The list is the list, but
Malcolm, let me say something.
Yeah.
I agree that Parkland's probably zero, but let's talk about this for a minute. When we're at Broward County and somebody comes in to talk about affordable housing, the first thing they say is, well, they're not going to do it in Parkland. We don't say that here in Coconut Creek.
so the answer, you are correct, Dennis. I was just at a realtor forum where the mayor of Parkland, the mayor of Lighthouse Point doubled down on there will never be affordable housing and there will never be industrial in our cities.
Although I am.
So I'm not gonna disagree with that comment, and I will say that to my colleagues, some of who were at that meeting. So
And you would never say that about Coconut Creek, right? That you will never have affordable housing. You already have it.
I don't think the word never comes out of my mouth with anything, Dennis, but I'm going to turn it back to Commissioner Wasserman because I listen to all sides before I make a decision on anything. So I'm going to let Mr. Wasserman finish his.
Mr. Wasserman, could I just supplement something that Malcolm just responded on?
Sure.
I heard the comment about a concern about the incompatibility with this land use and surrounding land uses. And that's specifically why we showed the Lions Tech Park and the residential around it. Not because we're looking to the future, because we're showing you what you already have and that it already works well. And we think this will work well in conjunction with our neighbors here as well.
Yes, sir. And I have one more thing. I wish the people in the back were still here because I really wanted a show of hands of how many of them were receiving the 12-foot easement. Of the people here right now, who is receiving the 12-foot easement?
50%.
There were 12 of them.
So if you look at this diagram, you will see that all of the ones that are on the extreme southern end in Cocoa Palms would be able to get the 12-foot easements.
So I want to know who the ones. I want to know. I wanted to show hands of the people here.
I understand that. I know some of them have left already, so
Right.
I can't deal with that. But I can point out there's a lot of people that aren't getting the 12 feet that are also in support. That's all.
I think it's about 20% of the 104 support letters. are on the
Louis,
property.
come on up.
Okay.
Come on. All right, you good? Yeah, do it on the record.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, Louis Stoneburner, Gray Star, 788 East Los Olas Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. All I was pointing out here is I think of the 104 support letters, about 20% roughly are on the property line. So if you're looking at that, about 80% aren't getting kind of a direct benefit, but still supported the project because Herbie and the rest of our team kind of took the time to explain and change kind of, what we feel like is perception versus reality, and really
Right.
spend time with them driving around industrial parks and understanding the product type and the impact and the traffic and so forth. So I think it's a fairly unfair kind of characterization, to think about it as a bribe, as kind of winning this overwhelming support. I think it's more listening to the people and trying to do whatever we can to be a good neighbor and to build a great project in the city. So
Sure. I certainly know the importance and power of going door to door. So I understand. I'm gonna defer to my colleagues.
we got Commissioner Brody, we got Vice Mayor Walsh.
All right, so I do appreciate all the efforts gone into this on both sides. I think it takes a lot of personal time as a resident to go and do your research and do come here on these nights and speak openly. I also think that the Gray Star people did an outstanding job of trying to reach as many people as they possibly could and try to mold this into something that's pliable to as many people as possible, which is, it's pretty difficult. I worked in an industry that, nobody wanted to see the things but everybody wanted the service. So I sat in that same position trying to talk to people how we can make this better. This is why we got fake trees and flagpoles all over the place. So it does take a lot of effort to do this. And I appreciate it. I also appreciate showing us the type of people you want to lease there, because that really gives you an idea of the type of vehicles that would be in and out of that place. And I think if we really are looking at this logically of what cars are going to be coming in and out of there, when you start talking about, a gym or a rehabilitation center, you're talking about a place that distills rum. The traffic is not the same as we keep appearing to want to talk about. So I kind of think I'm wrapping my head around this a little different than some of the people are, of understanding where you're trying to get your clientele from to lease the property. And the reasoning, I mean, obviously we want to cut down on traffic. We're going to cut down on these type of discussions of that. And I do appreciate everybody wanting the stoplight and everything and the work that's gone into that. So I do appreciate, so both sides of this have done their work for sure. I do understand the 12th hour. I've sat there for the 12th hour meetings and come into zoning and commission meetings and have to explain why we had to change stuff up because, well, that's what the people wanted. And I get that, like I said, that's how we ended up with fake trees and fake flagpoles and all these other things that are up around our whole state. So I understand 12th hour. So I appreciate the work all the way till the meeting. I'm a little bit less sensitive to that because I've been on the other side of it. It becomes difficult, obviously us up here because we're trying to see what's best and what's best for, 100 people, 200 people, or 60,000 people. It's our job to just kind of decide that and, weigh it out and understand where the benefit is, where's the handshake between all of us. When we talked about that other property in Hillsborough, that's what that became. It was a handshake of understanding that, everybody was working to get that property so that everybody had a win. I think that's where we're at here. The problem is this is a little bit more complicated. But I think the work has been done. And I think, as we listen to the comments from the rest of the colleagues and the discussions that we're going to have here in the next few minutes, I'm literally sitting on a fence of my decision. And so I want to make sure that I hear everybody out, just like everybody else up here, and want to know what they're thinking and how this last bit of information is weighing on them. I was going to make this short because I am tired, but I think I've said my point. But I really want to hear what everybody else has to discuss and then see where we go with this.
Well, what was the point?
I have no idea. I'm tired. I want to go home. That's my points.
I didn't hear but I got like a checklist of yes, no, and I didn't hear the point. But
listen,
I turned to the vice mayor.
He didn't make a point. He's on the fence. So he's like Mr. Agelski. He's neutral right now. So I'm really glad that we got some clarity tonight about giving the 12 feet and what that really in fact meant. And that the maintenance was upon the residents rather than. And some of
Vice Mayor,
the-
may I say why? It's just that once we put up the wall and the hedge, we can't really get on the other side to maintain the 12 feet. So the neighbors have said, if you give us the easement, we'll take care of it.
I just meant that rather than using the term giving, we're now making more clarity as to who in fact is responsible after the fact.
Understood.
That's just what I was talking about. And I very much am interested in finding out about how much is possible on these conditions of approval that have been listed and going to be vetted out by our legal and our sustainable development staff, because they could make a difference if this project were to go forward or not. The point about the signalization there on Atlantic was something that during agenda review, I was asking our city attorney. I said, well, what can we get to on behalf of the developer to consider that will make some better traffic choices coming out of that. Because to come out of the Atlantic entrance and try to head east is, even coming into the property and then exiting the property, east or west, is just not a good situation. And that's not even taken into consideration further development of the church and its property for future. It's just all of those 50,000 vehicles that are on Atlantic every given day, and then to take them across it. As to the wall, I love the idea of the 8-foot wall as opposed to the chain link fence. But could a wall be built first before the project?
So generally what we agree to do on these projects is to put up the wall before we start the vertical construction, because obviously we have to prepare the soil, we have to grade, we have to do all that. Then you can put up the wall early before you start building the buildings behind it.
Because I've learned on some previous projects that it would have been much better for those that are directly affected around the project if the wall were very much initially into the project rather than an afterthought.
So we often see a condition of approval that spells out exactly what you described in terms of when the wall's built vis-a-vis when the buildings are built.
And speaking of walls, knowing that in and around the true preserve areas, that has to have chain link fence. So in those areas, would there be just both? So you're going to have a chain link fence and a wall?
So take a look at this drawing. And I know the blue is a little hard to read.
I'm a
because
little
of-
blurry right now, but
Is there a better version, Austin?
you're going to have both
Oh,
in those two.
Yeah, in those two areas, you see the fence is in blue and the wall is in white. So the wall would go behind the fence.
Okay. And in some of the renderings, you didn't have them in your presentation tonight because we were only doing new things. But previously in the line of sights photos that were presented, either from Lakewood East or from Cocoa Palms, it had some substantial looking trees. So my question was, were those trees at the height of their planting, or was that what would be considered when they were mature trees?
So you may remember from July. It's a long
I'm
time
trying.
ago. We have some trees on the site that we're transplanting. Many of the trees we're saving are along the northern property line. The
Well,
trees,
you had, this isn't really the one. It was one that had the line of sight from the backyard of
we can
either developments.
we'll
And
find
my
out.
question then, and it still is, were those trees in those renderings at planting size, or were they maybe say 5 or so years out?
That's what I'm going to describe.
Okay.
Yeah, short story is a number of the trees, the existing mature trees on site are getting transplanted in that setback to have like an instant visual separation between the two
Coverage.
buildings.
That's what
In
I was-
addition, new trees are going to supplement that. And that's all detailed in kind of the landscape plan.
Because when
Staff would be reviewing.
Commissioner Wasserman's point, it's a very tall building, no matter how much setback and buffering you have and walls, 8-foot wall isn't going to do. There's what I was talking about. What are the residents really going to see?
So I think Vice Mayor, this is the diagram you were asking for, hopefully.
Pretty much.
Okay. So as Louis was just saying, we have a number of trees on the site that we will be preserving by transplanting them to the northern property line. We also have a number of existing trees along the northern property line. So this is what we're showing you. This should be an instant impact like this, because we're taking those big trees that are interior to the site and moving them to this northern perimeter.
Okay, now, this is also on the previous presentation. On the turn lane coming south of Cocoa Palms on Lyons to the entrance of the project, there is an expansion of the right turn lane and a deceleration lane. how close proximity is that to the Cocoa Palms east side residents?
So the turn lane is 12 feet wide generally. And we looked at that area to make, can we put up the slide where we're showing the additional wall and landscaping along Lyons Road? I have a slide that I think.
No, I meant the lanes themselves, because you're going to have,
Slide.
okay.
We have a slide that'll show it.
Is the slide where the additional wall, it shows the lane on that slide, I think.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the widened sidewalk and the extra landscaping, et cetera, I suppose.
No, more of that last one.
Oh, that- Isn't it?
Just had it. Here we go.
Got a lot of slides.
This is the July presentation.
Is that the right?
Yeah, I mean, it can be kind of deceiving, right?
I know that.
Yeah.
So this is a slide that I wanted to show. So this is that area along Cocoa Palms with the wall and the landscaping, the sidewalk, and then you see the turn lane. So we were able to determine there was plenty of room to add the turn lane. There's plenty of grass in that area now, but there's not a whole lot of landscaping other than grass. So we're going to be able to achieve this result that you see on this slide. And we'll find out the exact dimension from the closest backyard to the edge of pavement now, and then what it would be when you subtract the 12 feet and put in the turn lane. But there's a very healthy area there, wide enough to do everything we're showing here and still have a good setback.
And I really
Next time.
appreciate the reduction in the bays. But I did, even with that, I did hear Malcolm say that it would still be, or could possibly be still about 50 trucks a day servicing in and out,
I'm gonna add, I'll let him, I don't know, so.
according to what is currently happening at.
I don't think
At
I said that, Commissioner. What I did say was Lions Technology Park, which is twice the size of Cocomar. So Lions Park has on average 33 trucks a day.
Mhm.
So this one appears that we will only have maybe 16 to 18 trucks a day based on similar uses, not only based on Lions, but on Hillsborough Technology Park, which is, next door, and our buildings in Tamarack. So I don't think we're going to have anywhere near a significant amount of truck traffic.
I definitely misheard you because I
Yes.
wrote down estimated 50 trucks a day.
Yeah, no, sorry. So I don't, but definitely,
We got up on the screen.
yeah, but I can't.
32 for Lions Tech.
Yeah, that's what
18 for Kokomo.
Yeah, that's what I just said, right?
I
Yeah,
have a lot of reservations about the community garden and the maintenance. We've had success on a community garden only when a nonprofit oversaw it. And I think it's highly aspirational and commendable that the developer is wanting to put something in place. But I just would really need to know, because otherwise it's going to be abandoned.
So
There isn't some real oversight.
I think we can work with your staff to find out what is the maintenance protocol for that group that's doing it properly now, and see if we can adopt the same maintenance protocol they're using.
Like I said, I'm very interested in getting a lot more level of details of what actually can and can't be done on those conditions of approval. And especially in light of the signalization component for the Atlantic intersection.
So we've made the commitment that we will post the bond for the cost of the signal. We will work with your staff to determine the correct number. I was talking to Mr. Rigetti about this actually the night we were here in July.
Because he eliminated on Lions, the left out.
He's the one who asked us to get rid of the left out on lines, and we
That's
agree.
why we love him.
I like him too. So we'll talk to him about what the cost would be. We would enter into an agreement similar to the county agreement to post the bond, have it available to you for this purpose. Do the warrant study to see if a light is warranted, and if it is, pay for the light.
But this is definitely a good government in a testament for all of the residents and the research that they have done on their own initiative. And that's not discounting what's been done on the developer side. I'm just saying it really is a testament to good government action, but I still need some more details.
Understood. Well,
Okay.
our hope would be that you would pass this along to the second reading. We can work with your staff on every one of these issues and have them all ready for you when we come back for the second reading. I believe that most of these conditions, if not all of them, are going to end up tied to the site plan anyway, which you're not voting on tonight anyway.
And
So
no
I think we can do
surprises.
it.
And no surprises.
No surprises.
Okay.
So real quick, Dennis, can you pull up your site plan?
Yes.
I'm gonna just say something.
Will this one work?
I think building B should look more like building C.
Building B should look more like building C?
Yeah.
And in what way did you mean that?
In that top little nub.
Oh, you mean it shouldn't be longer than
No,
building
it
C? Is
shouldn't.
that what you're saying?
So my mother went to 2 county commission meetings for the ag reserve where she lives.
Right?
And at the first county commission meeting, they passed a very big change in the ag reserve. And at that meeting, my mother thought it was all desolate. It passed it 7-2 that they were going to move forward with some significant changes in West Delray and West Point.
Yeah.
Whoever just decided to shout that from the background. I appreciate it, correct? And a lot of residents were perturbed that how could their elected officials move something like this forward?
Right?
But then you know what happened at that meeting Tuesday of this week?
What happened?
That 7-2 changed and it became a 5-4 and it failed. Because what happened between first and second reading was a developer not living up to its standards. This has been a hard sell for me. Something that has made it more palatable, candidly, is Mr. Butters. And I will tell you why. Because he has a proven track record of providing low impact clients and leasing people and businesses in this city. It means something to me that he brought people in the city that have proven with low impact uses. Period. End of story. However good Herbie is and wants to go door to door, it didn't matter. I want to know, I'd like on the record, the relationship between Mr. Butters and Graystar. Clarify that for me, please. Malcolm, I'd like to hear it from you.
Malcolm?
Because I'm
Well,
getting the
we can both-
insinuation that like you're here, but you're not here. I just want to understand the relationship moving forward. So if I'm going to make a decision based on that, I want to understand that relationship.
Yeah, well, Malcolm is a friend. He's also a partner of ours. So we're partners on several deals outside of this deal. Like,
Is he the leasing agent for
financial-
is he going to be the leasing agent for this property?
Let me just finish for a second. So we're financial business partners on multiple deals and have had a great friendship and relationship. And he will likely be leasing and property managing this property for us on a go-forward basis.
I love that word likely. It's like when you get on an airplane, right? And you get on an airplane
Malcolm talk as well.
but it's going to be interesting what I say when you get on the airplane and the pilot gets on the loudspeaker and he's like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Southwest. I really hope we make it to New York today. You don't really feel that good with that likely.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say, listen, don't lose the point. And I'm not going to put Malcolm on the spot to say something. I'm probably going to be okay tonight. I'm definitely not going to be okay at your next reading unless that man with the pink tie really makes me feel comfortable.
Yeah.
They're all wondering who has the pink tie. Based on some of these commitments that you've promised. So I'll leave it as that. I will tell you very clearly, Malcolm has delivered corporate industrial residents to business owners to this city. That is a deliverable. And I thank you for that, Malcolm,
thank
because I
you.
think our
Thank you
industrial
for the
park
kind words. And
is far and away. But the relationship matters to me because you're coming here and you're bringing known business owners in this city. And I'm in all honesty, Graystar, that, he's true and tested. So I love he's likely going to do this or he's likely going to do that. But some of these people here that are against this project make a very salient point. It's lip service. Everyone's going to come here tonight to get the votes that they want to get the project done. It's the deliverables. It's the conditions of approval, right? That's what matters. So Malcolm, I'm happy to turn it over to you. I've said my piece this evening.
No, I'll keep it brief because our firm and my brother, we're partners with Graystar on 2 deals, both similar to this. Actually, one is a business park next to an apartment project that we're doing down in Dade County, and both are doing extremely well. But yes, I will be they have promised me that we would be the leasing agent. And that's why they brought me in here, because we have so much experience. We are located in the city. My office is literally, 10 minutes from the site. You know the relationship we have with all the neighboring cities. And so, yes. And plus,
our technology park, and I will say this, is other cities are envious of the businesses that we have on the type of uses you've created, candidly, being very honest.
Thank you.
In Lions Technology Park. And that's what's moving my needle a little bit today, along with some site plan issues that I'm going to get into, but I think you heard my big one. But so that's what I'm leaving it.
Okay. And again, 23 years, Mr. Mayor, we've been here. We have an office building located in a business park. So if it was truly a business park with a lot of trucks and all these things that a lot of people have said negative things about, which aren't true, we want to keep our corporate office there. But every day I come into that park and it's quiet, it's beautiful, and we look forward to continuing our relationship with the city.
Anyone else?
And I must say, you have a beautiful office.
Thank you.
And the building is beautiful.
And Mayor, I would say something that Malcolm's too modest to say. I've been with him in Coral Springs and Deerfield and Pompano and so many different places. And the way that you talk about him here is the same way they talk about him at each one of those places, because every one of those places, he delivered what he promised. And that's what we're going to do here.
No one else? No one's got anything else? Okay. All right, we've now deliberated and we've discussed item 13. So what I need to do is this now. We need to move it. I need to second it now that we've closed everything, and then we can vote on the item. So I'm gonna need a motion and a second on item number 13, which is the Gray Star Cocomar rezoning application.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Brody, seconded by Vice Mayor Welsh.
So you actually already moved and seconded it earlier. At this point, you're just voting on the item.
It was quasi judicial. I thought I had to move it and second it a second time. No?
You have to vote on it twice, and I know sometimes it can be confusing, especially because this has been a really long item. In that you first have to move it, you need a first and a second, and then you again have to vote on it. It's just that there's been such a lapse in time from the first to the second that it seems, yeah.
So we're just calling the roll. Is that it?
Well, you need to move whether
I'm
you're going
really,
to approve it or,
it's tomorrow.
okay, I'm going to make a
So
suggestion. This is maybe.
So
So what you're looking for is a motion and a second to approve the item?
oh, okay. Is there a motion? Well, I guess well, no, I moved it for discussion based on it being quasi judicial. It has to be a motion and a second to approve.
Move it.
Second.
So that's moved to approve, seconded to approve for the vote. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on. We're voting on the first. So it's going to go ordinance. Reso is the next meeting. So we're really only voting on 13 and 14 to move it for a second hearing. So this does not indicate.
13 is the rezoning.
Yeah, this doesn't indicate.
Two separate votes.
What do you mean?
Yes, 13 is one
Voting for
vote, 14 is the
voting
other
for
vote.
14. There will be a second reading on both. We will not be voting on the site plan this evening.
Understood.
Okay. Call it on 13, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Commissioner Wasserman,
No.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
No.
Vice Mayor Welch,
No.
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Fails. We're going to go to, is there a motion and a second on item 14 for moving for approval?
Motion.
Any second?
Move it. Second.
Moved by, for approval by Wasserman, second by the Vice Mayor. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on 14.
Commissioner Wasserman,
No.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
No.
No.
Vice Mayor Welch.
Yes. Yes.
Mayor Rydell, yes.
The resolution is not considered this evening. Item fails. We're moving on to item number 16, which is an ordinance 2023-032. It is a first reading, Madam City Attorney.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Coconut Creek, Florida, amending the city's code of ordinances by amending Chapter 6, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 1 in general, to create Section 6-1 Electric Vehicle Charging Station Design Guidelines, to provide installation requirements for electric vehicle chargers and electric vehicle charger ready infrastructure, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date. This is before you at this time for first reading.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Wells, seconded by Rayleigh. Mr. Stoudemire.
Yes, just very briefly, this is an amendment to our code of ordinance to add guidelines to accommodate EV charging stations. Currently, our code lacks any guidelines to accommodate EV charging stations. These guidelines will allow staff to react to a very growing demand for EV chargers, and we are in full support of it. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Vice Mayor.
And it's to provide consistency for new installations.
Yes, ma'am.
Just felt the need, we needed to expand on it.
Anything else? Anyone in the commission have any questions? Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Mr. Kavanaugh, before you call the roll, did anyone submit any comment?
No, they have not, Mayor.
Call the roll.
Commissioner Wasserman?
Yes.
Commissioner Brody?
Yes.
Commissioner Rayleigh?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch?
Yes.
Mayor Rydell?
Yes. City manager report.
All right, can I interrupt really quickly? I just want to make absolutely sure that everybody understands that the prior item on Gray Star is not going to go to second reading. Okay, thank you.
I mean,
Right,
I
because,
think it was pretty explicit.
okay, sorry.
I mean, I'm not going to speak for my colleagues. It's dead. Everyone gets that, right? Gone, done. You all get that? That was the intent by everybody. I'm just, I mean, that's what Terrell's asking. I'll turn it to the city attorney.
Well, once we leave here today, it's too late. I just wanted to be clear that everyone understood that because I've heard.
Well, actually, no, I thought that it would move forward to get
No,
further clarification.
no, the item would be dead.
Okay, so I mean, I'm going to turn to Madam City Attorney. This is a point of order. Mr. Amelia, as the representative, is present. So Madam City Attorney, you asked a question that you sensed something, so I'll turn it to you.
Sure. So I just got the sense that maybe everybody wasn't on the same page in voting for the items 13 and 14 with regards to Gray Star, in that by the vote of 3-2 essentially against the item, it does not get moved forward to second reading.
All right, so is there a way that we can?
Can't a motion to reconsider be made?
Yes, you can move to reconsider. There is, I apologize. Usually it would be made by the people that made the original motion. I just didn't get the exact names down. So for 13, I do have Vice Mayor Welch. I have your name as.
Welch and Brody.
Thank you.
It was Welch and Brody.
Then I would make a move to reconsider item 13.
Madam City Attorney, if there's please, per Robert's rules, explain what has to be done.
So first you vote on the motion to reconsider and then you actually vote on the item.
Is there a motion on item 13
To reconsider.
to reconsider?
Motion
I
to reconsider.
made the motion.
Is there a second on Vice Mayor Welch's motion to reconsider item 13?
Second.
Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on the motion to reconsider item 13.
Commissioner Wasserman?
No.
Commissioner Brody?
Yes.
Commissioner Rayleigh?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch?
Yes.
Mayor Rydell?
Yes. Madam City Attorney, direction, please.
So now that it has passed with a vote of 4-1 to reconsider, you may now re-vote on item number 13. So first you voted to reconsider. Now yes.
Need a motion second.
Thank you. Sorry, it's late.
Move it,
I need a motion and a second to approve item 13, the rezone.
move it.
Second.
Moved by Vice Mayor Welch, second by Commissioner Brody. Mr. Kavanaugh, under the renewed understanding, with the reconsideration, call the roll for item 13. Madam City Attorney for Commissioner Raley, please provide clarification.
Thank you. We're not voting. This isn't a final vote. This is for a second hearing.
Correct. This would
Right.
just move it to the
Okay.
second hearing.
So Madam City Attorney, if I may, if you vote in the affirmative and you vote yes, it moves it to a second hearing.
That
If you
is
vote
correct.
No, it kills it tonight.
If there is a majority vote of no, then yes, it kills it tonight and it would not go to the second hearing.
Sorry, not to
Hey, you stayed till
interject.
midnight. You got to talk now.
Sorry, and only perhaps I can think more clearly because I'm stepped away from the podium, but Eve Lewis on behalf of the city, Assistant City Attorney. I think what transacted was the failure of the motion that was on the floor. So remember, there was a motion to approve. That motion failed. So that means that the item has not been disposed of. So there still needs to be a dispositive motion made to take that business and put it to bed one way or the other. So there was a motion to approve, and then there were 3 no's and 2 yeses. So that means that that motion fails. So that's not a dispositive action.
Thank you, Eve. I think what she's trying to say is, yes, under Robert's rules, what happened is we didn't have a dispositive motion and we moved forward, and it was very clear to me that there might have been a little confusion around it. But since everyone has voted to reconsider it at this point.
But you can't reconsider a motion that's failed. So there's still,
Would you
because
readdress?
the item is still before you to transact the business of that item. So the motion would be to deny the application, and then the vote would be called. And that motion would either fail or pass. So you would have to dispose of that action. See, because what you moved forward could not have gone
So-
forward because it failed.
Understood. I think at this point, though, because there was confusion, what they did is basically they're voting to reconsider. And because it wasn't disposed of to begin with, I think they can still move forward and let's see what happens here.
Okay.
Thank you.
You ca-
I apologize for any confusion.
Based on the motion to reconsider, based on where it stands now, and have Mr. Kavanaugh call the vote very explicitly. We either are moving forward item 13, the rezone, for a second hearing, or we are voting no, and the vote of no will mean it is over. Call the roll. Kavanaugh.
Commissioner Wasserman,
No.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Yes,
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Item number 14, I need a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
Is there a second?
second,
Based on the motion to reconsider, Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on the motion to reconsider item number 14.
Commissioner Wasserman,
No.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
yes,
Mayor Rydell.
Yes.
May I?
I need a motion to,
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't know. Oh, no.
no, please, Commissioner Raley, I want everything to be clear.
No.
So the
I-
motion,
I-
now-
I
so
do-
14 is now reopened.
Okay.
Before I call the roll on it,
Okay.
Commissioner Raley.
I just want to say, I think it warrants a second hearing. I think that's why
Right.
we reconsider, because I think there are too many avenues that still have to be explored before we make a final decision.
Commissioner Raley, I am. I am blown away at the disorganization of this. I'm so sorry. That's all I'm going to say.
I need a motion to approve.
move it,
Second.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Brody. Mr. Kavanaugh, call the roll on item 14 to approve.
Commissioner Wasserman,
No.
Commissioner Brody,
Yes.
Commissioner Raley,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Welch,
yes,
Mayor Rydell.
Yes. Item 15 will be heard at the second reading. Is there a time certain for the second reading, Madam City Manager?
It will be the next meeting, which is scheduled for November 9th.
Thank you. We handled item 16, City Manager report.
I just wanted to, there was a question previously about what we are doing to market our recycling second site. And I just wanted to let you know that in September, we did a soft launch, and on October 9th, we had banners installed at Sable Pines and Winston Park Elementary, Lions Road, and Recreation Complex on 1010. The Recycling Drop-Off Center website was updated. On 1019, 200 door hangers were provided to Leanie Smith to provide to the Tamarind Village neighborhood. On 1020, record and released the first video with promoting the North site. And then 1026, 100 door hangers were provided to June Halbert to distribute to Woodlake Villas neighborhood. Future marketing includes receiving permission to distribute door hangers from Ron Shamai, Sam Molina, HOA president, and that distribution is pending. To be determined is a second recording to encourage residents and promote the drop-off center, and post the door hanger infographic on social media. We also are going to be updating the city news and add infographic to the rec center public display TVs, and we're going to continue to distribute door hangers. Also, I had a request to provide a general timeline of the Holocaust Memorial timeline. As you all know, you approved $50,000 in the budget from the Public Arts Fund. The entire project would take about 13 to 15 months because we would have to go through a process of an artist selection, design of the artwork, and to contract to have it built and installed. So those are just some general rough timelines. Staff will be beginning to work on that, and I believe there is a Holocaust, I don't know if it's a holiday or a remembrance in April of 2025, and that will be our target date to have it completed by. That's all I have. Thank you.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. At the last meeting, you inquired as to how vacancies are filled on the executive committee for the Solid Waste Authority. I sent around an email. It appears that while the term is for 2 years, vacancy are addressed in the same process as to fill the seats on the executive committee. Basically, that it would be voted on by the other medium-sized municipalities to fill that vacancy if one does arise. So hopefully you got that email. Additionally, as it relates to the Turnpike, we expect that funding for the Turnpike design from I-595 to Wiles Road will come up before the MPO on Thursday, November 2nd. We plan to object to this. Additionally, we are waiting for the record of decision to be issued after the public hearings. And it is our understanding that that will probably be issued sometime between December and January. So we'll be on the lookout for that and take next steps as necessary. And we'll talk to you further as we get more information. Finally, the Seminole Compact case, you all probably received the email that I sent earlier that the U.S. Supreme Court reversed course and basically lifted the stay. And so the compact is back in place. However, they did signal that they're not in favor, or at least one of the justices is not in favor of the online sports betting.
Sure.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Commissioner Wasserman.
Happy Halloween. That's it.
Commissioner Brody.
Have a good evening, everybody.
Commissioner Raley.
Good night.
Vice Mayor.
I want to thank City Attorney for adding some clarity so that we could take up the item this evening that was reconsidered.
I need a motion.
Motion.
We're adjourned.